Chapter 208. Xian Tian called immediately. Jiang Ci, do you want me to go over and kill that beast for you? From a virtual screen, the flame dragon was much stronger than the ironback golden centipede. Xian Tian was worried that Jiang Ci would accept the challenge. Don't worry about it. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I won't be provoked by a few words. Jiang Ci laughed. When you want to kill it, just let me know. I'll do it for you. Xian Tian finally said. After ending the call, Jiang Ci shook his head gently. It seemed that Xian Tian couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to find a golden core monster to sharpen his knife. Li Bai, Huang Kuan, and the others also called one after another. Their intentions were different from Xian Tian's. They all advised Jiang Ci not to go, although in their eyes, Jiang Ci was already very strong. However, Jiang Ci was the future hope of the great Xia kingdom, and if he didn't have to take the risk, it was best not to do so. Brother, you won't go, will you? Zhang Daodu also asked. I'm not stupid. Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? Jiang Ci laughed. Did he travel thousands of miles just to kill a golden core great demon? Or to avenge the 90 million people who died in Northern Europe City? Don't joke around. He was not a saint. Among the 5 superpowers, the Holy Union and the Shadow Kingdom were both countries of the Western world. The powerhouses of these 2 countries didn't make a move. Why would he join in the fun? Jiang Ci believed that the Holy Union and the Shadow Kingdom definitely had powerhouses of the Golden Core level. Otherwise, in the era of Spirit Chi recovery, these 2 countries would have been destroyed by the monsters long ago. Jiang Ci let the flame dragon bark at him through the satellite network, the news media, and so on. He didn't pay attention to it at all and just focused on cultivation. At present, cultivating to the Golden Core stage was his biggest goal. However, Jiang Ci did not expect that the ones who were most disappointed by his indifferent attitude were the people from the Western world. The flame dragon slaughtered the entire city when he said so. He was incomparably savage and did not leave anyone away out. The people of the Western world were worried that the flame dragons would massacre the cities again. Therefore, many people in the Western world hoped that Jiang Ci would take action and slay this ferocious Golden Core demon. Some people even sent out invitations on the internet, mobilizing the power of the internet to invite Jiang Ci over. However, Jiang Ci only replied with 2 words, not free. The fiery dragon thought that Jiang Ci was scared, so it shouted crazily. Looks like after 300 years, the Easterners haven't changed at all. They're still a bunch of gutless trash. Its words exposed its identity. Someone immediately went to investigate the news that had been preserved from the old era. Soon, they discovered a secret matter from a small newspaper. It turned out that 300 years ago, before the Spirit Chi had recovered, this flame dragon had come to the east and destroyed several small cities. Millions of people lost their lives as a result. In the end, it was frightened by an old Taoist in the mountains of the Xia country and fled back to the Western world. Now, many people understood why the flame dragon hated the East so much. It had suffered under the hands of the Easterners before. Now it wanted to regain its lost face. As for why it chose to provoke Jiang Ci, the reason was very simple. Jiang Ci was now one of the representatives of the Xia country's martial arts world, and he was also the youngest one. Although he had killed the Golden Core demon, the ironback golden centipede, his actual cultivation was only at the late stage of spirit nourishment. No matter how one looked at it, he was the weakest among the top experts of the Xia country's martial arts world. The others, such as Xian Tian and Li Bai, had been famous for a long time. No one dared to underestimate them. In addition, Jiang Ci was now famous. If they defeated Jiang Ci, the benefits would be even greater. If one was famous, there would be trouble wherever he went. Of course, Jiang Ci also understood this. His attitude was still the same. If there were no benefits, he would not do it. Was it uncomfortable to lie down and cultivate at home? Jiang Ci did not accept the challenge, and the flame dragon gradually died down. After a few more days of clamoring, it felt bored. In the end, it once again said that the Easterners were all cowards and trash, and no longer spoke. In these few days, there were people who told Jiang Ci a lot of information about the flame dragon, especially Xian Tian, who told him an important piece of information. 300 years ago, the sleeping flame dragon accidentally woke up. In order to replenish its energy, it massacred a few cities in the east and devoured ordinary people. However, it was not scared away by the old Taoist in the mountains. It was almost killed and suffered a great loss. The painful experience made it only dare to bark in the Western world now. It did not dare to come to the Xia country directly. Therefore, Jiangxi's evaluation of this golden core demon was bully the weak and fear the strong. Just look at its actions of massacring the cities. The flame dragon did not massacre the cities of the Sacred Union or the Shadow Kingdom. Instead, it chose the Northern European city as its target because the Northern European city had no backing. This kind of demon was like a pile of rotten dog poop. There was no benefit to killing it, and it might even be stained with the smell of poop. Jiang Xi did not want to waste the effort to go there and start a war between the East and the West. In the following period of time, the martial arts world fell into silence again. Nothing major happened. In such silence, the end of the year came in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu began to prepare for the New Year's goods. The two of them did not consider themselves as martial arts experts at all. Every New Year, they would visit relatives and friends as ordinary people and happily spend this important festival. New Moon Year 95, December 25th. On this day, Jiang Xi received a call from Xian Tian again. Jiang Xi, do you dare to go to the Sacred Union in the Western world? Go to that flame dragon? No, I'm buying New Year's goods. Xian Tian was speechless. New Year's goods? It seemed like he had not celebrated New Year's in 100 years. It's not about flame dragon. Last night, the Sacred Union's 1,000-year-old holy city suddenly shone with colorful brilliance. Then our spies found something good inside. What good thing? A 10,000-year-old spiritual item. A 10,000-year-old spiritual item. Jiang Xi was also shocked. That was a raw material that could be used to refine middle-grade spiritual pills. Earth already had it. A 1,000-year-old spiritual item could be used to refine low-grade spiritual pills, while a 10,000-year-old spiritual item could be used to refine middle-grade spiritual pills. Middle-grade spiritual pills were extremely precious. Generally, only nascent soul cultivators could afford to use them. If there really was a 10,000-year-old spiritual item, then he could consider making a trip there. If there were benefits, he would definitely do it. Of course, he did not want to use the 10,000-year-old spiritual item to refine pills. Instead, he was interested in the spiritual energy contained in the 10,000-year-old spiritual item. How about it? With our speed, if we don't delay things, a round trip will take us half a day. Xian Tian laughed. That's fine. Where do we go? Come to Xian Tian City first. Anyway, we will pass by here to the Western world. No problem. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian agreed on a time and ended the call. His eyes flickered, and a fighting spirit rose in his eyes. In the old era, the Western world robbed us of many things. It's time to take them back. A 10,000-year-old spiritual item could be considered as interest first. Jiang Xi came from the old era. He knew better than the people of the new era the evil deeds of the Western world had done to the great Xia kingdom many years ago. Chapter 209. Except for the evil deeds of the old era. And a few years ago, those foreign spirit cultivators and A-level martial artists. They broke into the Jade Pool secret realm without permission and wanted to seize those 1,000-year-old spiritual objects. These were enough to explain the banditry that the Western world had always pursued. Jiang Xi was very clear about one point. Since ancient times, one could not reason with the people of the Western world. Even if one wanted to reason, one had to use one's fists. He said goodbye to Jiang Daodu and went out with a profound condensation sword. He did not bring anything else with him. Because he had successfully refined the storage ring, he could use his spiritual sense to store items. He could finally use the magic treasure for traveling and killing people. He flew all the way to Xian Tian City. Jiang Xi found that it was not only him and Xian Tian who were going to the Western world. There was another person, Li Bai Bai. The aura emitted from her body was that of the gold core stage. However, Jiang Xi was not surprised that Li Bai Bai could reach the gold core stage. After all, her talent was there. Congratulations, Senior Li. Jiang Xi smiled and congratulated. Li Bai Bai was a cold-tempered person, but at this time, she smiled. She did not treat Jiang Xi as a spirit cultivator. In her eyes, Jiang Xi was a gold core stage. Jiang Xi, let's talk as equals. We are all in the gold core stage. There is no need to call me senior. Li Bai Bai chuckled. That's right. In ancient times, cultivators were ranked based on their cultivation and not their age. Xian Tian nodded as well. Then he smiled and said, I think we should be more direct. How about this? Bai Bai and I call each other brother and sister in private. Jiang Xi, you can call me big brother in the future and call Bai Bai second sister. Sister Bai Bai, it's okay. Second sister doesn't sound good. Li Bai Bai shook her head. Riverward was stunned for a moment. Xian Tian was indeed efficient and direct in handling matters. Just like that, they began to discuss the relationship between brothers and sisters. Greetings, big brother, sister Bai Bai. Jiang Xi did not refuse. These two people could be called the proud sons of heaven in the era of the recovery of spirit qi. Moreover, through Taoist Ji's inherited memories, he understood many things with the talents of Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai. Even in the universe, they would be considered geniuses. Especially Xian Tian, who could comprehend the true meaning of saber on his own with the cultivation of spirit vessel stage. With such talent, he was definitely a top genius. It was a good thing that they called each other brother and sister. Then the three of us will go to the Western world and cross the river. Xian Tian laughed. Big brother, you were in the limelight during the battle of the Tongtian Mountain in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. This time, if there is a battle, let me make the first move. Li Bai Bai said in a cold voice. Xian Tian joked. You'll have to ask our third brother. He's the fastest. The two of them turned to look at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi chuckled. This time, I'll be responsible for the last hit. Then it's settled. Let's go. Let the Western world's martial artists experience the strength of our great Xia's martial artists. Xian Tian waved his hand. The eyes of the three of them lit up. Since the recovery of spiritual qi, they had never taken the initiative to set foot in the Western world. This time, they had to make a good trip. Under the night sky, three figures soared into the sky and flew toward the holy city of the Holy Alliance in the Western world. When flying over the Kunlun Mountains, Jiang Xi found that the terrain had changed dramatically. The snowy mountains and the wilderness were gone. Instead, there was a lush, primitive forest. Clouds and mist drifted between the mountains, making it look like a celestial mountain. Big brother, this change happened during the fourth recovery of spiritual qi? Jiang Xi asked. Yes, at that time, there were a few spirit vessel stage demons in the mountains, but they were all killed by me. Xian Tian laughed. Jiang Xi and Li Bai Bai were speechless for a while. It seemed that Xian Tian's saber had been thirsty for blood for a long time. Is there anything unusual in the Jade Lake Secret Realm? Jiang Xi asked again. I also find it strange. There are no changes in the Jade Lake during this recovery of spiritual qi. Xian Tian shook his head. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He had obtained an opportunity in the Jade Lake Secret Realm and didn't want anything to happen there. There were no changes this time. So it must be related to Nai Shan. Now that he thought about it, that majestic heaven-reaching tower was not simple. Big brother, are we flying in the wrong direction? It's 3 degrees off the route to the holy city, Li Bai Bai suddenly said. Jiang Xi looked at Li Bai Bai in surprise. He could see that. He was really a genius. We're not in a hurry to go to the holy city now. Before you came, I received new news that the situation there has changed. Xian Tian laughed. Change? Jiang Xi and Li Bai Bai were confused. Xian Tian continued. Yes, we're not the only ones who noticed the changes in the Millennium Holy City. Many powerhouses and demons were also attracted there. Since last night until now, there have been several big battles there. Although he said that, the two were still confused. The situation was so intense, so they should rush there as soon as possible. but their battles caused the holy city to change. The five-colored brilliance formed a barrier and shrouded the forbidden area where the 10,000-year-old spiritual creature was. That barrier can't be opened in a short time, Xian Tian explained. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that there were many things hidden in the Millennium Holy City. Then where are we going now? Jiang Xi was a little curious. Sicily Island. Traveling? Haha. Previously, that flame dragon kept provoking Jiang Xi, and I couldn't stand it. This time it's on the way. We'll go to its nest and help Jiang Xi vent his anger. Xian Tian laughed. That big lizard's nest is in Sicily Island. Jiang Xi was shocked. Someone once saw that the flame dragon landed on a volcano called Mount Etna in Sicily Island, and it's now fighting in the Holy City. We can take the opportunity to clean up its nest. Xian Tian nodded, looking very excited. Although Jiang Xi suspected that it was Xian Tian's funny nature, he was also looking forward to it and was eager to try. After being provoked by this big demon for so long, he also wanted to vent his anger. It wasn't anger, but it was just like having a mosquito buzzing next to you while you were sleeping. It was annoying. The three of them took advantage of the night and flew in the air. Their speed was naturally very fast. From Xiantian City to Sicily Island, the straight-line distance was nearly 8,000 kilometers with the speed of the three of them. They arrived at this beautiful island on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea in just half an hour. In the old era, this was a tourist destination. After the recovery of Spirit Chi, this place had become a paradise for monsters. Only the warriors of the Holy Alliance would sometimes come here to train. From the air, they could see that there were many monsters crawling in the ruined buildings on the island. From time to time, they would let out a bestial roar. Jiangxi's destination was Mount Etna, which was located on the east coast of Sicily Island. Others might not know about the situation of Mount Etna, but Jiang Xi had studied Western mythology before and had heard a little about this place. This was an active volcano more than 3,000 meters above sea level. In Western mythology, it was the hermitage of the god of fire. Legend had it that the god of fire used the flames here to forge many divine artifacts. Chapter 2:10. Most of the myths and legends were illusory and unpredictable. The three of them just laughed it off because the gods in Western myths and legend were most likely a group of cultivators. But when they approached Mount Etna, they put away their relaxed attitude. This volcano looked a little mysterious, revealing a kind of aura that made them fearful. The fire on the top of the mountain lit up the night sky, emitting an amazing temperature. No wonder that big lizard is so powerful. It's a fire-type demon. This kind of environment is the best place for it to cultivate. Jiang Xi said with some surprise. They used their spiritual sense to explore the volcano. Let's go and have a look. I found its nest, Xian Tian said. The three of them didn't hide their powerful aura and flew to the top of Mount Etna. The monsters living near the volcano all fled in all directions. The next moment, they flew to the top of the volcano. The temperature here is terrible. Even if an A-level martial artist came, it would be difficult to bear. Li Baibai looked serious. It was the recovery of Spirit Chi that made the environment here change greatly. Roar! At this time, a beast roar came from a cave full of volcanic magma on the top of the mountain. A crypt flame dragon with magma hanging on its body roared and rushed out. At the same time, it used its spiritual sense to express its anger. This is the territory of the Flame Dragon King, trespassers. Roar! This was a crypt flame dragon that was cultivated by a red-shelled earthworm, not the big lizard. However, this crypt flame dragon was not weak. It was a spirit nourishment demon. But even if it was a spirit nourishment demon, the crypt flame dragon was quickly extinguished. It didn't dare to say the word die. The magma and flames all over its body fell in clusters, shivering, because it recognized the three of them. Jiang Xi, Xian Tian Li Baibai. The crypt flame dragon felt bitter. Any one of these three people could kill it with a slap. Boss, didn't you provoke them, saying that they are useless and don't have the guts to come? Now, they're at our doorstep, and 3 of them at once. Roar! The crypt flame dragon roared again, and its spiritual sense conveyed a message of begging for mercy. Noisy. Li Bai shouted. Her sword flashed, and her figure disappeared. Almost instantly, the sword cut off half of the crypt flame dragon's head. In front of them, the powerful spirit nourishment stage great demon couldn't even live for 3 seconds. Sister Bai sword is even faster. Jiang Si praised. Last time when she was training in the Jade Lake Secret Realm, she gained something and made a breakthrough in her swordsmanship, Xian Tian explained. Li Bai flashed back and said softly, "This is the advanced version of the 9 elements sword art, the 8 elements sword art. If you want to learn, I can record a tutorial for you when we get back." She was talking to Jiang Si. "Thank you, big sister Bai." Jiang Si did not decline. "You're welcome. You are the one who provided me with the cultivation method of the Aura's core stage. I should be the one thanking you." Li Bai shook his head. Both of them laughed. Jiang Si was indeed interested in Li Bai's sword. This was because Li Bai's swordsmanship was very pure. There was nothing mixed into it. It only pursued extreme speed. Jiang Si's swordsmanship had changed. He walked a different path. However, this did not prevent him from learning Li Bai's swordsmanship. This was the principle of gathering the wisdom of the masses and comprehending by analogy. Xian Tian did not interrupt. He used a saber, so swordsmanship was useless to him. Then, they turned their attention back to the flame dragon's lair and walked straight in. There should be good things in the lair of a gold core great demon, right? After all, this big lizard had lived for a long time. This big lizard's lair is actually so luxurious. As soon as they entered, their eyes were so dazzled that they almost went blind. Beside a magma pool with an astonishing temperature, there were piles of shiny gems, gold, and so on. It was like a small mountain. In Western mythology, the dragons were greedy. It was true. Unfortunately, these ordinary treasures are useless to us. Xian Tian shook his head. The things they needed could not be bought with these gems and gold. There's something underground. Jiang Si's eyes lit up. This was the benefit of his observation skills. With his spiritual sense, he had carefully explored with his spiritual sense as soon as he came in. Afterwards, he discovered that there was a blank area on the ground where his spiritual sense was probing. He slapped out with his palm and scattered the gems and gold, revealing a smooth rock underneath. At this time, a crack appeared in the rock, and a simple leather case could be seen hidden inside. This big lizard really knows how to hide things. If someone came in, they would definitely be attracted by the gems and gold and not think of continuing to look down. Jiang Si laughed. At the same time, he grabbed the handle of the leather case and pulled it out of the rock. "Open it and see what's inside." Xian Tian was quite expectant. Li Bai's eyes were also bright. Because this leather case was very strange, it could isolate their spiritual sense from probing. It seemed to be made of unknown beast skin. There's actually a spirit weapon. Jiang Si was very surprised. After the case was opened, they saw that in addition to more than 30,000-year-old spirit fruits, there was also a long black saber glowing with a cold light. On the blade, there was a kind of shocking spiritual aura. The 3 people's gazes were attracted by the long saber, and they directly ignored the valuable 1,000-year-old spirit fruits. Spirit weapon? Li Bai was somewhat puzzled. She had only heard of spirit pills and spirit weapons, but not spirit weapons. Jiang Si didn't hide it. With his current strength, there were many things that he didn't need to hide. He opened his mouth and explained, "This is a low-grade spirit weapon. Its quality is dozens or hundreds of times higher than a spirit weapon, but must be refined with spiritual sense to exert its power. This is a special weapon for cultivators?" Xian Tian also asked. To be exact, generally only Aura's core stage cultivators use low-grade spirit weapons. Jiang Si nodded and added, "I learned this from the trial in Heavenly Tower." He lied about this. In fact, he learned this from Taoist Ji's inherited memories. Xian Tian and Li Bai suddenly understood and believed Jiang Si's words. Then the 2 of them looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Who should use this saber? After all, It was Jiang Ci who discovered it. Jiang Ci smiled and said, "Big brother uses a saber. Let's give it to him." Xian Tian wasn't a pretentious person. He fell in love with this saber at first sight. He immediately grabbed the black long saber, his eyes bright, and smiled at Jiang Ci. "You have to tell me the method to refine spirit weapons." "No problem. I'll give you a copy." Jiang Ci nodded and agreed. It was a piece of cake. "Next time, I'll find a chance to go to the lairs of other Aurus core stage demons and see if I can get you too a spirit weapon longsword." Xian Tian held the long saber and said excitedly, "I don't need it. Last time, I used the Aurus core stage cultivation method to exchange for the long sword from you. It was also a low-grade spirit weapon." Jiang Ci smiled lightly. "You brat." Xian Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that he already had such a treasure. Chapter 211. Xian Tian didn't complain about Jiang Ci either. After all, he wasn't good at appraising treasures. Li Baibai also smiled. She had a cold personality and rarely took the initiative to ask for things. She believed that if Xian Tian and Jiang Ci got a similar spiritual longsword in the future, they wouldn't forget about her. Finally, it was time to distribute the remaining 1,000-year-old spiritual items in the suitcase. Since Xian Tian already got a low-grade spiritual weapon, he didn't participate in the distribution of the spiritual items. There were a total of 32,000-year-old spiritual items. Jiang Ci and Li Baibai each took half. For Jiang Ci, he finally got something from this trip to the Flame Dragon's lair. He really needed these items to replenish his spiritual qi. Of course, if he could get another item, it would be a great harvest. When the three were dividing the Flame Dragon's property, they didn't expect that the Sacred Union had a satellite monitoring the situation on Mount Etna. After all, this was the Flame Dragon's lair, and the Flame Dragon was the only golden core great demon that had slaughtered a human city. They had to keep an eye on the Flame Dragon's movements. When Jiang Ci and the others appeared in the sky above Mount Etna, the satellite captured them. In an underground military base of the Sacred Union, a military martial artist in charge of monitoring Mount Etna suddenly stood up in shock. "The three golden core powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom have come to our Western world. The cultivation realms after A-class have been deliberately spread by some people in the martial arts world." A big-nosed military officer quickly rushed over. After seeing the figures of Jiang Ci and the others on the screen, his face turned grim. "Is the Flame Dragon still in the sacred city?" He first asked another military martial artist. "It's still here. Earlier, it joined forces with the Silver Wolf King to kill a golden core cultivator from the Alpha Star." The big-nosed military officer thought for a while and suddenly said decisively, "Broadcast the satellite image of Mount Etna to the outside world and broadcast it live." "Colonel?" Someone didn't understand. "The Great Xia martial artists and the Flame Dragon are all our enemies. Let them fight it out first. It's best if both sides suffer, and let the powerhouses of the Sacred Union finish them off in one fell swoop." Colonel is wise. Everyone came to their senses. This was a tactic of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Soon, the live broadcast of Mount Etna was broadcasted all over the world. Suddenly, the people of the world were shocked. The people of Great Xia were the happiest and most proud of this. 3 gold core realm cultivators traversed nearly 10,000 kilometers. They're going to cause a big commotion. Rumor has it that the holy city of the Holy Alliance is acting strangely. It is suspected that a peerless treasure has appeared. They are definitely heading for the holy city. Snatch the treasure back. Trample the Western world and raise the prestige of our country. Is no one paying attention to where they are now? According to the live stream, that's the Flame Dragon's lair. Didn't Flame Dragon say that Jiang Ci didn't dare to go to the Western world? This time, we went straight to its doorstep. Of course, there was also public knowledge. Although these 3 people are golden core experts of our Xia kingdom, they have rashly stepped into the Western world. They have completely provoked hatred for our Xia kingdom. I request for them to be strongly condemned. Make them apologize to the Western world. Justice was in the hearts of the people. The person who posted this comment was scolded by the entire internet. He immediately logged out of the internet and stopped playing, worried that someone would follow the internet cable to find him. This kind of person only dared to use the keyboard as a sword and pretend to be a hero. In reality, he was a pile of dog shit. The Western world was also abuzz about this. This is an invasion. Where are peerless experts? Quickly go and kill these ugly invaders. Someone roared. They went to the flame dragon's lair. That's great. The peerless experts from the east quickly destroy that evil dragon. Someone was excited. At the same time, Flame Dragon, who was in the holy city, had received the news that its house had been robbed. It saw Flame Dragon, who was guarding its house, killed by Li Bai. Then it saw Jiang Xi and the other two swagger into its house. To the prideful Flame Dragon, this was a great humiliation. Moreover, all the treasures it had accumulated over the past 1,000 years were buried in its house. There were many precious treasures. I hope they won't find that animal skin box. It will be too late to rush back now. The more it thought about it, the angrier the Flame Dragon became. The flames it spat out were hundreds of feet high. Jiang Xi, you cowardly eastern trash. You only dare to do such sneaky things. If you have the guts, come to the holy city. I will turn you into ashes. It thought that this was Jiang Xi's revenge. After all, it did not provoke Xin Tian and Li Bai. The scene of Flame Dragon's anger was transmitted to the outside world by a golden core expert in the holy city. Jiang Xi and the others soon received this hot news. Only then did they know that their whereabouts had been exposed. However, if they were exposed, then so be it. They were not afraid at all. Jiang Xi even used his tactical communications watch to take a virtual light video of himself. He threw the gems and gold into the volcanic magma. He said casually, "Okay, big lizard, wait for me in the holy city. We will be there soon." What kind of crap is this? In the end, the sound of him throwing the gems and gold could be heard. Then he posted the video online. In a few seconds, it became the #1 trending topic on the internet. Therefore, the world was once again in an uproar. Almost everyone was shocked by Flame Dragon's collection. How long would it take to collect so many gems and gold? It was just that Jiang Xi was too wasteful. Couldn't he take them away? Why did he have to throw them into the volcanic magma? But then everyone reacted. Were the 3 golden core experts from the east really going to the holy city? Flame Dragon happened to be in the holy city. It would be a good show to watch. Just as many people thought when Flame Dragon saw this video, it was furious. Once again, its anger soared to the sky, and the entire holy city could hear its angry roar. Those gems and gold melted by the magma were secondary. They were just decorations to it. What made Flame Dragon's heart ache the most was that it saw the beast skin box at Riverward's feet and the spirit tool long saber in Xin Tian's hand. That was its most important collection. When it was still a small flame dragon, it came to Mount Etna for the first time. Then, it found the ancient animal skin box and the spiritual longsword at the top of the mountain. This kind of fortuitous encounter made it believe that Mount Etna was its destined blessed land. Therefore, it set up a home on the mountain. It had been almost 1,000 years. Now, its home was stolen by 3 thieves from the east. Roar! Jiang Xi, 3 trash from the east, you are dead. Its anger rose to the sky again. In a lair at the top of Mount Etna, the 3 quickly threw the gems and gold all over the ground into the magma and melted them all. Although Jiang Xi felt it was a pity, there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to expose that he had a storage ring. This leather box can block our spiritual sense detection. It doesn't look like an ordinary item, but we are about to go to the Millennium Holy City. It's inconvenient to take it with us, but it's a pity to leave it here. Li Bai frowned slightly. I don't want this thing. It's a hindrance when fighting. Xin Tian shook his head. Jiang Xi smiled and said, then give it to me. I will carry it. Chapter 2:12. Jiang Xi was still thinking about how to get this leather case, but he didn't expect that Xian and Li Bai didn't want it. It saved him a lot of trouble. He had already roughly identified the material of this leather case. If he guessed correctly, this should be made from the skin of a nascent soul-grade demon. Therefore, it could isolate their spiritual senses from probing. This was a good thing, even more precious than the low-grade spirit saber. Although Jiang Xi was puzzled, he didn't know who was so extravagant to make the skin of a nascent soul-great demon into a case so simply. But he didn't think too much about it, as long as he got the benefits. This beast skin case was nearly 2 meters long. If it was opened, the area would definitely not be small. Although he didn't have the conditions to use this skin to refine a spirit battle armor. But when he went back, he could simply cut it and make 2 armor vests. Wearing it on the body could also display the strong defensive effect of the beast skin. At that time, he and Jiang Daodu would each have one. The strongest defense was stable. At the current stage, there shouldn't be any gold core cultivators who could break through the defense of a nascent soul cultivator. Then, now we should go to that holy city. The 3 of them stood on a mountaintop and looked in the direction of the 1,000-year-old holy city. In the old era, the 1,000-year-old holy city was a transcendent place. After the arrival of the new era, it became the holy land of the Holy Alliance. Late last night, the forbidden area of the holy city suddenly appeared with a 5-colored brilliance. It was like a holy light that illuminated the land, making the holy city appear incomparably sacred. A 10,000-year spirit item caused the wind and clouds to gather here. The holy city was stained with blood. In several great battles, gold core experts fell here. After their deaths, their corpses and blood emitted a baleful aura that didn't dissipate for a long time. This was only a visual shock. Only those who were truly powerful would be able to experience the terror of the holy city. This seemingly sacred holy city faintly emitted an aura. Even gold core cultivators trembled in fear. Therefore, after Jiang Xi and the other 2 flew here from the sky, they didn't get close. They landed on the ground and walked forward. They also felt that kind of frightening aura. Intuition told them that flying above the holy city would be dangerous. We can't underestimate the heritage of the Western world. Xiantian's expression was solemn. Their inheritance is also thousands of years old. There must be something hidden. Jiang Xi nodded. Li Bai was not a talkative person, but he had a serious expression on his face. It had just drizzled, so the air was slightly fresh and filled with a faint mist. The 3 of them walked side by side on the bluestone floor towards the entrance of the holy city. At the entrance, a blond man stopped them. He was a spirit-gathering cultivator from the Western world. "Stop! You're not allowed to enter this place." They didn't know where he got the courage to block their way. "Scram!" Xian shouted coldly. The golden-haired man's face paled, and he quickly retreated. Jiang Xi understood that this person must have been instructed by someone to block their way. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not recognize the 3 of them. "Big brother, I think Jiang Xi is right. We shouldn't waste our breath on things that can be solved with our fists." Li Bai said expressionlessly. "Just now it was etiquette. Now it's war." Xiantian's gaze swept across the holy city. The eyes hidden in those buildings didn't dare to continue to spy on them, and they all disappeared. The 3 of them entered the city and walked towards the forbidden area of the holy city. This holy city was larger than the old era. After the establishment of the Holy Alliance, a large area around it was directly unified and divided into the new holy city. The old holy city that was less than half a square kilometer had become the forbidden area of the holy city. It was also the place that was covered by the barrier formed by the colorful brilliance. Jiang Xi maintained his usual good habits. When he arrived at a new place, he would observe the surroundings. After a round of investigation with his spiritual sense, he found that the ordinary people here had been moved to other places. Only the cultivators and great demons were left. At this time, there was no big battle. It seemed that after the few battles last night, these people and demons also needed to rest. "Hello, 3 guests from the east." When they passed by a wide alley, a handsome white young man walked out of the alley and greeted the three of them in a gentlemanly manner. Chris. Li Bai frowned slightly. Beautiful Miss Li Bai, it's my honor that you still remember me after 30 years. Chris was very surprised. Xian Tian also seemed to recognize who this person was. Only Jiang Xi was confused. He didn't know who this person was. This person called Chris was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. His breath was a little unstable. It seemed that he had just broken through to this realm recently. Because they didn't know whether he was a friend or a foe, Jiang Xi didn't say anything. What's the matter? Li Bai didn't plan to chat with Chris and asked directly. Li Bai and I are old friends. I knew that the three of you were coming. Considering that you might not be familiar with the environment here, I purposely waited here to be your guide. Chris was very enthusiastic. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian looked at Li Bai with a questioning gaze. He is a hidden powerhouse of the Shadow Kingdom. 30 years ago, he went to Ruin Number 06 to hunt monsters. We cooperated there and hunted a few Class A monsters. Li Bai explained. Xian Tian nodded and let Li Bai make the decision. Then we'll have to trouble you. Please take us directly to the forbidden area of the sacred city. Li Bai said to Chris. Please follow me. Clichy snapped his fingers and led the way. Looking at his back, Jiang Xi and the other two looked at each other and nodded slightly. They didn't let down their guard. They had the strength of the Golden Core realm. However, there were quite a number of Golden Core realm cultivators gathered in the sacred city. With Chris leading the way, they could find out more about the situation. The three of them followed Chris and soon went deep into the city. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, they should be almost at the forbidden area of the sacred city. 3 guests from the east, we're here. Chris turned around and smiled brightly. However, Jiang Xi and the other two didn't say anything. This was a dead end. Not far away, they could see the tall walls of the forbidden area of the sacred city and the colorful barrier. However, it was obvious that this was not the entrance to the forbidden area. Jiang Xi smiled. The fox finally showed its tail. Chris, what do you want to do? Li Bai asked with a serious face. She had a glimmer of hope for this old comrade of hers. Now, the last glimmer of hope disappeared. I want you to die. As long as you die, the sky of the Xia kingdom will collapse. Chris laughed wildly. Boom, boom. Another 2 figures with shocking aura appeared. They were also in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It was a fire dragon with fiery red scales and a silver-haired wolf howling in the moon. Fire Dragon and Silver Wolf King. This was a premeditated ambush. The 3 of you will die here today. Fire Dragon spat out fire from its mouth. It was furious. It saw Jiang Xi carrying its leather box on his back, and Xian Tian holding its black long sword. That was its family property. Of course, it was furious. Chapter 213. Jiang Xi ignored the roar of the flame dragon. Instead, he stared at Clichy. Compared to the angry lizard, he wanted to kill this little guy more. I hate two-faced people like you the most. Jiang Xi pointed his sword at Clichy. I have no choice. Your Xia kingdom is too strong. I have to do this. I have to kill the 3 of you. Only then can we have a chance to surpass the Xia kingdom. Clichy shrugged helplessly. His tone was full of pride. You are so confident, Li Bai asked coldly. Obviously, we have 3 Golden Core realm cultivators, and you only have 2. No matter how powerful Jiang Xi is, he is only in the spirit gathering realm. His means are not as good as a real Golden Core realm cultivator. So, the 3 of you must die today. Beautiful Miss Li Bai, I hope you won't hate me after you die. Clichy's face was full of a sunny smile. Humph. Jiang Xi snorted. The gale intent suddenly appeared. The gale whistled. His figure flashed, and he flew out with the sword light. His speed was far beyond the early Golden Core realm. He attacked without saying anything. Why waste time talking? Fuck. Clichy's face changed. His sunny smile disappeared. At the same time, he made a counterattack. But before he could lift his sword, puff! The Abyss Condensation Sword, a low-grade spiritual weapon, pierced his heart with the gale. He was only in the early Golden Core realm. His strength was not even as good as the Ironback Golden Centipede. How could he dodge Jiangxi's speed? One-hit kill. This was karma. A spirit-gathering realm cultivator would still kill you. You killed an early Golden Core realm cultivator. Experience points plus 1,000. Jiangxi sheathed his sword. It took less than 0.1 seconds to kill one person. At this time, the Flame Dragon and the Silver Wolf King just reacted. They let Jiangxi kill their people in front of them. The two Golden Core realm demons both roared. You are courting death. Roar. The Flame Dragon spat out a mouthful of blazing flames, attacking riverward. Similarly, the Silver Wolf King that wanted to kill Jiangxi was stopped by Xian Tian and Li Bai. Jiangxi was facing the Flame Dragon alone. His heart was as calm as still water, and he was very calm. He was already prepared to take action at any time the spirit energy in his entire body surged, and with a light swing of the profound condensation sword, the Gale True Meaning was activated once more. With a flash of sword light, a strong gust of wind rushed towards the red flames. Boom! The huge explosion caused by the collision set off a violent shockwave that swept through the space. Surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary floor tiles and buildings of the Holy City were completely undamaged. Not simple. However, at this moment, they didn't have the time to care about this. Battle. With just one strike, the man and the demon had displayed their formidable strength. Within the Holy City, the other cultivators and great demons were using their spiritual senses to observe the area. Seeing this scene, they were completely shocked by Jiangxi's strength. This young man from the east was too strong. He was only in the spirit nourishment realm, yet he was able to fight against the Gold Core realm. After exchanging blows once, Jiangxi was slightly surprised. The Flame Dragon's strength was much stronger than the Ironback Centipede from last time. He thought about it and understood the reason. This giant lizard's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, it had lived for many years and had rich combat experience, so its actual combat strength could barely reach the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, even if it was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, Jiangxi was not afraid. He was about to take the initiative to attack. However, at this moment, a red figure flew over like lightning and arrived in front of them in an instant. With a wave of his hand, powerful spiritual energy surged and set off waves of air, forcing Jiangxi and the two great demons to stop their attacks. This person was very strong. It was an old man in a red robe. He had silver hair and a very kind face. Jesus! The Flame Dragon was obviously a little afraid. Both it and the Silver Wolf King were vigilant as they looked at the kind old man. Pope of the Holy City, Jesus. Jiangxi's eyes flashed. He also recognized the old man's origin. Jesus was the leader of the Holy City in the new era and was quite famous. However, he did not expect that Jesus was also a powerful Golden Core cultivator. Jesus smiled and said, "The barrier of the Holy City's forbidden area is about to open. Can you give me face and stop fighting for a while? Let's go." The Flame Dragon and the Silver Wolf King snorted, then stared at Jiangxi fiercely and turned to leave. Jiangxi, Xian Tian, and Li Bai also looked at each other. This fight was definitely not going to continue. They also planned to leave first. Unexpectedly, Jesus stopped them. "The three of you, please wait." The three of them looked at Jesus in confusion. "What's the matter?" Xian Tian asked in a low voice. They did not want to have too much to do with this pope, because they all found that Jesus was a little mysterious. The move that stopped them just now seemed to have merged with the Holy City. It was very powerful. Jesus smiled and said, "The three of you are all Golden Core cultivators of the human race. This time, there are abnormal movements in the forbidden area of the Holy City. The 10,000-year-old spiritual object has caused chaos. I want to ask the three of you to help me break the colorful barrier covering the forbidden area and quell the crisis of the Holy City. Do you think we will help you?" Xian Tian asked. "You are here for the 10,000-year-old spiritual object in the forbidden area. If the barrier is not broken, you can't get it. So, it is better to work together and break the barrier first. Jesus' smile did not change. This reason was very good. Jiang Xi and the others did not continue to refuse. They nodded and followed Jesus to the forbidden area not far away. When they arrived at the entrance, they found that Jesus had invited more than the three of them. Basically, all the cultivators and monsters gathered in the holy city were here. After a rough count, there were more than 50 of them. Among them, there were about 10 in the golden core stage, and the rest were in the spirit nurturing stage. Jiang Xi also saw a familiar figure, the dragon python of the Mountain secret realm. This monster had also reached the golden core stage. At this time, the dragon python, who had shrunk 100 times in size, was accompanied by a black tortoise of the same size. It was also in the golden core stage. Jiang Xi nodded slightly to the dragon python. They had met last time. At that time, this terrifying monster wanted to kill him, but was stopped by Qin Shi. When they met again, he was no longer the A-level warrior who was chased by the dragon python. Now that they were in the same position and were both from the Great Xia Kingdom, it was a good time to say hello. The dragon python was very cold and unmoved. On the contrary, the black tortoise next to him grinned at Jiang Xi as if it was smiling. Jiang Xi felt a little strange. Had he seen this black tortoise before? But he still smiled. Then, Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai observed the forbidden area of the holy city together. They saw that the barrier formed by the colorful brilliance was like an inverted bowl. It enveloped the forbidden area of the holy city, which was less than half a square kilometer, and there was a thin mist flowing inside. In the middle of the forbidden area, there was a small tree about 3 meters tall. The leaves of the small tree were crystal green, and there were 4 tempting crystal fruits hanging on the branches, swaying. This was a mature, 10,000-year-old spiritual item. Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai's eyes lit up, and they looked at each other. They had to fight for it. They were very clear that at this stage, everyone's cultivation had just entered the golden core stage. Whoever got the 10,000-year-old spiritual item, their strength might advance by leaps and bounds and be ahead of others. Chapter 2:14. While Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai were observing the situation at the entrance, the golden core and spirit-nurturing cultivators, as well as the big demons, were also looking at the three of them with fear. They had all observed the scene of Jiang Xi killing Krishna and fighting the flame dragon with their spiritual senses. Among the dozen or so golden core cultivators present, only a few were confident that they could block Jiang Xi's sword. But there were exceptions. A middle-aged man with a pale and stiff face stared at Jiang Xi's back, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There was also a skinny old monk who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. But when Jiang Xi and the others arrived, his eyelids twitched. This time, Jiang Xi's sharp spiritual senses were not working, so he did not notice this. The more than 50 cultivators and big demons did not say much, and just waited quietly. The flame dragon and the silver wolf king also came from another place. No one wanted to miss the 10,000-year-old spiritual item in the forbidden area. Pope Jesus seemed to be emitting holy light, which was faintly compatible with the sacred city. He stood in front of the entrance and said to all the cultivators and big demons, "I know you are all here for the 10,000-year-old spiritual item. I will not stop you with the treasure in front of you. But I only have one request. Do not destroy the buildings in the sacred city, or don't blame me for being rude." The cultivators and the great demons all had tense faces. They didn't say anything, but they all listened to Hessus's words. Obviously, they had seen Pope Jesus' strength before. With some kind of mysterious connection with the sacred city, Pope Jesus' strength was definitely one of the top few people. Now, please work together to open this 5-colored barrier. Pope Jesus shouted, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out. Then, he slapped his palm first, and a huge palm formed by holy light suddenly fell on the 5-colored barrier. Boom, boom. The shocking power was like thunder, and the 5-colored barrier trembled a little. It actually trembled. Quick, let's work together. An early-stage golden core cultivator said excitedly. Immediately, the cultivators and greater demons gathered at the entrance attacked at the same time, unleashing all kinds of attacks. Saber lights, sword shadows, lightning flashes, thunder rolls, flames, astral winds, and so on all attacked the five-color barrier. These powerful attacks could definitely turn a golden core stage cultivator into nothingness. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible five-colored barrier like glass. Break! Hessus roared, and the holy light on his body became clear. The white light blazed and instantly condensed into a holy light spear. He grabbed the spear of holy light and threw it at the cracked five-colored barrier. Crash! A large hole appeared in the five-colored barrier. The crowd and the demons were pleasantly surprised and shocked. The pleasant surprise was that the forbidden area had been opened. What shocked him was that Yesus's strength had definitely surpassed the middle stage of Gold Core. He was much stronger than they had imagined. Haha, the 10,000-year-old spiritual item is mine. When everyone was shocked, a spirit-gathering cultivator actually reacted the fastest and rushed directly to the broken hole excitedly. A mere spirit-gathering cultivator dares to be presumptuous. The fleshy wings of the flame dragon flapped, and a blade-like flame flew out and fell directly on the excited spirit-gathering cultivator. Puff! The man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. The ferocious and bloodthirsty flame dragon shocked those spirit-gathering cultivators and greater demons. But who would be willing to give up the treasure in front of them? Moreover, this was a 10,000-year-old spiritual item. As long as one could get one of the four fruits, they might be able to reach the golden core stage. It can't kill all of us. Let's take advantage of the chaos. Some other spirit-gathering cultivators shouted. Suddenly, more than 40 spirit-gathering cultivators and greater demons rushed to the hole in the five-colored barrier. Indeed, as he said, no matter how ferocious the flame dragon was, it couldn't kill everyone in an instant. Soon, everyone rushed in. The fiery dragon roared angrily. Rolling up the flames, it also flashed and entered. Let's go in too. Xian Tian shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the three of them passed through the five-color barrier side by side. At this time, the other golden core cultivators and greater demons didn't fall behind, and they all displayed their fastest speed. They were not afraid of the spirit-gathering cultivators fighting for it, but they were afraid of the golden core cultivators fighting for it. Whoosh! In less than a breath, everyone entered the forbidden area of the sacred city. Jesus was the last one to go in. In the chaos, no one noticed that before Jesus passed through the five-colored barrier. With a wave of his hand, the broken hole was restored as before, and he easily passed through the complete five-colored barrier without any hindrance. Kill! A group of excited spirit-gathering cultivators and great demon beasts rushed into the forbidden area and immediately wanted to rush to the small tree. Then, everyone was stunned, because the scene in front of them was completely different from what they saw outside. The forbidden area inside the five-color barrier was actually a dim and barren space. Only in the depths of the space, there was a white holy light illuminating an area. And what emitted the holy light was a withered small tree, less than 1 meter high. On the trunk of the small tree, there was only one branch with a crystal green leaf. How is this a 10,000-year-old spiritual object? It was obviously a spiritual object that was about to wither. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of golden core cultivators and greater demons also rushed in and were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Where was the 10,000-year-old spiritual object? Jiang Xi also instantly became alert and spread out his spiritual sense. Then, he found that his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the holy light emitted by the withered small tree. It was a little strange. Big brother, sister bye-bye, be careful. The holy light looks sacred, but it seems to reveal a kind of gloominess. Jiang Xi reminded in a low voice. Xian Tian and Li Bye-bye nodded with a solemn expression. They also noticed it, but they weren't as sharp as Jiang Xi's spiritual sense. There seemed to be something wrong with this matter. Was it a camouflage or something? Jiang Si vaguely guessed something in his heart. This should be some kind of spatial array. It was somewhat similar to the Palace of Tomorrow in the Fengdu's secret realm. The palace had a limited area, but it hid an endless barren space. The array here should have the same effect, but the scale was much smaller. From the outside of the five-color barrier, the forbidden area of the holy city was less than half a square kilometer, but after entering, it was a big space. However, Jiang Si didn't know what kind of spatial array it was. Although he had sorted out and comprehended Taoist Ji's inheritance memory many times, he didn't study the array in depth. In addition, he couldn't figure out why the small tree had changed so much. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be another array in this space, and it should be related to the small tree. Before Jiang Si could start to investigate, at this moment, someone suddenly said, "This is the root of a 10,000-year-old spiritual object. When it matures, it will bear a 10,000-year-old spiritual object fruit. What we saw outside should be its mature appearance." The person who spoke was actually Jesus. Chapter 2:15. Jesus was the Pope of the sacred city, but he took the initiative to reveal this information. What was his purpose? But at this time, no one thought about it, because his words were like a fire, igniting the greed of the cultivators and the big demons again. They all looked at the withered tree full of holy light with red eyes. All the cultivators and big demons present had been through hundreds of battles. Everyone knew very well that there were originally 4 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits, so they had a better chance of getting the fruit. But at this time, there was only one 10,000-year-old spiritual root. It must belong to the one who lived to the end. The war was about to break out. Boom! Some demons started to attack directly. Kill. The 10,000-year-old spiritual root is mine. A big demon at the spirit gathering stage roared with his soul sense and attacked the cultivators next to him. Puff! Puff! The next moment, several powerful attacks directly tore its huge body apart, and it died. Those who block me will die. Roar! The fierce scuffle was accompanied by roars and fighting sounds. More than 40 cultivators at the spirit gathering stage were killed in just a moment. At the same time, the gold core stage also started a fight. Cultivators and big demons were no longer divided into camps. They all had the purpose of killing other people and demons. For a time, this forbidden space was filled with thunder, wind, and clouds, as if it was the end of the world. What was shocking was that the dragon python and the black tortoise from the territory of the Xia kingdom were also very powerful. Although their cultivation was at the early stage of the gold core stage, under the joint efforts of the two big demons, dark clouds and black rain, directly strangled a big demon at the gold core stage of the Western world. The moment they attacked, all the cultivators and great demons were intimidated. Jiang Si, Xin Tian, and Li Bai were standing together at this time, and they didn't take the initiative to attack. Seeing this scene, they were also shocked. The dragon python and the black tortoise were indeed the demons in myths and legends. Jiang Si, go to hell. But at this time, a furious roar sounded. The flame dragon in the distance directly attacked Jiang Si. Raging red flames were spat out from its mouth. The temperature was so hot that it seemed to be able to melt everything. Hey, Jiang Si was not afraid of it at all. I was just looking for you. The sword light of the profound condensation sword flashed and swept towards the flames of the flame dragon. At the side, Xin Tian and Li Bai wanted to help. However, another huge white figure with a powerful aura suddenly flashed and arrived. It was the Silver Wolf King. Xin Tian and Li Bai were famous in the human martial arts world, but they seemed to be useless against the Silver Wolf King. Roar! Your opponent is me. The Silver Wolf King bared its fangs fiercely at the two of them. It was originally a spirit-nurturing stage wolf howling in the moon. 3 months ago, it cultivated into the gold core stage during the spiritual aura recovery. The howling in the moon wolf was at least 100 meters long. However, The Silver Wolf King was only 10 meters tall. This was because after reaching the golden core stage, its spiritual energy would be refined and condensed. Its body size would also shrink, and its strength would become even stronger. Bye-bye, this beast is mine. Go and help Jiang Xi. Xian Tian stepped forward with an excited expression on his face. Li Bai was helpless. She said that she would let her attack first, but until now, she had not even moved her sword once. However, she also knew that the most important thing now was to help Jiang Xi. Her figure flashed, and she was about to rush over. The Silver Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and spat out a white light wave, trying to stop Li Bai. However, Li Bai ignored it and quickly passed through its obstruction. Ha, beast! Take this! Xian Tian laughed and slashed with his sword. The sword light was sharp and directly scattered the white light wave. At this time, Xian Tian's cells were boiling. After reaching the golden core stage for several months, he could finally sharpen his sword against a real golden core stage demon. The undead creatures in the Jade Lake's secret realm did not count, because he was still in the spirit-nurturing stage. How could it be better to defeat a strong opponent than to crush a strong one? Roar! The Silver Wolf King raised its head and roared, but did not stop Li Bai. Puny human, you're only food for the demon race. The golden core stage demon's aura suddenly exploded, and it pounced towards Xian Tian. Demons had strong bodies and preferred to fight with their bodies. Oomph! Xian Tian snorted angrily, and a shocking true meaning of saber condensed in an instant. He was using the black saber that he had just obtained from the flame dragon's lair. Even if it was not refined, the quality of an inferior-grade spiritual weapon was at least 10 times higher than an ordinary spiritual weapon. Slash! The saber seemed to be able to cut through the sky as it slashed out. The domineering aura made the Silver Wolf King's fur tremble. Oh no! It knew that it had to go all out, or it would be very dangerous. Its white fur lit up with a white light, condensing into a layer of protective light. Oh! The Silver Wolf King roared. At the same time, it waved its giant claws that were suffused with white light, and slapped towards Xian Tian's saber. Die, human! Crack! Under the enhancement of the protective light, its sturdy giant claws could only cause a slight obstruction before it could no longer block the powerful saber. The wolf claws that were larger than millstones were chopped to the ground, and a ferocious aura spread out. Oh! The Silver Wolf King howled and did not dare to fight anymore. It wanted to escape, but it was stopped by Xian Tian. It could only brace itself and face the attack once more. However, there was no way it could escape in this space. At the same time, Li Bai was unable to help Jiang Xi in the end. She was stopped by a bearded golden core cultivator from the Sacred Alliance. Faced with another obstruction, Li Bai was furious and attacked brazenly. Her sword was as fast as the stars, and she had the upper hand. However, she vaguely felt that they were being targeted. The Flame Dragon, the Silver Wolf King, and the Golden Core Cultivator from the Sacred Alliance were so coordinated. It was chaos in the forbidden space. Jiang Xi was not worried about the battle between Xian Tian and Li Bai. He only glanced at them and turned his attention back to the Flame Dragon in front of him. No need to look anymore. No one can help you this time. I was already at the Golden Core stage 300 years ago. I've been sleeping since then. Coincidentally, with the revival of Spirit Qi, my strength has become even stronger. This world will be my era. The Flame Dragon's voice was like the ringing of a bell. It was arrogant, as if it was looking down on the world. Don't talk nonsense. You're still so confident. Haven't you been taught a lesson by an old Taoist for 300 years? Jiang Xi retorted. Oh, you're courting death. The Flame Dragon roared. Its sore spot had been poked. Its giant wings flapped violently, and at the same time, flames spewed out. The wind helped the flames, and the power of the red flames increased by 30%. Little fire-breathing lizard, Jiang Xi did not stop talking, but his hands did not relax either. The profound condensation sword continuously slashed out powerful sword light. At the same time, with the help of the wind, His body flashed and approached the flame dragon. After the sword light dispersed the flame breath of the flame dragon, Jiang Ziyi also came to the front of the flame dragon. He wanted to fight in close combat, because the flame dragon was very strong. It barely had the combat power of the middle stage of Golden Core. At this stage, it was definitely a top Golden Core powerhouse. Since the flame dragon always breathed fire at him, it was obvious that the flame dragon had the upper hand. However, if it was close combat, the flame dragon's body was bigger, and its flexibility was definitely not as good as his. That was his advantage. Haha, you are only at the spirit gathering stage. Without the protective light, you dare to fight me in close combat. The flame dragon laughed loudly. The spiritual power of the Golden Core stage had completed the transformation. It could construct a layer of protective light to enhance the defense. This was also one of the means of the Golden Core stage to crush the spirit gathering stage. Chapter 2:16. Haha, you're only at the spirit gathering stage. How dare you fight me in close combat without a protective light? The flame dragon laughed loudly. The spiritual power of the Gold Core stage had completed the transformation and could construct a layer of protective light to enhance the defense. This was also one of the means of crushing the spirit gathering stage in the Gold Core stage. In the face of the flame dragon's ridicule, Jiang Ziyi just sneered, haha. The spiritual power of the whole body was running in a special way, and a thin layer of purple light covered the whole body. At the same time, accompanied by gusts of wind, circling around the body, filled with inexplicable Tao rhyme. A purple protective light. What? The flame dragon was shocked. Using the means of the Gold Core stage in the spirit gathering stage? It must be fake. Go to hell. The flame dragon didn't believe it. With a roar, the red protective light of the whole body was like a flame, with a temperature of thousands of degrees, as if it could melt steel. The huge fleshy wings were like flaming scythes, waving at Jiang Ziyi. It can't be fake. Jiang Ziyi seemed casual, and the profound condensation sword instantly attacked. The Tao rhyme spread, and the long sword condensed into a layer of sword shadow that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. He used the sword intent at the beginning. Poof! The profound condensation sword pierced through the fleshy wings of the flame dragon, and the power of the sword shadow broke a big bloody hole on it. Roar! The flame dragon roared in pain. The other fleshy wings with flames fell on Jiang Ziyi's side like lightning. Clang! It was like hitting a shield, and it didn't break the defense. Impossible! The flame dragon opened its eyes wide in disbelief. With its strength, the blow just now could definitely easily kill a spirit gathering stage cultivator, and even a Gold Core stage cultivator would be injured. But Jiang Ziyi blocked it easily. What shocked it even more was that Jiang Ziyi's protective light was even stronger than its own. Is this the spirit gathering stage? Nothing is impossible. Come again. Jiang Ziyi was in high spirits. This battle was much more refreshing than the time when he killed the iron-backed golden centipede. His protective light was indeed condensed by the spiritual power. Although he hadn't formed the Gold Core yet, his 100 refining method had completed 1/10. That was 10 times 10,000 hammers. Under this kind of tempering, his spiritual energy had already undergone a transformation. Furthermore, the degree of transformation was absolutely not inferior to the early Aurus Core stage. Therefore, he was able to rely on his spiritual energy to display the protective light, a technique that was only available after reaching the Golden Core stage. Other than that, he had also integrated the Gale true intent into his protective light. His defensive capabilities were not something an ordinary Golden Core stager could compare with. Cultivation level, spirit accumulation, late stage 882008, 8200, Tao techniques, true intent of Gale, 500,000/500,000, sword intent, 820, 5861 million, amplitude, 16, 591 deduction, 10,000 EXP per use cultivation method, purple cloud sword manual, Peacock visualization experience. 9. 77 million through the panel, it could be seen. Through another 3 months of secluded cultivation, his comprehension level towards sword true intent already reached over 80%. The amplification of spiritual power was more than 16 times. After using the sword intent, the strength of 1 unit of spiritual energy was equivalent to 591 times of the original. Furthermore, Jiangxi's spiritual energy had already begun to transform. The strength of his spiritual energy was even higher than the early Aurous core stage. Therefore, others might think that he was only at the late spirit accumulation stage. But in reality, even if he was at the middle Aurous core stage, he would not be afraid. This was where Jiangxi's confidence lay in his fearlessness towards the flame dragon. He wantonly displayed his strength, completely suppressing the flame dragon. Furthermore, the profound condensation sword was also a low-grade spiritual weapon, much more powerful than the flame dragon's body. With this, the flame dragon gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The flame dragon was anxious, and its raging flames rose. It was confident that it could fight against the middle Aurous core stage, but now it was going to lose to a human cultivator at the late spirit accumulation stage? Impossible. You're just a spirit accumulation stage human. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me. The flame dragon's angry roar echoed in this space. It realized that it could not do anything to Jiangxi. Jiangxi could break its protective light, but it could not break Jiangxi's. What made it even more annoyed was that Jiangxi's movement technique was very agile. It was difficult for it to catch Jiangxi. Don't take my benevolence as your capital to be arrogant. After provoking me for so long, is this all you've got? Facing the flame dragon's angry roar, Jiangxi was very calm, and his mouth mocked mercilessly. The profound condensation sword light and sword shadows constantly slashed across the flame dragon's body, leaving behind horrifying wounds. Therefore, the flame dragon was even more furious. It's time to end this. Jiangxi had already noticed that there were many gazes gathered here. If they continued to fight, there might be people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and come up to interfere. Sword intent. Although Jiangxi was carrying an animal skin box, his movements were not affected. The sword light flashed, and the profound condensation sword's Taoist rhyme seemed to be able to affect the surrounding space, making the flame dragon feel a piercing chill. Roar! Damn Easterner! The flame dragon was shocked and spat out red flames from its mouth. It wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand, so it used all its trump cards. Kill. However, Jiangxi ignored it and swung his sword. The sword shadow that was almost the size of the sword suddenly pierced through space and arrived in front of the crazy flame dragon. Chi! The sword shadow pierced through the flame dragon's head. It was a one-hit kill. Its flame breath and protective light were of no use at all. You killed an early-stage golden core flame dragon. Experience points plus 1,000. At the same time, Jiangxi activated the Gale True Intent and flashed continuously, dodging the flame breath. Boom! The flame dragon fell to the ground, and the blood that flowed out was like lava, emitting an extremely high temperature. A powerful golden core great demon died, just like that. In the distance, the cultivators and great demons were shocked when they saw this scene, and they looked at Jiangxi in horror. Too powerful. It was beyond everyone's expectations. One had to know that the flame dragon had already proven its strength in the few battles last night. It joined forces with the Silver Wolf King and successfully killed a golden core cultivator from Planet Alpha. However, even such a powerful flame dragon was killed by Jiangxi's sword. That Jiangxi is strange. Not only is his spiritual energy strong, but the sword in his hand is also not an ordinary item. That's why he can suppress the flame dragon in terms of attack. Someone analyzed. There were also people who observed the battle between the Xian Tian and the Silver Wolf King and secretly asked with greed. Also, The black saber that Xian Tian is using looks different from the spiritual weapons we use. What kind of weapons are they using? Even though everyone was tempted by the weapons in Jiang Xi and Xian Tian's hands, no one dared to make a move, because they did not dare to underestimate the combat power displayed by Jiang Xi and the other two. At this moment, the skinny old monk was staring at the spiritual weapons in Jiang Xi and Xian Tian's hands. He did not hide the greed in his eyes, and he did not look like a Buddhist cultivator at all. Just now, he killed a few spirit-nurturing stage demons with a wave of his hand. Since then, no cultivator or demon dared to challenge him. It seems that the inheritance of the people of the Xia is almost broken. That kid called Xian Tian actually did not refine the spiritual weapon after obtaining it. This is a chance for me. If I can obtain a spiritual weapon, my strength will at least double. Then, I will be invincible in this world. He was the old monk who had awakened from the ruins of the ancient pagoda in Peacock Country. Because his cultivation method was special, he had lived for a long time and had seen many things. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of spiritual weapons, but he had never obtained one before. Compared to the sword in Jiang Xi's hand, he felt that Xian Tian's saber was easier to obtain and easier to refine. Thinking of this, the old monk Mo Tuo's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. What was surprising was that the surrounding cultivators and great demons did not notice his disappearance at all. Chapter 217. Haha, well done. On the other side, Xian Tian cheered loudly when he saw Jiang Xi finish off the Flay Dragon. He also strengthened his attack to finish off the Silver Wolf King. Although the spiritual saber in his hand had not been refined, he could completely crush the Silver Wolf King in the early stage of Golden Core with his own strength. In fact, the Silver Wolf King could not hold on any longer. Xian Tian did not kill it immediately. He just wanted to use it to sharpen his saber. Oh, the Silver Wolf King was terrified. It wanted to escape, but also wanted to beg for mercy. Weren't you quite fierce just now? Xian Tian was not confused by it. Poochie, the saber fell. The saber's shadow swept past the Silver Wolf King's neck. The huge wolf head fell to the ground. Golden Core stage, so this is it. Xian Tian expressed the same feeling as Jiang Xi. Whoosh! But at this moment, the skinny old monk quietly appeared behind Xian Tian. He did not say anything. He waved his hand and formed a golden fist, smashing it at Xian Tian's back. This was a sneak attack. Haha, old monks are unreasonable now. Xian Tian turned around and slashed back, not afraid of him at all. The saber's shadow and the fist collided. Boom, boom. The fierce collision of auras swept out, shocking the people hiding in the dark. Who was this old monk? His strength was actually on par with Xian Tian's. He is a Peacock Country's spirit vessel stage. Cultivator seemed to remember something. Then he exclaimed, Imota, a Buddhist monk from 1,000 years ago who later changed to Brahmin and became the high priest of Brahmin. I didn't expect him to still be alive after 1,000 years. Emotua was not an ordinary person. 1,000 years ago, he was a practitioner of ancient yoga. He was very famous in the history of Peacock Country. After the World Qi revival, Peacock Country once dug up the things left by Emotua, so there were still people who knew of his existence. On the other side, Jiang Xi and Xian Tian also heard that person's exclamation. No wonder. This old man doesn't look like a Buddhist. The greed in his eyes is 100 times stronger than a normal person's. Xian Tian's expression was solemn. An old fellow who had lived for 1,000 years would definitely have a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He was definitely not easy to deal with. Give me your saber, and I'll spare your life. Mo Tuo stared at Xian Tian's saber. It turns out that after living for 1,000 years, you can become more thick-skinned. Xian Tian learned some of Jiang Xi's kung fu. Mo Tuo's nasal voice was like a lion's roar, making people feel dizzy. This was a spiritual sense attack. At the same time, he formed a diamond lion seal and punched out. Haha, you're a good whetstone. Xian Tian laughed heartily, full of fighting spirit. The startling saber intent instantly condensed. He had a breakthrough. The two of them exchanged blows once again. The intense scene caused the cultivators and greater demons in the distance to feel apprehensive. Everyone had come for the 10,000-year-old spiritual item, but could they win against such powerhouses? Jiang Ci smiled faintly. He had intended to help, but he did not expect Xian Tian to be able to deal with it alone. Then there was no need to worry. He turned his gaze to the other side. Li Baibai was still fighting with the bearded golden core cultivator. Although Li Baibai was stronger than her opponent, she could not completely defeat or kill him in a short time. After all, she did not have a spiritual weapon and had not comprehended the true meaning of Tao. She could only rely on her fast sword and speed to prevent her opponent from escaping. Sister Baibai, let's end this quickly. Let's kill him together. Jiang Ci's footsteps were light as he flashed to help. Li Baibai did not try to be brave and did not refuse Jiang Ci's help. Dealing with the enemy in front of her was the most important thing. The two of you, there is no enmity between us. I was just coerced by Jesus to attack you. The bearded golden core cultivator from the Sacred Alliance saw Jiang Ci rushing over, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly begged for mercy. His words made Jiang Ci's expression change slightly. That kind-looking pope was also dealing with the three of them behind their backs. Jiang Ci spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the space. Where was Jesus? He was still here a moment ago, but now he had disappeared. I'll kill you first. Jiang Ci's eyes were cold. He did not believe that the bearded man had been coerced. How could a golden core cultivator be coerced? Therefore, no matter what Jesus was plotting, the bearded golden core cultivator from the Western world was an enemy. Enemies deserve to die. If I die, you won't have an easy time either. The bearded man knew that he could not withstand the joint attack of Jiang Ci and Li Baibai. After a roar, the spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and his whole body began to inflate like a balloon. He was going to self-detonate. This scene immediately caused the surrounding cultivators and great demons who were engaged in a chaotic battle to retreat. To them, at this stage, the power of a golden core cultivator's self-detonation was absolutely destructive. If they were too close and were affected, they would either die or be injured. You're still not good enough to self-detonate in front of me. Jiang Ci calmed down at this moment. He was not the ancestor of self-detonation, but at least he was someone who had done it many times and had rich experience. In the past, when he used the experience panel to increase his strength, he would often overload his body with energy. That kind of feeling was similar to self-detonation. Therefore, he was very familiar with this process. Moreover, in Taoist Ji's inherited memories, there was a description of self-detonation and a detailed explanation of how to deal with it. The simplest method was to let the inflated balloon deflate. However, it could not be too rough, or the deflation would turn into an explosion. Whoosh! The abyss coagulation sword attacked again. The gale true intent appeared on the tip of the sword and condensed into the shape of a needle. Then, Jiang Ci's speed reached the extreme. A shadow flashed past, and the long sword was sent out. There was a sizzling sound. It was as if something had deflated. Ah! The bearded man screamed. His inflated body returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. His whole body was covered in blood. His skin was cracked, and his blood vessels were broken. It was only to see riverward's sword stabbing into his lower dantian. That was where the golden core was, where spiritual energy gathered the most. The needle-like gale true intent directly pierced a hole in his lower dantian. Whoosh! Jiang Ci raised his longsword, and the sharp blade pierced through the bearded man's lower jaw. You killed an early-stage golden core cultivator. Experience points plus 1,000. In just a few minutes, he killed 2 golden core cultivators. Xian Tian also killed a golden core silver wolf king. In addition, the dragon python and black tortoise worked together to kill the golden core demon. In just a short while, the 3 humans and 2 demons from the Desya kingdom had killed 4 golden core cultivators. And this time, there were only a dozen golden core cultivators who entered the holy city's forbidden area. The specific number was 13. They killed nearly 1/3 of the golden core cultivators. It was extremely brutal. At this time, there were less than 30 cultivators and demons left. Golden core cultivators and demons, including the spirit-nurturing cultivators. However, even though so many had died, everyone was still fighting fiercely. No one was willing to give up or retreat. After all, there was only one 10,000-year-old spiritual root. No one noticed that some strange changes had happened to the corpses of the dead cultivators and demons. The blood in the corpses and the spiritual energy that had not dissipated were seeping into the ground bit by bit. Chapter 218. The forbidden area of the holy city, which was less than half a square kilometer, was enveloped by the 5-color barrier. At this moment, the 5-color barrier had already returned to normal. 2 figures stood on the tall city wall of the forbidden area of the holy city. One of them was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a red robe. They were the founder of the Liberal Alliance, Hermit Yuan Qing, and the Pope of the holy city, Jesus. The spatial array of the forbidden area of the holy city is indeed extraordinary. It can create a barren space of tens of thousands of square kilometers in an area of half a square kilometer. Hermit Yuan Qing praised. If it weren't for his cold voice, he would have left a good impression on others. This is an array created by the sacred Lord 2,000 years ago. Of course, it's extraordinary. Your spirit refinement blood array is much more ordinary compared to this array. Jesus made a few standard movements with a devout expression and asked 21 spirit nourishment blood spirits and 4 golden core blood spirits. Isn't that enough to activate the spirit refinement blood array? Of course not. In order for this 10,000-year-old spiritual item to mature and bear fruit, at least 1 golden core blood spirit and 5 spirit nourishment blood spirits are needed. Hermit Yuan Qing said calmly. He didn't care about Jesus' belittling. Alas, no matter what, after this battle, my reputation is pretty much ruined. But I did all of this so that the holy light of the Lord can shine on this land again. May the Lord forgive me. Jesus looked at the 5-colored barrier in front of him with a sorrowful expression. Hermit Yuan Qing, didn't hide his sarcasm. Jesus didn't care and prayed with a devout expression. Inside the forbidden area of the holy city, Jiang Xi and Li Baibai had finished off their opponents. Xian Tian and the old monk from the Peacock country, Mo Tua, were still locked in a fierce battle. The spiritual power and aura that erupted from the two caused the spiritual energy in the area to go berserk. Mo Tua was very powerful. His eyes were glowing, and his skinny body seemed to contain endless power. With the help of the golden protective light, he could catch Xian Tian's long sword with his bare hands. An old demon that had lived for thousands of years wasn't easy to deal with. His combat power is close to the late-stage golden core realm. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed as he and Li Baibai looked at each other. They were ready to help Xian Tian. The bearded golden core cultivator from the Holy Alliance had revealed an important piece of information. There was something wrong with Jesus. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and seize the 10,000-year-old spiritual root before retreating. The two of them rushed towards the old monk Emota. But at this moment, an invisible palm print attacked Jiang Xi. The palm print emitted a sinister aura, giving people a chill that came from their souls. Danger! Jiang Xi's face suddenly changed, and all the hairs on his body trembled. He hurriedly dodged. However, he discovered that the speed of the invisible palm print seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, the palm print chased after him relentlessly. Even though he had executed the true intent of Gale with all his might and his speed had reached the pinnacle, he was still unable to shake off the pursuit of the palm print. The speed of the palm print had surpassed the middle gold core stage. This invisible palm print is very familiar. It seems to be something hidden under the ancestral hall of the Ma family. This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. The formless palm print, along with a terrifying and eerie aura, instantly exploded and abruptly struck Jiang Xi's back. Bang! A thunderous sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, caused the souls of all the cultivators and great demons in this space to tremble. Their spiritual senses seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Jiangxi's entire body was sent flying. Like a meteor, he instantly disappeared into the depths of the forbidden space. So cold, his entire body was in intense pain and cold. The bone-piercing chill made his body feel as if it was about to freeze. The powerful force of the palm print was blocked by him. It was not his body that blocked it, but the animal skin box that he had been carrying, which happened to help him block the blow. However, he was still injured by the aftershock of the explosion of the invisible palm print. The eerie aura also entered his body. This is the strength of a late gold core stage. Could it be the Ma family's patriarch? He is here too? Jiang Xi quickly controlled his body and circulated his spiritual power, quickly dispelling the eerie aura all over his body at the same time. Faces flashed through his mind. Almost instantly, he recalled that at the entrance of the holy city's forbidden area, there was a middle-aged man with a pale and stiff face. That person also had the face of the great Xia kingdom. This invisible palm print and eerie aura are exactly the same as what I encountered in the Ma family. It must be the Ma family's patriarch. The fourth awakening of spiritual power has truly awakened him. Jiang Xi understood all this. Rustle, that terrifying eerie aura filled the air, and the chilly wind blew. That middle-aged man with a pale and stiff face had caught up to him. You must die today for severing my bloodline. His tone was emotionless. It was neither sad nor happy, just like a corpse. This sentence made Jiang Xi confirm that this person was the Ma family's patriarch. Moreover, the Ma family's patriarch was no longer human. The Ma family's inheritance was the corpse driving lineage. The Ma family's patriarch in front of him had cultivated himself into a zombie. The aura emitted from his body was not the eerie aura of the ghosts in the Fengdu secret realm, but the aura of a corpse. Late-stage gold core stage. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. No matter what the Ma family's patriarch was, he was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. He wanted to run, but this space was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. There was nowhere to run. He could only fight. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi's body was covered with a thin layer of purple protective light. With a swoosh, the profound coagulation sword condensed a layer of sword shadow. The sword light flickered, and the wind howled. Sword intent. Gale intent. He was in his strongest state. Oomph. The Ma family's patriarch waved his hand and sent out another formless palm print. After the eerie aura spread out, it seemed to be faintly compatible with something in this space. A person who should have died long ago. I want to see how powerful you are. Jiang Xi maintained his calm. Whoosh, the profound coagulation, sword slashed out continuously. The huge sword light seemed to be able to cut through space as it welcomed the formless palm print at the same time. His figure flickered and arrived in front of the Ma family's patriarch. The profound coagulation sword, which was a low-grade spiritual artifact, carried the sword intense sword shadow and pierced out at lightning speed. Chi. When it pierced the Ma family's patriarch's body, it actually produced a metallic sound. It only pierced a small wound that was an inch deep. He obviously doesn't have the protective light, but his body's defense is so strong. How did this old man train? Jiang Xi was shocked. You must die today if you cut off my bloodline. The Ma family's patriarch repeated his words in a mechanical manner. He moved his feet and sent another palm strike towards Jiang Xi. Woo woo woo. For a moment, the wind howled like a ghost. The wind blew violently, and corpse chi filled the air. I don't believe it. Jiang Xi was ruthless. He pushed his speed to the extreme and circled around the Ma family's patriarch rapidly. The gale intent and sword intense Taoist rhyme surged wildly in the surroundings. Accompanied by surging spiritual energy, he continuously struck out with his sword. You must die today if you cut off my bloodline. The Ma family's patriarch continued to repeat his words in a mechanical manner and sent out a series of powerful palm prints. Ding, ding, ding. Riverward had truly unleashed his full strength. Even if a mid-stage golden core cultivator were to come, they would be severely injured or even killed by the sword beams and sword shadows. But when it landed on the Ma family's patriarch, it only caused light injuries. The only thing that made Jiang Xi heave a sigh of relief was that this zombie also had a weakness. His agility is very poor, and his movements are very stiff. Only his straight-line speed is faster than me. Chapter 219. When Jiang Xi and the Ma family patriarch were fighting in the depths of the forbidden space. Just now, Li Baibai had wanted to go over and help, but she was quickly stopped by a golden core stage demon from the Western world and was unable to get away. On the other side, Xin Tian was still fighting with the old monk Mo Ta from the Peacock country. Both of them were equally matched, and both of them were close to the golden core realm. The battle in these two places was extremely intense. The cultivators and demons who were still alive were shocked, and no one dared to approach. Other than Xin Tian and Li Baibai, the other two demons from the Great Xia Kingdom, the Dragon Python and the Black Tortoise, were also attacking a golden core cultivator from the Western world. Very quickly, the golden core stage cultivator let out a roar of grief and indignation as he died. Blood splattered on the ground and seeped into the ground. Spiritual power was also diffusing. Another golden core cultivator had died. The humans and demons of the Great Xia Kingdom were extremely cruel. Outside the five-colored barrier, after the golden core cultivator from the Western world died, the Yuan Qingshan cultivators and Hessis's eyes lit up. They had gathered all the blood spirits. For the holy light of the Lord, let's begin. Holy light faintly appeared on Hessis's face. It was incomparably sacred. The Yuan Qingshan cultivators did not laugh this time. Instead, they solemnly formed hand seals. In less than a breath, they formed thousands of hand seals and struck the five-colored barrier. Spirit, refinement, blood formation, rise. In an instant, wisps of blood-red light began to emerge from the five-colored barrier and became denser. From the outside, the forbidden space of the holy city seemed to have turned into a bloody purgatory. In the forbidden space, there were less than 20 cultivators and great demons left, but everyone was still fighting until their heads bled. They would not stop until one of them was dead. Why did the sky turn red? Someone noticed that the sky in the forbidden space had changed color. What is that? Some demons also saw blood-red snakes crawling out from the ground and wandering in this space. There were more than 30 of them. With such an unforeseen event, the cultivators and demons simultaneously slowed down their attacks and looked at these changes in bewilderment at this moment. A blood-red snake swung its tail and slithered into the body of a demon. Whoosh! That spirit-nurturing stage demon, which was nearly 100 meters tall, seemed to have withered. In an instant, it turned into a bag of bones. It was as if all the essence of his flesh and blood had been devoured by the blood-colored snake. As for the blood-red snake that had eaten its fill, it only swayed a little before splitting into two. Go away, go away! A spirit-gathering cultivator saw a blood-red snake slithering towards him, and he threw out a punch in horror. However, the bloody long snake seemed to be immune to all attacks. It directly passed through the fist print and entangled the spirit-gathering cultivator. In just a breath's time, a living person had turned into a bag of bones. He couldn't be more dead. Then, another blood-red snake appeared. Such a strange scene caused the remaining cultivators and greater demons to feel fear and panic. His attacks were useless. Could it be that he could only wait for death? Bye-bye, quickly go find Jiang Xi. Xin Tian stopped fighting with the old monk Mo Ta and flew towards the Bye-bye. Mo Ta didn't stop him because the old monk of the Peacock country also sensed the danger and stared at the blood-red snakes with a grim expression. The gold core stage demon who was fighting with Li Bai Bai saw Xian Tian coming over and was suddenly scared and quickly retreated. After the two of them met, they hurriedly flew into the depths of the space. They were worried that Jiang Xi would encounter the same situation. The speed of the gold core stage was very fast, and those blood-red snakes seemed to be unable to catch up with them. Only 5 of the larger blood-colored snakes were barely able to catch up to him. At the same time, the battle between Jiang Xi and the Ma family's ancestor had reached a stalemate. In a short period of time, no one could completely defeat the other, let alone kill the other. When these changes occurred in the forbidden space, Jiang Xi's face changed greatly. He recognized the origin of this array at a glance. Spirit Refining Blood Array. It's really crazy. The Spirit Refining Blood Array refined the flesh, soul, spiritual power, and spiritual sense. In other words, if one died in the Spirit Refining Blood Array, they would never be reincarnated. Although he guessed that Jesus might be doing something behind the scenes, he didn't expect that this seemingly kind old man would be so vicious and merciless. At this time, a few blood-red snakes swam over from afar at a very fast speed. "Hey, let's stop here. Can we fight again next time?" Jiang Xi hurriedly said to the Ma family's ancestor. Although the Ma family's ancestor's movements were stiff, he also stopped at this time. Obviously, he also sensed that something was wrong. "Just you wait." The Ma family's ancestor said these 2 words and disappeared with a whoosh. His straight line speed surpassed Jiang Xi's. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the Ma family's ancestor had left, he could focus on dealing with the threat of the Spirit Refining Blood Array. Fortunately, in Taoist Ji's inherited memories, there were also evil arrays like the Spirit Refining Blood Array. When he was sorting out this part of the inheritance, he also studied it for a while because he was interested. Therefore, he was very clear about the power of this array. Normal attacks couldn't stop those blood-red snakes at all. Even if a golden core stage cultivator was entangled, he would still die. Dig underground. Once underground, the blood-red snakes couldn't attack. This was the Spirit Refining Blood Array's weakness that few people knew about. All right, Big Brother and Sister Bai Bai are still at the place where they were fighting just now. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai didn't know about this. If they were entangled by the blood-red snakes, it would be over. He hurriedly used his tactical communications watch to send a message to the 2 of them, reminding them that they would be fine if they dug underground. Soon, the blood-red snakes that swam over just now were already in front of him. Jiang Xi didn't hesitate. The profound gaze sword condensed a layer of sword shadow and dug directly into the ground. His body quickly sank into the ground. As for the blood-red snakes, they seemed to have lost their target and swam back to the place where they were fighting just now, looking for a new target. On the other side, Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai received Jiang Xi's message at the same time. They looked at each other and didn't hesitate. They believed in Jiang Xi's words. Bang, bang. The 2 of them attacked the ground and blasted a hole in the ground with their weapons. Then they drilled into it. With their attacks, they could dig out a tunnel in the blink of an eye. After their bodies sank into the ground, their spiritual senses discovered that the blood-red snakes had stopped chasing them. Jiang Xi didn't look for Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai because he had his own plans. Now that everyone is busy avoiding the blood-red snakes, they definitely won't have time to care about the 10,000-year-old spiritual root. This is my chance. Also, if I can get a few blood spirit crystals, it'll be a huge gain. He used the profound gaze sword as a drill and drilled forward. He was heading toward the center of this space, where the withered tree was. The 10,000-year-old spiritual root. Once he got it, he could find a secret realm with abundant spiritual chi and plant it there, waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit. As for the blood spirit crystals, they were the product of the Spirit Refining Blood Array. If he was lucky enough to get a few, then the harvest of this trip to the holy city would far exceed his original expectations. Chapter 220. As Jiang Xi drilled into the ground, Information about spirit crystals appeared in his mind. When the spirit chi of heaven and earth condensed to a certain extent, it would produce an item called spirit crystal. Spirit crystals contained a huge amount of spirit chi and were very valuable. In the universe, they were not only used as currency. They were also necessary for cultivators to refine pills, refine weapons, set up formations, and other daily activities. In addition, the experts or cultivators with good backgrounds in the universe usually absorbed the spirit chi in spirit crystals to carry out their daily cultivation. Spirit crystals were very valuable, but they were very rare. Therefore, evil cultivators created evil formations like the spirit refinement blood formation. Using a cultivator's flesh, soul, spirit chi, and spiritual sense as raw materials, the spirit refinement blood formation would eventually refine blood spirit crystals. Among them, refining a cultivator at the spirit gathering stage could give him an inferior blood spirit crystal. Using a golden core cultivator as raw materials would yield a low-grade blood spirit crystal. Because refining gathered the energy of a cultivator's entire body, blood spirit crystals had a similar effect as spirit crystals and also contained a large amount of spirit chi. Refining blood spirit crystals was strictly forbidden by the Tao Alliance in the universe, but the Tao Alliance didn't care. However, this was Earth, an abandoned and forgotten place. It would be hard for anyone to punish Jesus for his insane behavior. Of course, Jiang Xi also understood that he was not a saint and could not enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. At most, he would help the dead humans and demons teach Jesus a lesson for the sake of the blood spirit crystals. At this moment, Jiang Xi's spiritual sense discovered that he was about to reach his destination. Although his drilling speed was not as fast as on the ground, it was only relatively speaking. In just 1 minute, he had drilled more than 30 kilometers. Whoosh! Suddenly, the deep condensation sword lost its resistance. Jiang Xi was shocked. In the next moment, he drilled out of the ground. He stood in the air and scanned with his spiritual sense. He found that he did not return to the ground, but appeared in a space with a diameter of about 3 meters. His spiritual sense did not discover this place just now. Another formation space? Jiang Xi shook his head. This place was emitting a fishy smell of soil, which meant that he was still underground. Moreover, it happened to be right below the 10,000-year-old Fei, where someone had specially dug a cave. This was because he could see hundreds of roots hanging down from the soil above the cave. Among them, dozens of roots were covered in blood-red light, as if something was about to condense. Those should be the roots of the 10,000-year-old spiritual creature. I'm lucky that the blood spirit crystal hasn't formed yet. Looks like I'll have to wait a little longer. Jiang Xi frowned slightly, then his brows relaxed. This cave has blocked the detection of soul sense. Although I can't detect the situation outside, the possibility of being discovered is also very small. Let's wait here for the blood spirit crystal to take shape. He had already told Xiantian and Li Bai by the way to avoid danger. There was no need to worry about them. They just had to wait here. If he could get the blood spiritual crystal, his harvest would far exceed his expectations. In Jiang Xi's eyes, the blood spirit crystal was even more important than a 10,000-year-old spiritual root. It was still unknown how long it would take for a 10,000-year-old spiritual root to bloom and bear fruit. As for the blood spirit crystal, he could directly use it for cultivation and setting up arrays, especially for setting up arrays. Ever since he had received Taoist Ji's inheritance and made the Tao oath to cheat his disciple, Jiang Xi knew that he would definitely step into the starry sky one day. The problem was how? The only method he knew now was the one Taoist Gu had told him, which was to go through the interstellar transmission array on the first moon. Then, there was a new problem. How would he go to the first moon? First of all, the method of flying up was completely unfeasible. Even those in the Golden Core realm did not have the strength to fly directly to the moon. Second, he definitely could not go to the Bright Heaven Palace in the Fengdu mystic realm. Although there was a transmission array to the first moon, there was also a terrifying tree spirit that was at least in the nascent soul realm. It was completely luck that he was able to escape last time. He would not do this kind of thing that relied on luck, and the success rate was almost zero for a second time. According to Jiangxi's original idea, he would cooperate with the Great Xia Kingdom to launch a spaceship to the moon and use the power of technology to land on the first moon. However, it was very risky and would expose that he had gone deep into the starry sky. At this stage, he did not want the people on Earth to know this. With the blood spirit crystal, everything will be easy. Jiangxi's eyes lit up. Daoist Gu was an expert in array formations. In his inherited memories, array formations occupied a very important part of it. Of course, there would be an inheritance related to the transmission array. My cheat master has reached the level where he can let the array refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own. I can't do this. However, I can use the blood spirit crystal to provide the energy source for the operation of the array. In this way, I can set up some small transmission arrays. In fact, Jiangxi had the idea of setting up his own transmission array before, but he could not find the spiritual crystal. Because the current concentration of spiritual chi of heaven and earth did not meet the conditions for the natural formation of spiritual crystals. This time, it was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Jiangxi waited quietly underground, but in the forbidden space, there was a panic. Those cultivators and great demons who survived the chaotic battle just now were desperately avoiding the pursuit of the blood-colored long snakes, especially the 5 larger blood-colored long snakes. They were the fastest and could easily catch up with cultivators of the spirit nurture stage. However, the area of this space was tens of thousands of square kilometers. After these people and demons fled in all directions, the blood-colored long snakes could not devour them all in a short time. There were also people who could escape the pursuit of the blood-colored long snakes with just speed. The ancestral patriarch of the Ma family and the old monk of the Peacock country, Mo Ta, were at the late-stage golden core stage and were close to it. Even the 5 larger blood-colored long snakes could not catch up with them. In addition, the dragon python and the black tortoise were also exceptions. The 2 great demons relied on their strong physiques to reach the late-stage golden core stage. Outside the forbidden space, Hessus saw that the color of blood was getting thicker and thicker inside the colorful barrier. His tense face finally relaxed. Soon, the blood spirit crystal will be completely condensed in half an hour at most. When a 10,000-year-old spiritual crystal blooms and bears fruit, we don't have to worry about alarming the beings below. What are you afraid of? With the current concentration of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, beings above the golden core stage can't be awakened yet. The man of the Yuanqing sect laughed eerily. What do you know? The abyss hell under the forbidden space of the sacred city was suppressed by the sacred lord at the cost of his own life 2,000 years ago. Once the demons in the abyss hell are released, the entire earth will be destroyed. Hessus snorted. The man of the Yuanqing sect shook his head and did not hide the disdain on his face. The style of the Western world was to exaggerate the facts. Chapter 2:21. As time passed, there were less and less cultivators and great demons left in the forbidden space. There were less than 10 of them left. Jiangxi stood in the air below the 10,000-year-old spiritual item. He looked up and saw that the blood-red light on the roots had become even more condensed. The spirit chi of heaven and earth in the cave had also become much denser. At this rate, I'll have to wait for about half an hour. Jiangxi had an estimate in his heart. He didn't refine the spirit chi in the cave. If he absorbed too much and the blood spirit crystal couldn't form, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Suddenly, Jiangxi's eyes caught a glimpse of a flash of cold light at the bottom of the cave. The cave was extremely dark. Only the blood-red light on the 10,000-year-old spiritual item's roots emitted a little light. That cold light attracted his attention. He carefully scanned the area below with his spiritual sense. Nothing. Jiang Ci looked puzzled. When he entered the cave just now, the first thing he did was to use his spiritual sense to carefully investigate the situation here. However, after gaining spiritual sense, he neglected to use his eyes to observe the surroundings. Jiang Ci became interested and turned on the virtual light of his tactical communications watch. The cave, which was about 3 meters in diameter, suddenly became much brighter. That's a ceiling formation. He saw that the ground below the cave was engraved with complicated symbols and patterns. They looked very ancient. Jiang Ci suppressed the shock in his heart and locked his eyes on the center of the formation below. At the center of the formation, where the symbols and patterns converged, a blue dagger was inserted about an inch deep. The cold light just now came from the dagger. It actually used a spiritual item as the formation base. What's sealed below? Jiang Ci remained cautious. He carefully observed the surroundings with his eyes. After confirming that there were no other dangers, he flew down. He walked up to the dagger and carefully observed it for a moment, but he didn't find anything unusual. This blue dagger faintly emits a gloomy aura. After observing this, Jiang Ci understood. No wonder at the very beginning, he felt that the holy light emitted by the withered tree revealed a gloomy aura. The sinister aura was emitted by the dagger. This spiritual dagger is a little strange. I can't tell what grade it is just by looking at it. Jiang Ci shook his head, stretched out his hand, and decisively grabbed the handle of the dagger. No matter what grade it was, he definitely wouldn't let go of such a free opportunity. Jiang Du cultivates the Tao of assassination, so he could bring it back for her to use. As for whether there would be any danger after pulling it out, Jiang Ci had already confirmed it over and over again. There shouldn't be any major problems. Even if there was really something sealed beneath the dagger in the formation, it should have died after several thousand years. Even his chief master, Taoist Gu, could not survive for 10,000 years without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He didn't believe that there was any existence in the Western world's inheritance that could survive the seal for thousands of years. Ding! Jiang Ci pulled out a blue dagger that was about a foot long. Fuck! In the next moment, Jiang Ci's expression changed drastically. Because the moment he pulled out the dagger, there was a shocking, gloomy aura that followed the dagger from the depths of the ground. He hurriedly wanted to put the dagger back in its original position. But he failed. Run! Jiang Ci couldn't even wait for the blood spirit crystals. He used the Gale True Intent and was about to escape. In the next moment, the situation changed again. Jiang Ci's movements suddenly stopped, and the wind around him also calmed down. He turned around in surprise and looked at the place where the dagger was inserted. There were wisps of blue energy gushing out. The aura it emitted was extremely cold, but it was very pure and didn't feel gloomy. Baleful energy. Jiang Ci's eyes widened. This was really an unexpected surprise. He originally thought that a terrifying existence would emerge from the ground, but he didn't expect it to be baleful energy. This was a good thing. In simple words, baleful energy could help a cultivator increase the speed of refining spirit power. I used more than 3 months to complete 10 refinements of the 100 refinements technique. To complete the 100 refinements and form the golden core, I still need more than 2 years. But with the baleful energy, this time can be greatly shortened. Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. Whoosh, his figure flashed, and he arrived above the baleful energy. Then he sat cross-legged in the air. 100 refinements technique. Suddenly, wisps of blue baleful energy seemed to be attracted and drilled into Jiang Ci's body from below. His spiritual sense was like a hammer, and it began to refine the spirit power in his body. Originally, he could only complete 100 refinements a day. But now, wisps of baleful energy were displaying a magical effect. The speed of refining spirit power increased sharply, and it was almost 10 refinements per second. It was equivalent to completing 1 refinement in 2 minutes. He could complete the remaining 90 refinements in about 3 hours. This speed is still not enough. The blood spirit crystals will be formed in half an hour. I can't wait too long. However, Jiang Xi was not satisfied. He wanted to be faster. He waved his sword light and hit the hole below that was spewing baleful Yin energy. The hole became bigger, and the amount of baleful Yin energy erupted increased several times. From the thickness of a hair, it became as thick as a chopstick and surged into Jiang Xi's body. 100 refinements technique. Dang, dang, dang. In Jiang Xi's mind, there seemed to be a rapid knocking sound. 60 refinements per second. The speed of refining spirit power was increasing rapidly. 100 refinements, 1,000 refinements, 10,000 refinements, 20,000 refinements, 30,000 refinements, 1,000 refinements for 1 refinement. In less than 10 minutes, he had completed 30 refinements. Too cool. Too extravagant. While Jiang Xi was running the 100 refinements technique, he was exclaiming in his heart, "In the universe, a strand of baleful Yin energy as thick as a hair could make spirit-nurturing cultivators fight to the death. A strand of baleful Yin energy as thick as a chopstick could make golden core cultivators go crazy. As for a strand of baleful Yin energy as thick as a thumb, that was something that only nascent soul cultivators dared to dream of, but now, he was sitting on a fountain of baleful Yin energy. Suck, suck, suck. Refine, refine, refine. Without stopping, he absorbed the baleful Yin energy that was like a fountain. More than 20 minutes later. Dang! With the last hammer sound in his mind, Jiang Xi opened his eyes. His face was full of desire. 100,000 refinements. The 100 refinements technique was completed. After the transformation of spirit power, the next step was to form the golden core. Forming the golden core was a major event that must be treated with caution. He definitely cannot try it here. The blood spirit crystal is about to condense. I should wait until I go back to form the golden core. However, even if he had not really reached the golden core stage, with the spirit power after the 100 refinements, he was now no weaker than the late-stage golden core stage. Jiang Xi felt the powerful spirit power in his body and was full of confidence. If he met the Ma family's patriarch again, he could easily break through his abnormal defense. Chapter 222. At this time, the evil Yin force below was still erupting upward, but the amount began to decrease sharply. From the looks of it, there was only so much baleful Yin energy underground. It will be finished in 3 minutes at most. Unfortunately, there is no container to store evil Yin force. Otherwise, it will be a great profit. The storage ring couldn't store spiritual qi, evil Yin force, and other energy bodies. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He couldn't be too greedy. The amount of baleful Yin energy that he had absorbed and refined was something that many powerful cultivators might not be able to gather in their entire lives. The harvest this time is already very big. 3 minutes later, the blue baleful Yin energy stopped erupting, and its aura disappeared completely. To Jiang Xi's surprise, the seal on the ground below the cave seemed to have completed its mission. The complicated symbols and patterns of the array were quickly dissipating. Is the seal going to be completely lifted? In the bloody forbidden space, after more than 20 minutes, there were only 2 cultivators and a big monster left among the spirit gathering stage cultivators who were still alive. Another gold core stage cultivator died. Other gold core stage monsters, such as the dragon python and the black tortoise, were not entangled by the bloody snakes. At this time, they all understood that the bloody snakes were transformed by the dead people and monsters just now. As for why such a change happened, they all had the same answer. They also had the same answer. It was definitely related to Pope Jesus of the Holy City. Perhaps this matter was Jesus's conspiracy from the beginning to the end. Some people wanted to go out, but the colorful barrier had already returned to its original state. At that time, the colorful barrier could only be broken by the combined strength of all the people and monsters. They couldn't break it at all and couldn't go out. The dragon python and the black tortoise had been circling in this space countless times, avoiding the pursuit of the bloody snakes. "Little dragon, do you have any new discoveries?" The black tortoise asked through its soul sense. "No, Uncle Black, you said that we would be safe if we followed the Xiantian. But they have disappeared for so long, and we have been looking for them so many times. Could they have been swallowed by the bloody snakes?" The dragon python was a little anxious. "Calm down. This just means that they must have found a way to escape. Now, as long as we find them, we can escape from our current predicament." The black tortoise was very calm roar. The dragon python was very irritable. It roared in anger, and an enormous aura erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. The black tortoise was a little surprised. He noticed this. At this moment, the five-colored barrier that enveloped this space began to shake violently. Outside the forbidden space. Although he couldn't see the exact situation inside the forbidden area, he was able to make a rough guess based on the state of the spirit refinement blood formation. My luck is not bad. The seal of the abyss of hell is not affected. Hessus felt more and more relaxed. It seemed that the blood spirit crystal was about to take shape. At that time, the 10,000-year-old spiritual item will be able to absorb the massive amount of spiritual energy from the blood spirit crystal and mature, bloom, and bear fruit in an extremely short period of time. Hermit Yuanqing was also filled with anticipation. With the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit, his cultivation level would break through again. Both of them were waiting for the 10,000-year-old phase to mature. Suddenly, the five-colored barrier shook as if its foundation was unstable and was about to break. Not good. Hermit Yuanqing and Hessus's expressions changed drastically. There was a problem with the spatial array of the forbidden area. Roar. What kind of bullshit barrier is this? How dare you trap me? The dragon python. Before they could do anything, two enormous figures broke through the violently shaking five-colored barrier. They were the dragon python and the black tortoise. Roar. The two demons roared in unison when they saw Hermit Yuanqing and Hessus. At this moment, they were even more certain that this was Hessus's scheme. Despicable humans. The dragon python roared angrily. Dark clouds rolled violently and rushed toward the two standing in the air. The black tortoise followed closely behind. Spiritual energy surged, and black rain poured down immediately. Hermit Yuanqing remained unmoved, as if victory was already in his grasp. However, Hessus moved. He opened his arms, and his entire body emitted a blinding holy light. Holy light punishment. As he shouted, countless buildings in the entire holy city released rays of holy light in an instant. The holy light gathered in the air to form thousands upon thousands of spears of holy light with astonishing momentum. Go! All the holy light spears pierced toward the dragon python and the black tortoise. Dragon, retreat! The black tortoise roared. Its figure flashed and rushed directly in front of the dragon python. Its body instantly became 100 times larger, and its tortoise shell faced the holy light spears. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the sky above the holy city. The terrifying power instantly spread throughout the entire holy city. Even the entire Western world was affected by the explosion. This continent was trembling as if there was an earthquake. In the dazzling light, a few figures could be vaguely seen flying out of the forbidden area. 3 of them were in the spirit-nurturing realm. They were directly shattered by the impact of the explosion and turned into ashes. They escaped from the spirit refinement blood array, but they did not escape this calamity. As for the other 2 figures, they disappeared at an extremely fast speed, forcefully withstanding the power of the holy light explosion. The 2 who escaped were the Ma family's patriarch and the Peacock country's old monk, Emota. Uncle Black, the dragon python, was full of worry. The holy light spears were too powerful. Even he did not have the confidence to withstand them. Let's go. The black tortoise roared and flew out of the dazzling holy light. Its huge body once again returned to its original size, but its aura was clearly much weaker. There were densely packed white marks on the black tortoise shell, as if it had been burned by high temperature. Even with the extremely strong defense of the tortoise shell, it was still injured. The two great demons used their fastest speed and left with a roar. The holy light dissipated. Hessus did not chase after the two great demons, because he could only use such powerful attacks in the holy city. After leaving the holy city, he was an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. Ignore them. Let's see if the 10,000-year-old spiritual item was affected. Hermit Yuan Qing's expression was serious. At this moment, the holy city's forbidden area's formation had been broken. What was revealed was the original ancient forbidden area that was less than half a square kilometer. The forbidden area was still shrouded in thick fog, and it was no different from before. The two flew down and arrived at the center of the forbidden area. After seeing the 10,000-year-old spiritual item situation, they heaved a sigh of relief. The 10,000-year-old spiritual item that looked like a withered tree had an extra leaf. It was obvious that the spirit refinement blood array was not affected. The 10,000-year-old spiritual item was beginning to recover and grow. In the cave, directly below the withered tree. When the symbols and patterns of the ceiling formation dissipated, Jiang Xi guessed that it was related to the disappearance of the yin energy. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to this because the blood-colored light on the roots above the cave had already gathered to the size of a fist and was about to take shape. At this moment, the blood-colored light suddenly brightened and then shrunk into a ball. When the light dissipated, only white crystals with blood-colored patterns were left. The blood spirit crystal was formed. Chapter 2:23. Almost at the same time, the roots started to absorb the spiritual chi from the blood spirit crystals. The absorption speed was very fast. He had to get the blood spirit crystals as soon as possible. Whoosh! Riverward flashed and directly flew in front of those roots. His hands were like a phantom. In an instant, all the blood spirit crystals were picked up by him. 6 inferior-grade blood spirit crystals and 43 inferior-grade blood spirit crystals. These blood spirit crystals represented the lives of 49 cultivators and big demons. 6 of them were in the golden core realm and 43 of them were in the spirit nourishment realm. Jiang Xi mourned for them and then put the blood spirit crystals into his storage ring. Although the 10,000-year-old spiritual root could bear fruit after absorbing the spiritual chi from the blood spirit crystals, it was still not enough. In his eyes, the blood spirit crystals were more important than the fruits of the 10,000-year-old spiritual root. Anyway, when I go back and plant them in the Jade Lake Mystic Realm, they will also bear fruit. Jiang Xi thought as he prepared to go back to the surface to dig up the 10,000-year-old spiritual root. The blood spirit crystals had taken shape, which meant that the spirit refinement blood array had completed the final refinement. The blood red snakes had disappeared. There would be no danger on the surface now. In front of the withered tree, the smiles of Yuan Qingshan and Hessus froze. The second leaf that had just sprouted quickly withered and withered before it could even turn into a sparkling green. Why? The blood red snakes have disappeared. Didn't the blood spirit crystals take shape? Yuan Qingshan could not keep calm. He had learned about the spirit refinement blood array from an ancient book. This was his first time trying to set it up. Underground. There's a problem with the underground cave. Someone went in. Hessus looked ferocious. It was impossible to tell that he was a kind old man. He was the pope of the sacred city. Naturally, he knew that there was a 2,000-year-old cave under the forbidden area. That was what he had been worried about. He was worried that using the spirit refinement blood array to mature the 10,000-year-old spiritual root would affect the seal in the cave. He had thought that the cave could block spiritual senses and would not be discovered. He did not expect that the cave's ability to block spiritual senses would fail. Someone had sneaked in. Jiang Xi. Yuan Qingshan scanned the cave with his spiritual senses and discovered the identity of the person in the cave. He emitted a gloomy aura, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Bang! A hole was blasted in the ground, and a figure soared into the sky. Shameless thief. How dare you destroy the forbidden area of our holy city? Jesus roared. This situation stunned Jiang Ziyi for a moment, but he reacted quickly. Instantly, he discovered that the spatial array of the holy city's forbidden area had been broken. Was the space array and the ceiling array in the cave one and the same? Jiang Ziyi died. Shameless thief die. Hessus and Hermit Yuan Qing attacked at the same time. The sacred fist print and the cold palm print blasted towards Jiang Ziyi. Ha, I'm shameless. Jiang Ziyi was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, he sent out 2 palms. The surging spiritual energy condensed into a large palm print, directly scattering the attacks of the 2. Then, he sneered, in my opinion, the dignified Pope of the Holy City is a shameless person who secretly colluded with the founder of the Liberal Alliance. Who knows how many shady deals he has done? Of course, he could recognize the black-robed hermit Yuan Qing. You deserve to die. Hessus flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bam! Bam! At this moment, under the tall walls of the holy city's forbidden area, 2 figures broke through the ground and rushed out. They were Xin Tian and Li Bai. After the 2 of them came out, they wanted to help Jiang Ziyi. They're actually not dead. Hessus and Hermit Yuan Qing's expressions changed again. Big brother, sister Bai, leave this to me. You 2 go and dig out the 10,000-year-old spiritual root. Jiang Ziyi laughed. Haha, then I won't fight with you. Xin Tian also laughed loudly. He vaguely sensed that Jiang Ziyi's strength had probably increased again. Then, together with Li Bai, he rushed towards the withered tree. Don't even think about it. Hessus was furious. Hermit Yuan Qing also moved to stop them. Eerie ghost Qi filled the forbidden area of the holy city. Holy light punishment. Hessus spread his arms again, and his body emitted a blinding holy light. At the same time, the buildings in the holy city also released rays of holy light, which began to condense into holy light spears. Finally, there seemed to be a layer of light above the holy city. Under the light, thousands of holy light spears appeared. This is... Jiang Ziyi was a little surprised. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator might not be able to withstand so many holy light spears. It was no wonder that when he first approached the holy city, he felt an inexplicable threat above the city. It turned out that the threat came from these holy light spears. Swoosh! Swoosh! The holy light spears shot towards Jiang Ziyi like a rain of arrows. If it was before, I might have turned around and left, but now, Jiang Ziyi's expression was calm. He channeled his spiritual power, and a purple protective light that was 10 times thicker suddenly appeared. After refining his spiritual power 100 times, his strength had increased by a large level. True sword intent. A shocking sword shadow immediately condensed on the deep frieze sword's blade, and an inexplicable Taoist rhyme flowed. Disperse! Jiang Ziyi shouted softly. The wind circled around him, and his body took the initiative to meet the attack like lightning. At the same time, the sword shadow danced and turned into a sword curtain, whistling as it collided with the holy light spears. Boom! Boom! An astonishing explosion occurred, even more violent than that of the black tortoise. That was because the black tortoise used its turtle shell to defend, and Jiang Ziyi used a powerful attack to meet force with force. The shock wave produced by the explosion instantly swept across the entire continent where the Western world was located. There was even a huge tsunami in the Mediterranean Sea not far from here. The satellites of the 5 major countries were monitoring this place, but the collision was too powerful, and the shock wave affected the satellite signals. The satellites could not see the situation here clearly, and could only capture a dazzling holy light and countless shocking sword shadows. That's all you got. After the holy light dissipated and everything calmed down, Jiang Ziyi's indifferent voice sounded in the sky. Hessus's expression changed, and it was very ugly. He did not expect that other than the black tortoise, there would be someone who could block the attack of the holy light punishment. And Jiang Ziyi was obviously stronger than the black tortoise. Let's see how many times you can block it. Hessis's expression was fierce. Holy light punishment. He unleashed the same attack again. Jiangxi, an ultimate move that did not consume mana and had no limit to the number of uses. This was unexpected. Jiangxi knew that no matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his strength. After all, strictly speaking, he was only a cultivator at the late stage of spirit nurture. A wise man submits to circumstances. It was time to leave after obtaining the benefits. Big brother, sister bye-bye. Hurry up, it's time to retreat. Jiangxi shouted. In the holy city's forbidden area, the Xiantian was dealing with the Yuanqing hermit, and Li Baibai was digging out the 10,000-year-old spiritual root. At this moment, Li Baibai finally dug out the complete 10,000-year-old spiritual root. Let's go. She calmly flew up and flew out of the holy city. Haha, thank you for your hospitality. The Xiantian repelled the Yuanqing hermit with one slash. He did not linger and flew away. Goodbye, both of you. Jiangxi saw that it was about time, and he waved with a smile. When he left, he instantly unleashed hundreds of sword shadows, preventing Hessis and the Yuanqing hermit from chasing after him. Chapter 2:24. It was said that it would only take half a day, and it really took half a day. They went out at 8 o'clock in the morning and came back at 12 o'clock at noon. Jiangxi, Xiantian, and Li Baibai were all very satisfied with the harvest of this trip to the Western world. Although they didn't get the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit, they passed by the Kunlun Mountains on the way back. They had already planted the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit on the top of the Tongtian Mountain in the Jade Lake's secret realm. It would bear fruit sooner or later. When the three of them separated, Xiantian reminded them. So many cultivators and demons above the spirit accumulation realm have died. I'm afraid there will be a big change in the future of the global martial arts world. Go back and be prepared. Jiangxi and Li Baibai nodded solemnly. Yes, if we count Krishna, who was killed by Jiangxi, and another gold core stage cultivator from Alpha Star killed by Yin Long, then we will definitely be able to kill him. This time, there were as many as 8 gold core cultivators who died. The number of spirit accumulation realm cultivators also exceeded 40. The death of so many strong cultivators will definitely cause a big earthquake in the martial arts world. However, no matter how big the change was, Jiangxi was not afraid. He also didn't want to participate too much. What he needed to do most now was to form his core and become a real gold core cultivator. After returning home, Jiangxi planned to cultivate in seclusion. He directly gave the blue spiritual dagger to Jiang Daodu, which made the little girl very happy. Although Jiang Daodu hadn't reached the spirit accumulation realm, she couldn't really refine the spiritual dagger. However, the quality of the spiritual tool itself was enough to greatly increase her strength. At least, ordinary A-level cultivators were definitely no match for her. Unfortunately, I still can't identify the grade of the dagger. There's a layer of seal on it that I can't see through. Jiangxi looked at Jiang Daodu, who was playing with the dagger, and pondered in his heart. This spiritual dagger was used as the base of the seal array by the sacred city. It was definitely not that simple. Thinking of this, Jiangxi went to the underground practice room and searched for some information about the sacred city more than 2,000 years ago. Soon, he found a key piece of information. 2,000 years ago, the Holy Lord who established the holy city sacrificed himself to suppress the abyss of hell. He then searched for information about the abyss and hell. After a series of association, inference, and verification, Jiangxi had a rough answer in his heart. The abyss of hell was the place of demons in Western mythology. Whether it existed or not was still unknown. The baleful Yin energy that existed there was most likely the reason for the existence of the sealing array. This was because the baleful Yin energy was fatal to ordinary people. Perhaps the Divine Lord had sacrificed himself in order to prevent the baleful Yin energy from wreaking havoc in the Western world. Of course, it was also possible that the Holy Lord had made a mistake in refining the baleful Yin energy and had been corroded by the baleful Yin energy, sealing himself in the end. After all, the method to refine the baleful Een energy was very precious, and not everyone could possess it. If a cultivator did not have the correct refining method and rashly introduced the baleful Een energy into their body, it was very easy for them to suffer from mental confusion and other adverse reactions. Perhaps that was how the so-called demons came to be. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. No matter what, he had benefited from it in the end. Then, let's start the core formation now. Jiang Xi gathered his thoughts and prepared to form the core formation. But before he could form the seal for the core formation, Jiang Dada knocked on the door of the practice room anxiously. Brother, something big has happened. An old man wants to crusade against you. A moment later, Jiang Xi turned on the computer in the practice room. A holographic live broadcast for the whole world appeared in front of him and Jiang Daodu. In the holographic live broadcast, Jesus was standing in front of the Holy City Cathedral. His whole body was faintly emitting holy light, looking very sacred. But at this moment, he looked sad and said loudly with righteous indignation, "This is the rebirth of the demons. Xian Tan, Jiang Xi, and Li Bai Bai are the demons of the present age. The three of them have brutally slaughtered more than 50 top powerhouses in the Holy City. They want to be the overlords of martial arts and dominate the world. As the current Pope of the Holy City, I, Jesus, hereby strongly appeal to the powerhouses of the world's martial arts world to join forces to resist and crusade against these three demons. At the same time, I strongly request that the Great Xia Kingdom do justice and let these three demons realize their mistakes and commit suicide to atone for their sins." After watching the live broadcast, Jiang Xi was both angry and amused. He was just deducing how demons were formed. How did he become a demon? This shameless old man. He had to admit that Jesus' acting skills were well trained at such an old age. At this moment, his tactical communications watch rang. When he picked up, as expected, it was Xian Tian calling. Jiang Xi, you saw the live broadcast too, right? Jesus poured the dirty water of the battle of the Holy City on us. Do you want to go again and kill him? Xian Tian asked. Brother, if we go and kill him now, won't we just prove what he said? Haha, I'm just testing you. I'm afraid you'll rush over and kill him on impulse. I think you're the one who wants to be impulsive. Jiang Xi could tell that Xian Tian did not take Jesus' slander to heart. However, as the current Pope of the Holy City, Jesus was highly respected. There were many people all over the world who admired and trusted him. His words set off a global wave of crusades against Jiang Xi and the other two. Especially in the other four major countries, public opinion was the strongest. Because in the new era, the Great Xia Kingdom was far ahead of them. Out of jealousy, no one would let go of this rare opportunity to suppress the powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom. The situation of public opinion in the Great Xia Kingdom was better. After all, Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Bai Bai were the representatives of the powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom's martial arts world. Naturally, their reputation was difficult to shake. Of course, since ancient times, there had been traitors and traitors who clamored for crusades on the internet. But who cared about them? Jiang Xi's mood was not affected by this matter. He was focused on forming his core. However, swallowing insult and humiliation was not Jiang Xi's style of doing things. He only had one word for Jesus' slanderous remarks: hypocrite. It was useless to say more. These two words caused the supporters of both sides to quarrel endlessly on the internet when public opinion was hot. It didn't take long for a new situation to appear. The Peacock country announced that Mo Tal, a golden core powerhouse from 1,000 years ago, had awakened and honored him as the current Brahmin god. Mo2O's appearance caused a huge sensation. After all, he was the first person to admit that he had lived for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. The desire to pursue longevity would never be outdated. When a person who had lived for 1,000 years appeared in front of the public, everyone boiled over. Then, when Mo2O's reputation reached its peak, he made a statement to the world through the internet. He only said one sentence. I also participated in the battle of the holy city. I can testify that Jesus is right. In public opinion, there was often a situation of blind obedience. A powerhouse who had lived for 1,000 years personally testified for Jesus. Immediately, public opinion was biased toward Jesus. Chapter 225. The people who supported Jiang Ci were secretly anxious because no powerhouse came out to testify for Jiang Ci, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai. When the public opinion was one-sided, the situation changed again. A shocking and somewhat hilarious virtual live broadcast became a hot topic on the internet. The background of the virtual live stream was a vast swamp where many powerful monsters resided. Two powerful monsters hovered in the sky, covered with dark clouds and black rain. Little Long Long, is it done? It should be done. Human stuff always burns one's brain. If I had known, I would have caught someone to help us. Well, let's begin. Two terrifying figures and low, rumbling voices resounded in the sky above the swamp. I, Long Mang, am here to expose the Pope of the Holy City. Uncle, hey, what's he again? Jesus cough. I, Long Mang, am here to expose the hypocritical face of Pope Jesus of the Holy City. The Battle of the Holy War was caused by him and another black-robed man. They set up an evil formation and killed almost all the cultivators and powerful monsters. That's right. I, Black Tortoise, can also testify that Little Long Long and I both participated in the Battle of the Holy City. The whole thing was Jesus' conspiracy from the beginning to the end. The two powerful monsters spoke one after another and told the general situation of the matter. The outside world was in an uproar. The fact that the powerful monsters could play the live broadcast became the secondary focus. The most important thing was that the two powerful monsters, as the natural enemies of human beings, actually stood out to testify for Jiang Ci and the other two and clear their names. Could it be that Jesus was really lying? Those who are not of our kind must have a different heart. How can we believe the words of powerful monsters? This statement directly reduced the effect of Long Mang and Black Tortoise's testimony to the lowest. Everyone reacted. Yes, powerful monsters were ferocious and could not be trusted. What made everyone even more puzzled was that except for Jiang Ci, who said the word hypocritical at the beginning, Xin Tian and Li Baibai did not stand out to defend themselves. Were they guilty? Or did they want to ignore them? The public opinion was noisy, and there were all kinds of speculations. As time went by, the words supporting Jesus completely gained the upper hand after all. Jesus looked very friendly, and he was the Pope of the Holy City. He was highly respected, and very few people would doubt him. Jiang Ci didn't know what Xin Tian and Li Baibai were thinking, but he didn't have time to care. There was an old saying in the great Xia kingdom, settling accounts after autumn. Right now, he was only focused on forming his golden core. He didn't want to be affected by these things. This was because the process of core formation not only had to be carried out in a very quiet environment, it also required one's heart to be calm. Of course, he wasn't worried about failing. The Violet Firmament Sword Sutra was an important legacy of the Violet Firmament sect of the Tao Alliance. It could be said to be one of the best cultivation techniques in the entire universe. A mere core formation cultivator like him naturally wouldn't have any problems with it. Jiang Ci began to attempt to form his gold core on the night of December 25th, the 95th year of the New Moon era. After failing 3 times, he finally succeeded on his 4th try. Coincidentally, the day of success happened to be the New Year, January 1st of the 96th year of the New Moon era. The spiritual energy in his body that had been tempered hundreds of times successfully condensed into a sparkling golden core in his lower dantian. In that instant, he felt as if his entire being had been sublimated. His life and mind had undergone a transition. When he opened his eyes again, the whole world was different. So this is the golden core stage. Jiang Ci's heart moved, and he rose into the air. He didn't use the true meaning of gale. It was as if he had the ability to fly by instinct. My connection with the world has become closer. This thought flashed through Jiangxi's mind. Not only the ability to fly, but his body and spiritual sense had also been greatly improved in this upgrade. In short, he had become stronger. He opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Golden Core, Early Stage 125-5000, Tao Technique. True Meaning of Gale, 500,000/500,000. True Meaning of Sword, 824,061 million. Amplitude, 16. 658. Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time cultivation method. Purple Firmament Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization Experience Points, 977 million. The increase in cultivation was also reflected on the panel. Early Stage Golden Core Stage. Leveling up required 255,000 experience points. Let's celebrate the new year first. I'll settle accounts after the new year. Jiang Xi left the practice room and went to visit relatives and friends with Jiang Daodu, returning to the life of an ordinary person. He played like this for a few days. On the 6th day of the new year, he really calmed down and improved his strength. At the same time, he first asked Xian Tian to confirm the location of Hessus and some others, so that he wouldn't be unable to find them when he settled accounts later. Those 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits obtained from the flame dragon's lair have come in handy now. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in the underground practice room and took out the 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits from the storage ring. Then, he began to use these spiritual fruits to increase his cultivation experience. A 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit could provide about 80,000 points of spiritual energy. With the help of this spiritual energy, Riverward's speed of improvement was very fast. After only an hour, he received a call from Xian Tian. Jiang Xi, I've confirmed the location of Hessus and Mo Ta. Why? Do you want to make a move now? Xian Tian asked. My strength has made a breakthrough, and I'm not afraid of the threat of the holy city. It's time to settle accounts with them. Jiang Xi replied. A breakthrough? You've formed the Golden Core? Yes, it's been a few days. Xian Tian was silent for a moment before recovering from the shock. Then he said, Okay, I'll call bye-bye. The three of us will teach these shameless people a lesson together. Big brother, I suggest that we split up. You and Sister Bai will go to the Peacock Nation to settle accounts with Mo Ta, lest that old baldy sees that the situation is bad and runs away. You can do it alone? No problem. Hearing Jiang Xi's affirmative answer, Xian Tian didn't say much and listened to Jiang Xi's suggestion. He had already seen Jiang Xi's strength. No matter how much Jiang Xi's strength had improved after forming the Golden Core, he would definitely be able to block the attacks of those holy light spears. There was no need to worry about his safety. After ending the call, Jiang Xi didn't continue to improve. He took out the deep stasis sword and prepared to go out. Before leaving, he told Jiang Daodu, Daodu, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Jiang Daodu's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Xi carrying a sword on his back. Big brother, are you going to settle accounts? Yes, I checked the almanac. Today is a good day to go out and kill people. Roar. Go, big brother. Kill that shameless old man. Just you wait. Jiang Xi waved his hand and flew into the air, disappearing in an instant. His speed had improved significantly compared to before the breakthrough. In the past hour, he had consumed a total of 3,000-year-old spiritual fruits. The spiritual energy provided had pushed his cultivation level close to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Cultivation level, Golden Core, Early Stage 24300125500. It could be said that his current strength had improved by nearly 10 times since the last time he went to the Holy City. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Riverward's figure flitted across the sky, leaving behind afterimages of flowing light. Very soon, he arrived at the Holy City, revisiting the old place. Chapter 226. Jiang Xi didn't reveal himself immediately. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to investigate in the air at the edge of the Holy City. After some investigation, He found that the ordinary residents of the holy city hadn't moved back yet after more than 10 days. As expected, Jesus hadn't left the holy city. It made sense. He had a close relationship with the holy city. If he left, he would lose some of his special means. What surprised Jiang Ci was that Mr. Yuan Qingshan hadn't left either. I'm afraid the secret collusion between Jesus and the people of Hermit Yuan Qing has been going on for a long time. Perhaps the mysterious founder of the Freedom Alliance has always been hiding in the holy city. That's why no one has discovered his tracks all these years. Jiang Ci's face turned cold. He stopped hiding and revealed himself in the air. Jesus, Mr. Yuan Qingshan, come out and face your death. He deliberately used his spiritual force. His voice was like rolling thunder, echoing in the sky above the holy city. In the holy city cathedral, Jesus and Mr. Yuan Qingshan were stunned. They recognized that it was Jiang Ci's voice. How dare you? They were very surprised. They thought that Jiang Ci, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai had all come. However, their spiritual sense discovered that Jiang Ci was the only one in the sky above the holy city. Wasn't he here to die? Contact the nearest military base of the Holy Alliance and transfer a few satellites over for a live broadcast. I'll use this opportunity to make everyone believe that I'm right. Jesus had many thoughts and quickly made some arrangements. Then, he said to Mr. Yuan Qingshan, "You don't have to do anything. It's easy for me to deal with him with the help of the holy city." That's good too. The dragon python mentioned me in the live broadcast. If I appear, it will make people suspicious. Mr. Yuan Qingshan nodded. Then Jesus flew out of the cathedral and stood in the air. He was very confident that if Jiang Ci didn't escape this time, he could use the power of the holy city to kill Jiang Ci. Furthermore, it wasn't just about killing them. Several satellites of the Sacred Alliance were already recording this place from all angles. He also wanted to take this opportunity to push all the blame for the Battle of the Sacred City onto Jiang Ci. River Word, you demon. You're too arrogant. How dare you come to my holy city? Hesses pointed at River Word, expressing his anger and pain to the extreme at this time. The scene here had already been broadcasted to all parts of the world via satellite. On the internet, one could clearly see what was happening in the sky above the sacred city. The world was in an uproar. After half a month of fermenting public opinion, Jiang Ci, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai, one of them finally stood out. However, they didn't know that Xin Tian and Li Baibai were about to reach the Peacock country. When Jesus angrily scolded Jiang Ci, many people felt the same way, as if Jiang Ci was really a demon. There were also people who were looking forward to seeing how Jiang Ci would respond. Could Jiang Ci really be a sinister, murderous demon, like Jesus said? Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Jiang Ci said again with an indifferent expression, "Hypocrite." After reaching the golden core stage, his spiritual sense had also been upgraded. Just now, his spiritual sense had discovered Jesus' little trick of mobilizing the satellite broadcast. He didn't stop it, as he had a clear conscience. Since you took the initiative to come to me, then today I will avenge those cultivators and great demons who died last time and kill you, demon. The holy light on Jesus' body was rich and incomparably sacred. Punishment of the holy light. Following his angry roar, the buildings all over the city released wisps of holy light at the same time, which gathered in the sky above the holy city and condensed into powerful holy light spears. Go! Thousands of holy light spears whistled toward Jiang Ci like a rain of arrows. The powerful power shocked some of the golden core stage experts who were watching the satellite broadcast. Some people didn't participate in the Battle of the Sacred City last time. Therefore, many people didn't know Jesus' strength. Only now did they see how powerful Jesus was. Even they couldn't withstand those holy light spears. If they didn't escape, they would die. What a joke. Jiang Ci laughed. A thick layer of purple protective light suddenly appeared all over his body, and he stood out of thin air like a god fiend. True sword intent. With a thought, a layer of sword shadow rose from the abyss sword in his hand as if it could penetrate space. Those powerful, holy light spears were about to fly in front of him. The light was so dazzling that the satellite broadcast couldn't capture a specific image. Punishment of the holy light, my ass. What right do you have to punish others? Accompanied by Jiang Si's indifferent voice, he swung his sword lightly. The sword shadow turned into sword shadows that filled the sky and directly pierced those powerful holy light spears. Puff, puff, puff. The holy light spears that seemed to be able to burn all the evil in the world disappeared into thin air. When the light dissipated, the satellite broadcast captured the image again. Jiang Si's was unscathed, but Yesa's face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Punishment of the holy light. He opened his arms and was about to attack again. Let's end this. However, at this moment, Jiang Si disappeared on the spot. His speed had reached the maximum. What? Yesa's face changed drastically. Chi! The sharp blade of the abyss sword swept across his forehead, and his whole body was cut in half. You have killed an early-stage golden core cultivator. Experience points plus 1,000. Jiang Si swung his sword lightly, as if talking to himself. His loud voice echoed in the sky above the holy city. All schemes are illusory in the face of absolute strength. If I were a devil, then I would be the devil who punishes the wicked. Today, I will show everyone who is good and who is evil. These few words were clearly transmitted to all parts of the world through the satellite broadcast. Many people had yet to recover from the shock of Jiang Si killing Yesus when their attention was attracted by Jiang Si's words. Who is good and who is evil? What does he mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, the satellite broadcast captured a black-robed figure flying out of the Holy City Cathedral and fleeing at high speed. The black-robed man. Some time ago, the great demon dragon Python said that Jesus and a black-robed man were behind the battle of the Holy City. Could it be? Jesus lied? That kind-looking pope who represents holiness is really a hypocrite? This scene caused a huge commotion. Although everyone was still puzzled, they realized what the truth was in their hearts. The public debate that had been going on for half a month had finally come to light. In the sky above the holy city, Jiang Si would not let any of his enemies go. His figure flashed, and he caught up with the fleeing Yuan Qingshan. Jiang Si, don't kill me. I can tell you the big secret of the Fengdu mystic realm. In the face of death, Yuan Qingshan was also terrified. He never would have thought that in just half a month, Riverward would become so formidable. He was many times stronger than before. He dispersed the powerful holy light punishment with one strike. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator would not be as powerful as Jiang Si, right? No need. Jiang Si rejected decisively. The secret of the Fengdu mystic realm? What Yuan Qingshan knew could not be bigger than the secret of the ghost sex inheritance. Chapter 227. Jiang Si's ruthless rejection caused Yuan Qingshan to fall into despair. Damn it, you won't have an easy time even if I die. He roared angrily as the spiritual power in his body surged and expanded. He was also about to self-destruct. Why bother? Jiang Si shook his head gently. The wind whistled as he suddenly stabbed his sword into Yuan Qingshan's body like lightning. Under the extreme speed, the other party couldn't dodge at all. This time, it wasn't a deflation, but a direct explosion. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the sky above the sacred city. The power of an early-stage golden core cultivator's self-destruction was undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. It was as if 10 nuclear bombs had been detonated at the same time. The entire peninsula where the sacred city was located shook violently. A huge tsunami occurred in the Mediterranean Sea and quickly drowned the entire peninsula. The monsters living here also fled as if their lives depended on it. This power was enough to destroy the world. Could Jiang Si, who was at the center of the explosion, withstand such a powerful force? After a long time, the storm subsided. Everyone could clearly see it through the satellite broadcast. Jiang Si, who was covered in a purple protective light, was standing quietly in the sky above the sacred city. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. Jiangxi's expression was calm. He didn't care about what the people outside thought about this battle. He also didn't care whether the people outside believed what he said or not. Strength was enough to prove everything. This time, he killed 2 people and showed his powerful strength. No one would be stupid enough to jump out and cause trouble. Even if it was the zombie patriarch of the Ma family, who had the combat power of a late-stage golden core cultivator, if that old guy dared to jump out, he would turn him into a real corpse. The power of the explosion just now was so powerful, but these ancient buildings were not damaged at all. Under the satellite broadcast, Jiang Xi strolled leisurely in the sacred city. At the same time, he carefully searched the sacred city with his spiritual sense, trying to find out the secrets of this city. The sacred city's forbidden area, the cathedral, the Colosseum. He carefully observed for a while, but he didn't find anything. The entire sacred city is integrated as if there is some kind of connection. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't see through everything here. Jiang said I didn't underestimate this sacred city. In the end, he shook his head and put these doubts aside. His body swayed and disappeared. It was time to go home. Jiangxi's battle was not as simple as shocking as it seemed. It had a far-reaching impact. The strength he displayed made the people of the Western world fall into complete despair. With such an absolute expert in the Great Xia Kingdom, they didn't even have the chance to overtake them. Previously, those who said that Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Bai were the 3 Eastern demons disappear from the internet. Because in this battle, Jesus had revealed his true colors. It was enough to prove that the previous demon's words were false. No one dared to mention this again. So what if Jiang Xi and the others were demons? Who would dare to challenge them? Despair spread throughout the Western world. However, it wasn't over yet. Just when everyone thought that this matter had been settled, another shocking battle in Peacock Country broke out on the internet. Xian Tian and Li Bai started from the upper reaches of the Peacock Nation's holy river and chased after him for thousands of kilometers. In the end, they killed the current Brahmin over-god Mo Tuo at the lower reaches of the holy river. The scene of the battle between the 3 of them caused the sacred river to churn violently. The river water flowed backwards and flooded countless wilderness along the river. Such a battle silenced the world once again. Many people finally realized that in addition to Jiang Xi, there was also Xian Tian and Li Bai in the Great Xia Kingdom. These 2 peerless experts had dominated the world's martial arts world for many years. Despair. On this day, in addition to the Great Xia Kingdom, the Dark Shadow Nation and the Sacred Alliance in the Western world, the Alpha Star in the North, and the Peacock Nation in the South, the upper echelons and martial arts experts of each country made a helpless and bitter decision. They gave up on chasing after the Great Xia Kingdom and developed in secret, waiting for an opportunity. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the whole country was boiling. A new year had just passed, and now it was like a new year. The 3 great experts spread their might across the world, crossing thousands of miles and killing powerful enemies. Now, everyone understood. It turned out that the 3 great experts weren't swallowing their anger. They didn't make a move before, which was a kind of benevolence. They wanted to let their enemies live for a while longer. But once they made a move, they used thunderous means and killed them directly. Jiang Xi quietly returned to Pac Sun province in the midst of the hustle and bustle. Recalling the call with the Xian Tian just now, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because the Xian Tian complained that the Peacock Nation was too poor. That old monk Mo Tuo was an expert from 1,000 years ago, and he didn't have any family background. From head to toe, he had nothing but clothes. The Xian Tian complained, but in fact, they also understood that the Peacock Nation couldn't be so poor. There should be a lot of inheritance that hadn't been dug up. For example, the Peacock visualization method that Jiang Xi cultivated was provided by a spirit vessel cultivator in the Peacock Nation. This visualization method was valued by even the Tao integration expert, Taoist Ge, so it was definitely not simple. If there's a chance in the future, I must go to the Peacock Nation to hunt for treasures, Jiang Xi thought to himself as he stepped into the house. It only took an hour to go out, kill someone, and come back. It was very easy. After this battle, Jiang Xi guessed that the world's martial arts world would probably enter a period of calm. The impact of the fourth recovery of spiritual qi had subsided. Those awakened powerhouses were most likely going to go into hiding again. He was also happy to see such a situation. It was great that there was no need to fight and kill. In the following days, he either accompanied Jiang Daodu to cultivate or went to the wilderness to kill monsters and harvest a wave of experience points. Of course, in this piece, Jiang Xi was also steadily improving his strength. After reaching the early stage of the Golden Core realm, his experience points in cultivation and Tao techniques increased to 800 points every day. He improved a little bit every day, moving toward a higher realm. After returning from the Holy City, half a month later, he broke through again and reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This breakthrough was expected, and Jiang Xi wasn't surprised. His main energy now was studying two things. First, deduce the true meaning of Gale and upgrade this Tao technique to the next realm. Second, learn how to set up teleportation arrays in preparation for truly entering the universe. In terms of deducing the true meaning of Gale, the results were not satisfactory. Every time he thought about it, Jiang Xi's heart twitched in pain. In order to make his heart feel a little better, he spent 100,000 experience points every day to deduce it 10 times. In half a month, a total of 15 million experience points were spent, and there was no gain for this. He had to go to the wilderness around Pak Sun province every day to kill monsters and harvest experience points. Jiang Xi didn't believe that there were tens of billions of monsters in the wilderness of the Great Xia country. With so much experience points, how could he not deduce the next stage of the true meaning of Gale? What made him feel a little better was that his understanding of teleportation arrays was very fast, and his requirements were very simple. At this stage, as long as he could set up a small teleportation array, he didn't need to study it too deeply. Just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 228. Compared to the vast universe, Earth was like a grain of sand, unremarkable. Even after hundreds of years, the solar system, which humans had yet to fully explore, appeared insignificant in the starry sky. New Moon Year 96, July 7th. On this day, at the edge of the solar system, in the dead, silent starry sky, a ripple suddenly appeared like the surface of water. A flying boat without sails passed through the ripple and appeared in the starry sky abruptly. The flying boat was enveloped by an invisible barrier. The many dangers in the vacuum environment did not affect the flying boat at all. At this moment, 3 figures stood on the deck of the flying boat. 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked young. The 3 of them looked somewhat similar to the people of Great Xia. They wore different styles of spiritual battle suits and emitted powerful auras. When they saw the starry sky environment clearly, they immediately knelt on the ground and shouted in an ancient language to vent their excitement. "Captain, we've made it! We've made it! After 3 years without sleep and rest, we've conquered the core area of the chaotic star belt." The chaotic star belt. The forbidden land in the pale blue star region that no one has set foot in for tens of thousands of years has been broken by me. Hu Yin. Hu Yin was the leader of the short-haired young men. He looked the most similar to the people of Great Xia. He had a handsome face and was quite elegant. He quickly calmed down and instructed the other man and woman, Aze, Qiu Hong, quickly record this historical moment with the astrolabe. This moment will become one of the glories of my life as a wanderer. They took out the astrolabe and started recording. After a while, the other young man with a scar on his face, Chu Zhe, changed his expression. "Captain, there's no mark of the heavenly eye in this starry sky." "What?" The short-haired young man, Hu Yin, was shocked. He quickly snatched the astrolabe and waved his hand to summon a blurry image of the starry sky. The heavenly eye of the heavenly eye covered the entire universe. As long as it was a human territory, there would be a mark of the heavenly eye. The astrolabe could use the power of the heavenly eye to provide navigation for interstellar travel. At this moment, the astrolabe did not show their current location. Captain, this is a desolate galaxy. If there's a planet of life here, we'll be rich. Hong was very excited. Her temperament was somewhat feminine. The three of them, who had just calmed down, suddenly became excited again. They stood on the airship and looked at a planet at the edge of the solar system. Aze, Hong, let's explore these planets one by one. Record it down with the star atlas. Huyen said heroically. He was also extremely excited. Just as Hong had said, if they could find a planet with life, then they would be rich. According to the rules of the Tao Alliance, the first person to discover a life-bearing planet in the desolate nebula can apply to become the ruler of the planet. If there's really a life planet here, even the lowest level 1 life planet would be worth millions of lower spiritual crystals. Once it is sold, its value will be even higher. Although I'm the #1 genius of the Qing Xin sect in this generation, I've comprehended a Tao domain with my cultivation at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, and my combat strength is comparable to that of the nascent Soul realm. However, compared to the geniuses of the top-tier immortal Tao sects of the Tao Alliance, there's still a huge difference. If I had such wealth, the foundation of cultivation was talent, but the foundation of cultivation was wealth and resources. With 1 million low-grade spiritual crystals, he could easily break through his current bottleneck and truly reach the nascent soul stage. It could also help him advance further in the nascent soul stage. It is said that the top geniuses of the 3 sects and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance can comprehend a complete Tao at the nascent soul stage. If I can get a great opportunity this time, I might have the chance to reach that stage. Huyan's heart was filled with ambition. The airship traveled silently in the starry sky. It seemed slow, but it was as if it was traveling through space. Every time it traveled, it would cross 100,000 kilometers. At this speed, if they did not explore other planets, they would reach Earth in 2 months at most. Earth Pax Sun Province, mansion number 92 in Tongtian District. Jiangxi had cleared out a large empty space in the underground training room. A small teleportation portal with a radius of 1 meter was engraved on it. In the middle of the slightly complicated runes, there were 3 grooves where the spiritual crystals would be placed. At this time, 3 low-grade blood spiritual crystals were placed on top of it. Jiang Daodu surrounded the teleportation portal and looked at it curiously for a long time. Brother, can this work? Last week, you sent a little rabbit to God knows where. You might as well burn it and eat rabbit meat. Jiang Ci patted his head and ignored Jiang Daodu's nagging. Last time, it was purely a mistake. There were some slight deviations in the angles of a few runes. After a week of readjustment, he was now sure that there should be no problem. However, he still had to test it. When he was sure that there were no problems, he could personally experience it. Where's the rabbit? Jiang Ci asked. Jiang Daodu reluctantly handed the rabbit to Jiang Ci. Why did he have to experiment with a rabbit? Rabbit was so delicious, Jiang Ci was speechless. He heard the little girl swallowing her saliva. Cough. He coughed and placed the confused rabbit in the middle of the teleportation portal. Under Jiang Daodu's reluctant gaze, he made a series of hand seals and activated the teleportation portal. The next moment, the teleportation portal absorbed the spiritual chi energy of the blood spiritual crystals and the runes lit up. Whoosh! The light dissipated and the little rabbit disappeared. Go take a look, Jiang Daodu urged. Jiang Ci smiled and left the practice room in a flash. Then, he flew directly to the wilderness. He had set up a 2-way teleportation portal. The other end was in a remote place in the wilderness. To verify whether the teleportation was successful, he had to see if the rabbit appeared on the other end. In just 10 breaths, he arrived in front of a small mountain. There was a stone cave that he had dug in advance. The other end of the teleportation portal was inside. In fact, he had already discovered the situation in the stone cave from a long distance away. However, to be safe, he still had to confirm it with his own eyes. He walked into the stone cave and saw that there was also a small teleportation portal in the middle. Meanwhile, the little rabbit was jumping around in the cave, looking very happy. Success! Jiang Ci smiled and activated the teleportation portal here to teleport the little rabbit back. Success once did not mean that it would be successful every time. Experiments had to be done with a rigorous attitude. Therefore, this little rabbit was teleported back and forth thousands of times by Jiang Ci in a day. When the 2 moons rose, the confused little rabbit was finally free. However, its death still created value. It allowed Jiang Ci to confirm that the teleportation portal he had set up was a success. Next, I have to adjust the mark of the teleportation portal and change the destination to the Moon Palace on the first moon. Chapter 229. The teleportation array was not set up casually. There were many things to pay attention to. One of them was the carving of the imprint. Between 2 teleportation arrays, no matter how far they were, they had to be connected in order to be teleported. The imprint was equivalent to a signal identification code. It was the key to establishing a signal connection between the teleportation arrays. It was very important. The imprint of a teleportation array was divided into private imprints and universal imprints. Generally, a small teleportation array set up by an individual would use an encrypted private imprint. Of course, this was not absolute. On the other hand, large-scale interstellar teleportation arrays used universal imprints, which were public. The teleportation array in the Moon Palace of the first moon was left by Taoist Ge. Naturally, his private imprint was engraved on it. If one did not know Taoist Ge's private imprint, they would not be able to set the destination of the teleportation array there. And Jiang Ci had Taoist Ge's inherited memories, so he definitely knew this. Next, he spent another half a month and finally finished adjusting the imprint of the teleportation array. He could go to the first moon through this teleportation array. Before trying to teleport to the first moon, Jiang Ci first went to the Xiantian city to find Xiantian to buy some things. As the saying goes, the poor have a rich road. If one wanted to go on a long trip, they had to buy some traveling expenses for themselves. If one were to ask who had the most money on Earth, of course, it would be Xiantian. Xiantian had been the world's #1 expert for so many years. He had participated in the excavation of many mystic realms and had obtained countless treasures. For example, the abyss condensation sword in Jiang Ci's hand was excavated by Xiantian from an ancient mystic realm in the Great Xia Kingdom. Because of his poor appraisal skills, Xiantian did not know how rich he was. Coincidentally, Jiang Ci knew. So, he took a lot of good things from Xiantian. With his wallet bulging, he also had the confidence to go on a long trip. New Moon Year 96, August 24th, Tongtian District, Villa number 92, Underground Training Room. To teleport to the moon, the spiritual energy of 3 inferior blood spirit crystals is enough. After all, a mediocre blood spirit crystal was equivalent to all the energy of a spirit gathering stage practitioner under Jing Dudu's gaze. Jiang Ci placed the blood spirit crystal in the energy slot of the teleportation array. He was preparing to teleport to the first moon. Big brother, are you sure you can go out in this outfit? Jing Dudu was a little worried. This was because Jiang Ci was dressed very simply. He was dressed casually in a white shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. He looked very ordinary. The profound condensation sword was also not on his back. It was stored in his storage ring. No one knows what's going on with the other planets. This is my first time in space, so I have to keep a low profile, Jiang Ci said seriously. It would be troublesome if he dressed too ostentatiously and the aliens thought that he was a fat sheep. Then you must be careful. Don't forget to bring back some extraterrestrial specialties for me. Jiang Dudu pretended to be relaxed and smiled, hiding the worry in her heart. Haha, I'll be right back. Jiang Ziyi waved his hand and activated the teleportation portal. The runes of the teleportation portal flickered, and he disappeared from the underground training room. Jing Dudu did not go anywhere. She just stayed there and stared at the teleportation portal. She knew that Jiang Ziyi had set up the same teleportation portal in a remote place in the wilderness. Even if this one was destroyed, it would not affect Jiang Ziyi's travel. Not only that, but to prevent any accidents, she had also activated the villa's defense to the highest level and set it to reject all visitors. Nothing was more important than Jiang Ziyi's safety. This teleportation portal could not be damaged. On the first moon, in the dilapidated Guanghan Palace, the teleportation portal that was covered by a barrier suddenly activated, and the still gray fog rolled violently. A figure appeared in the flickering light. Haha, it worked! Jiang Ziyi saw the familiar environment in front of him and was surprised. Before the teleportation, he was still a little nervous. Even if he had tested it 1,000 times with a rabbit, it was a rabbit, not a human. He did not expect that he would succeed on his first try. Jiang Ziyi did not immediately leave the dilapidated Guanghan Palace. Instead, he kowtowed 3 times and 9 times at the place where Daoist Ge had disappeared. Although he had only interacted with Daoist Ge for less than 10 minutes, his master was still his master. The inherited memories that Daoist Ge had left for him were extremely useful. Then, he flew to the interstellar teleportation portal on the dark side of the first moon. With his current strength, he could survive in the vacuum of space for an hour or two. But it was impossible for him to fly from Earth to the moon. It was a journey of nearly 400,000 kilometers. He would die in a vacuum before he could reach it. The first moon was small and had low gravity. In just 3 minutes, he flew to the dark side of the moon and arrived at the location of the interstellar teleportation portal. However, there was an endless sandstorm in front of him. 10,000 years have passed. The interstellar teleportation portal has long been buried by the sandstorm. Jiang Ziyi shook his head and activated his spiritual power. The wind whistled and blew away the sandstorm. He did this for a full 5 minutes. When the ground here sank by 3 meters, he saw the interstellar teleportation portal that covered an area of about 1 square kilometer. The runes that made up this portal were extremely complicated. Those patterns revealed an ancient aura. Surprisingly, after 10,000 years, this interstellar teleportation portal was not eroded by time and remained intact. 10,000 years ago, my chief master discovered this interstellar teleportation portal. In order to prevent Yin Tiansheng from escaping, he deliberately engraved his personal imprint on this portal. If you don't know how to activate the imprint, you can't use this portal. Similarly, if there are people from other planets who want to teleport here, they can't do it either. Jiang Ziyi smiled softly. This was equivalent to Daoist Ge encrypting the interstellar teleportation portal's identification code. People who did not have the password could not activate this portal, nor could they set the destination of the portal to this place. Next, Jiang Ziyi took out 3 low-grade blood spirit crystals from his storage ring and placed them in the energy slot of the interstellar teleportation portal. The destination he was going to this time was a planet with life that was very far away from Earth. It was called the Blue Planet. Back then, when Daoist Ge was chasing after Yin Tiansheng of the Ghost Sect, he had stopped at the Blue Planet for a short time. According to Daoist Ge's inherited memory, only 2 low-grade spiritual crystals were needed to successfully activate the interstellar teleportation portal to the Blue Planet. The level of the interstellar teleportation portal was very high. It could automatically absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to ensure its normal operation. The spirit chi provided by the 2 low-grade spiritual crystals was only used to activate the portal. After setting the coordinates of the destination, Jiang Ziyi took a deep breath and was full of anticipation. Whether it was in the old era or the new era, humans were full of curiosity and desire to explore the universe. Besides Earth, were there any other planets with life in the universe? Chapter 230. Especially during the third Spirit Chi awakening, palaces that were obviously built by intelligent life appeared on the two moons. This further confirmed that Earth might not be alone on this planet. However, no one could give a definite answer without seeing an alien with their own eyes. And Jiang Xi had seen an alien last year. The appearance of Taoist Gu and the inheritance memories he left behind gave Jiang Xi a deeper understanding of the universe. Humans on Earth were not the only intelligent life forms in the universe. The universe was vast, and there were countless races. The human race was just one of them. Of course, it was a powerful race. With the Tao Alliance as the core, the human race occupied the vast 9-star zones and was one of the top races in the universe. Jiang Xi knew that when he activated the teleportation array, he would take a big step forward for the humans on Earth. He was about to enter an even more magnificent great world. I wonder if the aliens are like Master and look like the people of Great Xia. Jiang Xi thought about this question in his heart. Standing in the interstellar teleportation array, he did not hesitate and directly activated Taoist Ji's private imprint. Buzz. The interstellar teleportation array formed a special environment and emitted a buzzing sound. The complicated runes emitted a brilliant light and formed a mysterious pattern, as if resonating with another distant interstellar teleportation array. In the next moment, Jiang Xi's figure disappeared in the light. The Blue Star region had hundreds of galaxies with life. As the core planet of the region, the Blue Star was naturally the most prosperous. The Blue Star was very big. Its diameter was more than 100,000 kilometers, 10 times larger than Earth. Its population was as high as 10 billion. Because of the special location of the Blue Star, there are not only humans, but also other races living in the various cities on this planet. Among them, Linhai City, which was located on the coast of the ocean, was one of the most open cities on the Blue Star. In the sky above the ocean outside the city, there are floating islands. Private flying boats or large public interstellar flying boats circled in the starry sky and landed on the floating islands. It was bustling with activity and was extremely prosperous. Those were the cultivators who had rushed to planet Songlan on their flying ships from distant galaxies. They had all kinds of purposes, such as visiting friends, apprenticeship, traveling, competitive exchanges, business exchanges, and so on. After they got off the flying boat, they went through the teleportation array on the island and entered the main city of Linhai City. The teleportation point of Waterfront City was located at the edge of the main city area. It was a majestic hall that occupied an area of hundreds of square kilometers. Inside the teleportation hall, there were many small teleportation formations of different sizes. From time to time, they would light up as people were teleported from different places of Blue Star. As for the interstellar teleportation array in the depths of the hall, it lit up less frequently. Generally, cultivators who had the strength to step into the starry sky tended to use flying ships for interstellar travel. The reason for not using the interstellar teleportation portal was very simple. First of all, not all planets with life had interstellar teleportation arrays. Secondly, the cost of using the interstellar teleportation portal was too high. However, the interstellar teleportation cost at least 100 low-grade spiritual crystals each time. Although the flying boat was not as fast as the teleportation array, it was cheaper. The lifespan of a cultivator was long, and this little bit of time did not matter to them. Only when there was an emergency would one think of using the interstellar teleportation array. As for the interstellar teleportation, there were even fewer people using it because the cost of using it was tens of thousands of lower spiritual crystals. Although the activation of the interstellar teleportation portal did not cost many spiritual crystals, there were many other miscellaneous costs. Even a nascent soul cultivator would feel the pinch for decades if they took out so many spiritual crystals at once. Gongshi was one of the captains of the guards of Waterfront City's teleportation hall. It was his turn to guard the teleportation hall for the past 10 years. However, the task of guarding the teleportation hall was very leisurely. Usually, there was nothing major, and the guard below would handle the small matters. On this day, Gongshi was cultivating when he was awakened by a guard under his command. Captain, the interstellar teleportation portal lit up. So what if it lit up? Why are you making a fuss? Gongshi was a little displeased. It was very unpleasant to be disturbed when one was cultivating in peace. But the teleportation array did not show the origin. What? Gongshi could not sit still anymore. In a flash, he came to the front of the interstellar teleportation portal. He saw that the interstellar teleportation portal, which was 1 square kilometer in size, lit up with a complicated pattern. This was a sign that someone was about to be teleported over. However, the mark on the teleportation array did not show the coordinates of the person being teleported. Seeing that the teleportation was about to be completed, Gongshi suppressed the surprise in his heart and hurriedly ordered the guards under his command to line up. He first tidied up his clothes, then bent slightly and stood respectfully in front of the interstellar teleportation portal. After being the captain of the guards of the teleportation hall for so many years, he had concluded one experience. In this job, one could not offend people. At this time, in the teleportation hall, many of the cultivators coming and going nearby were attracted by the guards' actions. They curiously stopped in their tracks. What kind of person was able to make the guards of the Linhai City Teleportation Hall greet them so respectfully? After all, not many people use the interstellar teleportation portal all year round. In just 3 breaths, the complicated pattern emitted a dazzling light, and a figure appeared in the interstellar teleportation portal. The light dissipated, and everyone saw the figure clearly. His appearance was not strange. He was a normal human. However, his clothes were very strange. It was obviously different from the style of the blue planet. Gongshi was also stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and hurriedly said in a clear voice, "I am Gongshi, the 3rd captain of the guards of Waterfront City's teleportation hall on the blue planet. Welcome, sir." Even though he found that the person was also in the late stage of the Golden Core realm like him, he did not dare to be careless. Because generally, when interstellar teleportation was carried out, the teleportation portal would show the approximate location of the other end. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that the location of the other end of the teleportation portal was too far away across the star region, and the teleportation mark on the other end could not be recognized. The other was that the person who used the teleportation portal was a peerless powerhouse who had concealed his origin. Although this person is not a peerless powerhouse, he can carry out interstellar teleportation with only the cultivation of the Golden Core realm. Either he is a genius from a top immortal sect or an ancient family in a distant star region, or there's a peerless powerhouse behind him who has concealed his origin. No matter which one it is, I can't afford to offend him. Because 1 interstellar teleportation cost at least 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. He had only earned that many spiritual crystals in 10 years. This person's expression is normal, as if he has experienced such scenes often. Moreover, this person's clothes reveal a mysterious aura. Even I can't see through it. Gongshi waited for a while, but the person in the teleportation portal did not respond to him. He was even more certain of his speculation. Chapter 231. In reality, Jiang Xi was a little confused. However, his many years of experience made him subconsciously show an indifferent attitude. In reality, he was extremely shocked. My God, this is the blue planet. The captain of the guards is already at the late-stage Golden Core stage. Not only that, but the group of guards behind Gongshi were also at the Golden Core stage. Just one of the guards was already comparable to the most powerful force on Earth. How powerful was this planet? Jiang Xi was stunned for a few seconds before regaining his composure. He told himself that he had to be calm at this time. Then, he walked out of the galaxy teleportation formation area expressionlessly. At the same time, he casually observed his surroundings and saw many onlookers. Sure enough, there would be onlookers everywhere. Most of these people looked very normal. Only a few looked a little strange. Some had horns on their heads, Some had tails on there, but some had red eyes and green skin. However, they were all humanoid and belonged to the human race. My lord, please register your identity. Gongshi did not forget his duty. He stepped forward with a respectful attitude. Jiang Xi only nodded slightly. He maintained his cold demeanor and followed him to the registration area. The galaxy was not as chaotic as one would imagine. This was especially so for the vital planets under the Tao Alliance's rule. The social order was very complete. Every time a cultivator arrived at a planet, they would have to register their identity. Of course, it was another matter whether the registered identity was real or fake. As long as they did not do anything bad, no one would investigate. After all, the universe was so big. No one would be so bored as to investigate these things every day. Everyone has to cultivate, all right. My lord, please show me your identity jade tablet, Gongshi said. I lost my identity jade tablet. Help me make a new one. Jiang Xi said softly. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. This was the first time he had spoken. Gongshi's heart trembled. Jiang Xi was speaking the most authentic common language of the Tao Alliance. His pronunciation was perfect and very accurate. If he did not come from a top-tier sect or an ancient family, he would not be able to learn this at all. Perhaps he is undergoing some kind of training and cannot reveal his identity. That's why he said he lost his identity jade tablet. Gongshi's mind raced. In the end, he decided to go with the flow and not investigate Jiang Xi's identity. Sir, please tell me your identity. Gongshi smiled. Jiang Xi, Morong Star, Minglan Star region. Jiang Xi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and casually said the identity that he had prepared long ago. Minglan Star region. Gongshi could no longer hide the shock in his heart, because he had heard of this star zone before. The Minglan Star region was located at the edge of the Zixiao domain. From there to the Kanglan Star region, one had to cross almost the entire Zixiao domain. This was no longer just crossing between star zones. It was equivalent to crossing between star fields. The Tao Alliance was divided into stellar regions, and stellar systems. Only nascent soul, stage mighty figures were able to perform interplanetary teleportation. Although this Jiang Xi was only at the Golden Core stage, his background was definitely frightening. Therefore, he became even more respectful. A moment later, Sir, take care. Jiang Xi nodded gently and put the jade tablet into his storage ring. Afterwards, he walked out of the teleportation hall with steady steps under Gongshi's respectful escort. After passing the test of identity, the rest was easy. After all, it was difficult for an unregistered person to move around anywhere. Sure enough, it's never a burden to have more skills. The common language of the Tao Alliance that I spent time learning in the inheritance memory has come in handy now. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. The inheritance memory that Taoist left for him was too comprehensive. After walking out of the teleportation hall, he looked at Linhai City, which had a completely different architectural style from that of Earth. Although Riverward was surprised in his heart, he maintained his composure on the surface. Since the character had been set, it couldn't be changed. If someone found out something fishy, there might be trouble. The guard captain's attitude, just now, was so respectful, and it had a lot to do with his people. First of all, Taoist Ge had encrypted the interstellar teleportation array of the first moon. When he teleported, others couldn't see the interstellar coordinates from which he came. This gave people a sense of mystery. Secondly, although he seemed to be wearing simple clothes, he was actually wearing 2 pieces of underwear made of nascent soul stage demon skin. It was difficult for a golden core stage soul sense to see through the skin of a nascent soul stage demon. This made him even more mysterious. If he destroyed this mysterious character, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to be careful, but he couldn't show this caution. Jiang Xi was like a tourist who was about to enter the main city of Linhai City. After a few steps, someone called him from behind. Brother Jiang Xi, please wait. Jiang Xi looked over in confusion and saw a tall and thin young man in luxurious clothes chasing after him from the teleportation hall. How did this person know his name? What's the matter? Jiang Si's tone was calm. Brother Jiang Si, this should be your first time on planet Songlan, right? The tall and thin young man didn't answer the question. That's right. Jiang Si nodded lightly. There was nothing to hide. The other party must have known his name from Gong Shi, but Gong Shi probably didn't have the guts to reveal his background. I knew it. In the past 100 years, I basically know all the cultivators who can use the interstellar teleportation array on planet Songlan. Brother Jiang Si, this is my first time meeting you. If you don't mind, I could be your guide. Charge. Haha. I, Shenwansi, am not that kind of person. I just want to be friends with Brother Jiang Si. Jiang Si nodded. Just based on your name, there's no harm in being friends with you. Since this person could find out his name from Gong Shi, he definitely wasn't simple. After chatting for a while, Jiang Si found out that Shenwansi was really a businessman. According to the other party's description, he was quite rich. The Shun family has been on the Vero planet for tens of thousands of years. Generations of our family have been interstellar merchants. We are quite famous in the Blue Star region. According to my father's plan, I will take over his position after I reach the Yuaning realm. However, I don't want to go back and inherit the family business, so I came to planet Songlan to make a living. After so many years, I've made a lot of business and made many friends. My biggest dream is to buy a manor in the main city of Linhai City and become a permanent resident of planet Songlan. If you ask me, flying was prohibited in the cities of planet Songlan, so the two of them walked to the main city of Linhai City. It wasn't far. Along the way, the two of them chatted as they walked, and Shenwansi was basically the one doing the talking. It was obvious that Shenwansi was indeed very talkative. Jiang Si only interjected a few words occasionally. It was just nice that he could get more information from Shenwansi. Soon, he followed Shenwansi and arrived at the first destination of this trip. It was the largest interstellar business group on planet Songlan Trade. In a building with different styles, many cultivators were shopping for goods. There were also interstellar businessmen discussing business here. However, these people's cultivation levels varied. The highest was only at the late-stage golden core stage. There was no one with a higher cultivation level. The attendants in the building were basically at the spirit nurture stage. Chapter 232. On Earth, spirit gathering stage cultivators were big shots. But here, spirit gathering stage cultivators were just waiters. Along the way, Jiang Si was no longer surprised by such a scene. However, the two did not stay in the public trading hall of the Gray Cloud building. Shenwansi was indeed as influential as he said. He directly took Jiang Si to the manager of the Gray Cloud Star Trade Hall, who was in charge of receiving VIPs. At the same time, he also introduced the situation of the Gray Cloud Star to Jiang Si. The Gray Cloud sect is the most powerful immortal Tao sect in the Blue Star region. It rules the entire Blue Star region. It is said that the sect's ancestor is at the Tao integration stage and is extremely powerful. The Gray Cloud Star Trade Hall is the largest interstellar trading group under the Gray Cloud sect. It is responsible for the interstellar trading of the sect. Their business is all over the 9-star regions of the Tao Alliance. Shenwansi's face was full of envy, because he was also an interstellar merchant, but he only had a small caravan under him. Compared with a behemoth like the Gray Cloud Star Trade Hall, it was like the difference between a small stone and the blue star. When Shenwansi said these words, he was also secretly observing Jiang Si's reaction. However, he found that Jiang Si's face still remained calm, as if the power of the Gray Cloud sect was not surprising in Jiang Si's eyes. What is the origin of this guy? Along the way, I didn't notice any change in this guy's expression, nor did he reveal any more identity information. I only know that he came from the Minglan Star region. Shenwansi was full of curiosity about Jiang Si. Of course, it was not out of curiosity. He really wanted to make friends with Jiang Si. After all, there were not many gold core stage cultivators on the Blue Star who could make the guards of the teleportation hall line up to welcome them. This kind of person's background was definitely not simple. Shenwansi was a businessman and knew the importance of making friends with nobles. Therefore, when he left the teleportation hall just now, he took the initiative to catch up with Jiang Ci. When he learned that Jiang Ci was looking for a place to exchange something, he led the way to the Gray Cloud Star Trade Hall. In fact, Jiang Ci was quite shocked. Dao integration stage. In addition to Daoist Gu and Yin Tiansheng, he heard of another Dao integration stage powerhouse. Although he was shocked, his face did not show the slightest abnormality. The patriarch of the immortal Dao sect that ruled an entire star region was only at the Dao reunion level. Then, how powerful was the Purple Heaven sect that Daoist Gu belonged to? Jiang Ci thought to himself. Following Shenwansi, they soon arrived at the VIP reception area of the Gray Cloud Star Trade. He wasn't afraid that Shenwansi was a scammer. Societal experience was applicable everywhere. Shenwansi might have thought that he knew nothing about planet Songlan, but in fact, in Daoist Ji's inherited memories, there was a general introduction to planet Songlan. It was just that Shenwansi didn't know it in detail. Steward Zhua, this is Brother Jiang Ci from Minglan Star Region. He wants to exchange something with you. Shenwansi introduced Jiang Ci to a well-dressed old man. Hello, young Master Jiang Ci. Steward Zhua's eyes lit up as he hurriedly invited Jiang Ci to take a seat. He knew Shenwansi's ability to recognize people. Since Shenwansi treated him so warmly, Jiang Ci's identity must not be simple. Jiang Ci sat down casually. With a sweep of his soul sense, he found that Steward Zhua's cultivation was at the late stage of the Gold Court realm, just like Shenwansi. A small VIP steward had such a cultivation, which was enough to show how powerful the Gray Cloud Star Trade was. It should be easier for him to exchange something this time. Then, he directly told Steward Zhua what he wanted. My family didn't give me many things when I went out this time, and I'm almost out of spiritual crystals. I just want to exchange some spiritual crystals on planet Songlan. That's easy. Our Gray Cloud Star Trade is famous for its fair prices in the Blue Star region. Take out the things you want to exchange, and I'll help you appraise them first. Steward Zhua said with a smile. He had received similar business countless times, so he was not surprised. Next to him, Shenwansi's eyes flashed. He wanted to know what treasures Jiang Ci could take out. From this, he could see Jiang Ci's background. Jiang Ci was very calm. He took out a stone that was 3 inches in length, width, and height from his storage ring and threw it on the table in front of Steward Zhua. A stone? Shenwansi lost interest. He thought it was something good. What was so good about a piece of broken stone? This is a wonderful stone. Steward Zhua's expression changed drastically. He jumped to his feet and was very excited. Yes, this is a wonderful stone. Jiang Ci nodded. A wonderful stone. Shenwansi was also shocked. He grabbed the stone and felt it. Then he exclaimed, "It's really a wonderful stone. When I hold in my hand, the speed at which I absorb spiritual qi has increased by several times." Steward Zhua also took it and felt it. The shock on his face did not subside for a long time. He hesitated. Young Master Jiang Ci, won't your family say something if you sell such a valuable thing? This was given to me by the ancestor. I have a lot of them, so I only keep them for fun. Jiang Ci's tone was calm. Shenwansi and Steward Zhua looked at each other. It turned out that he really was a super young master. How powerful was this ancestor? Such a large piece of wonderful stone, and he gave it to his own junior as a toy. How extravagant. The normal size of a wonderful stone was a cube with length, width, and height of 1 inch. The large piece of wonderful stone that Jiang Ci took out was 3 inches in length, width, and height. If it was divided, such a large wonderful stone could be divided into 27 pieces of normal size. And a normal piece of wonderful stone was enough to increase the efficiency of a cultivator's absorption and transformation of spiritual qi. For cultivators, it was an auxiliary cultivation treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Even the Sanyin sect, which ruled an entire star region, didn't have many wondrous stones. In the Sanyin sect, Only those genius disciples were qualified to have a small piece. Give me a price. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Ci smiled faintly. His smile was like a spring breeze, giving people a good impression. He had Taoist Ji's inherited memories, so of course he knew the preciousness of wonderful stones. But wonderful stones were of no use to him. He had the experience value panel, so the effect of the wonderful stone's auxiliary cultivation was not worth mentioning. What's more, he did have a lot of wonderful stones in his hands. He did not lie. These wonderful stones were left behind by the ancestor on Earth. When Xian Tian, Li Bai, and the others first discovered the Jade Lake's secret realm, they found many wonderful stones at the top of Mount Tongtian. How big were they? If he had to describe them, each of them was a stone block as big as a millstone. The one in the Jinten Budokan Sky Training Camp was just one of them. Before he left this time, he took 3 wonderful stones of the same size from Xian Tian. How powerful was the Jade Lake secret realm at its peak? Wonderful stones are so precious, but they were casually used to make stone blocks. Jiang Ci could not help but sigh as he thought of this. On this side, Steward Zhuo pondered for a moment and finally gave a price. Such a large piece of wonderful stone can be divided into 27 regular pieces. How about 300,000 low-grade spirit crystals? Chapter 233. Jiang Ci shook his head and chuckled. The market price of one stone is 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals, but there is no market for them. If you really want to buy one, the price will be at least 3 times higher. That is to say, after you buy them from me, if you sell them, you can sell them for at least 800,000. Steward Zhuo laughed dryly. He thought that Jiang Ci was a prodigal young master who was easy to fool. He did not expect him to be so shrewd and know the market so well. Then, young master Jiang Ci, how much do you think is appropriate? Steward Zhuo asked. 600,000 low-grade spirit crystals. How about 500,000? 600,000, if it's not enough, it's just pocket money anyway. Jiang Ci's attitude was very firm, and he would not budge. Steward Zhuo's expression changed, and he finally smiled bitterly. Then let's do as young master Jiang Ci said. Treat it as making friends. Next time, if you have any good things, you can consider asking me for help. The reason why he could agree so readily was very simple. With so many stones, if he sold them to Grey Cloud Star Trade, he could definitely sell them for a high price of 1 million. Of course, he would definitely not sell them. At that time, these stones would all be handed over to the Grey Cloud sect. After all, stones were auxiliary cultivation treasures that could only be found by chance. Sometimes they cannot be bought even if you had money. Jiang Ci also understood this, so his attitude was so tough just now. He nodded gently and smiled. That's easy. It just so happens that I want to buy something from you. Oh, if young Master Jiang Ci needs anything, just say the word. Our Grey Cloud Star Trades products are definitely the most complete in the Blue Star region. Steward Zhuo's eyes lit up. I don't want my family to know my whereabouts this time. So, I need to buy a new communication bead, and then give me 100,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old spiritual items. Jiang Ci chuckled. So many spiritual items? Young Master Jiang Ci wants to refine pills? Steward Zhuo was surprised. I don't want to do that kind of laborious work. I want to buy some spiritual fruits to eat and taste the spiritual fruits of the blue star to see if they taste different. Jiang Ci shook his head. His demeanor was that of a rich young master who spent lavishly. Shen Wansi and manager Zhuo looked at each other speechlessly. This was too much a blow. The 1,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old spirit fruits were the raw materials for refining low-grade and mid-grade spirit pills, respectively. They were extremely precious. Eating it like a fruit. Afterward, Jiang Ci picked a few types of phase and fruits that he had never eaten before. Not long after, an attendant of the Golden Core stage came over with a storage ring. It contained the things that Jiang Ci needed, including a communication bead. Steward Zhuo inspected the goods one by one for Jiang Ci. These are top-grade messaging pearls, worth 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. As long as you are within the 9 great star fields of the Tao Alliance, you can use them to send messages. And these spiritual items, Jiang Ci waved his hand to stop him from introducing the items. No need for that. Just calculate the price. Steward Zhuo did not mind and quickly stated the price. A 1,000-year-old fruit costs 100 low-grade spirit crystals. A 10,000-year-old fruit costs 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Together with the communication bead, the total price is 120,000. This time, Jiang Ci did not haggle. That would ruin his image. How could a spendthrift like him do something as lowly as haggling? 120,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Jiang Ci's heart was throbbing with pain. If he calculated according to the blood spirit crystals, that would be 120,000 golden core cultivators. Of course, that was not the case. Low-grade spirit crystals were naturally formed, while blood spirit crystals were refined by the spirit refinement blood array. Young Master Jiang Ci, how do you want the rest of the spirit crystals? Do you want to deposit them in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank? Or, Steward Zhuo asked, deposit 400,000 into the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank. As for the remaining 80,000, exchange them for 6 high-grade spirit crystals, 100 middle-grade spirit crystals, and 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. I will keep them with me. Jiang Ci took out his identity jade token and added, open a new account in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank with this information. Also, prepare 2 more storage rings for me. I have other uses for them. His casual attitude convinced Steward Zhuo and Shen Wanzi in the VIP room. Soon, Steward Zhuo took care of everything for Jiang Ci. The remaining spirit crystals were all stored in a new storage ring. He even gave Jiang Ci an empty storage ring as an additional gift. As for the spirit crystals stored in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank, the next time Jiang Ci wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them. The Tao Alliance Crystal Bank was spread throughout the Tao Alliance's 9 great star zones. Basically, there were branches on the larger planets with life. It was very convenient to deposit and withdraw them. After receiving these items, Jiang Ci secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This way, this trip could be considered complete. After leaving planet Ash Cloud, Shen Wanzi's attitude became even more enthusiastic. He no longer called Jiang Ci brother. Instead, he called him Jiang Ge. He could be considered to have completely witnessed Jiang Ci's wealth. 600,000 low-grade spirit crystals. He had spent 120,000 of them without even blinking his eyes. He had been on planet Ash Blue for close to 100 years, relying on an interstellar caravan under him. His savings had only just exceeded 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. He was only 800,000 low-grade spirit crystals away from his dream of buying a manor in Waterfront City. People really couldn't compare with people. Shen Wanzi was now completely sure that Jiang Ci had a very powerful background. He asked enthusiastically, Jiang Ge, where are we going next? Let's go see the scenery of planet Ash Blue first. Jiang Ci smiled. Looking at romance or looking at specialties? Shen Wanzi smiled mischievously. Jiang Ci raised his eyebrows. Romance. Do I look like that kind of person? In the end, he followed Shen Wanzi to look at specialties. Planet Ash Blue is a famous trading planet in the Zixiao region. The atmosphere of interstellar trade is very strong. In such an environment, it gave birth to a special industry, the slave trade. I'm sure you've never seen this before, Jiang Ge. After all, there aren't many planets in the Taoist Alliance that can carry out legal slave trade. Shen Wanzi brought Jiang Ci to planet Ash Blue's largest slave trade market. There were thousands of shops of various sizes in the entire market. In every shop, cultivators known as slaves were displayed. Stiff, numb, listless, desperate, angry, pessimistic. These slaves' faces were filled with all kinds of negative emotions. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ci was shocked, but he still tried to maintain a calm expression. There are even golden core slaves, and the price is clearly marked. Early golden core, 20,000 low-grade spirit crystals, mid-stage golden core, 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals, and late-stage golden core, 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Spirit nurturing is even cheaper. The highest is only 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Previously, when he was sorting out Taoist GE's inherited memories, he had a brief understanding of the slave trade in interstellar space. However, the shock brought by the memories was definitely not as deep as seeing it with his own eyes. After all, Taoist Gu was a Tao integration stage elite who stood at the peak of cultivation. A slave trade like this was not within his scope of concern. Chapter 234. The shop in front should have some good stuff. 10 years ago, that slave merchant bought a planet of life in the desolate galaxy from a team of space hunters. The natives of that planet are actually the Catmen clan, which has been extinct in the universe for a long time. Those cat women are all stunningly beautiful. Tisk, Shenwansi had a look that all men understood. The two enter the shop. Bosses, come and take a look. My cat women are all top-notch goods. You can't find another shop like them in the entire Kanglan Star region, or even the entire Zxiao region. And our family's goods are also the safest. Whether it's the gold core stage or the spirit gathering stage, we have placed a restriction in the depths of their sea of consciousness. Even the ordinary goods, we have also placed a blood restriction. I guarantee that they're the most obedient. The shop assistant, who was also in the gold core realm, greeted them warmly and introduced the slaves in the shop to them. Jiang Ci glanced around the shop. The owner of this shop was very good at doing business. Every catwoman was locked in a cage. Judging by their cultivation, these catwomen ranged from ordinary people to the spirit-gathering realm, and then to the gold core realm. The catwomen in the spirit-gathering realm and the gold core realm were extremely angry, while the ordinary catwomen were terrified. Coupled with their beautiful figures, they were indeed pitiful. Jiang Ci sighed in his heart and shook his head. Not bad. They're quite attractive, but they're not as good as the butterfly maids in my house. Butterfly maids? That's the best slave maids. Shenwansi was surprised. Hearing this, the shop assistant's eyes lit up. It turned out that he was a big boss. He quickly said, "Boss, butterfly maids and catwomen have their own characteristics. It's okay to buy some more catwomen. Our shop has a uniform price. Ordinary catwomen only cost 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals, spirit-gathering catwomen 10,000, and gold core catwomen 100,000. Buy 10 and get 1 free." Seeing that Jiang Ci's expression remained unchanged, he added, "Of course, we also have the treasure of our shop, a catwoman in the late gold core realm. If you want, you only need to pay 200,000. Next time." Jiang Ci suddenly lost interest. Ignoring the shop assistant's pleas to stay, he left the shop with Shenwansi. Shenwansi did not notice Jiang Ci's abnormality because Jiang Ci's current state of silence was no different from before he was still sighing. "Sigh, sometimes I really envy those starry sky hunters. They can rely on their powerful combat strength to roam the starry sky. Especially those space hunters who specialize in finding life planets in the desolate star system. If they can find a life planet and sell it to a slave merchant, they will become rich instantly. Buying a manor in Linhai City is also a piece of cake. After all, even the lowest level 1 life planet can be sold for at least 1 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Of course, these space hunters are all people who live on the edge of a blade. Sometimes, if they are unlucky, they might encounter a powerful wild planet. It is common for them to be killed by the natives. Therefore, in the entire slave industry, the ones who make the most money are still the slave merchants. They buy life planets in the desolate star system and use them as slave breeding bases. Then, through the huge population base, they can cultivate spirit nurturing, golden core, and even nascent soul cultivators as slaves. And the lower the level of a life planet, the easier it is to make money, because the fertility of low-level life forms is generally higher. For example, a level 1 life planet can have a population of more than 10 billion. If there is one spirit-nurturing cultivator among 100 million people, it is considered a prophet. After 100 years, they can earn 1 million low-grade spiritual crystals. What they earn in the future is pure profit. It is simply a small capital and a huge profit. Shun Wanxi's talkative nature was brought to the extreme. His mood alternated between low and high. Jiang Xi looked calm, but in fact, he was listening attentively. These things were not in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. He put away the pride he had felt in planet gray cloud star trade. He remained silent, feeling suffocated. It was not that he felt sad for the situation of those slaves, because he was not qualified. He was not a genius from a top immortal Tao sect or an ancient family. The earth he was on was very similar to the planet where those feline girls lived. They were both uncivilized planets. On the feline girl planet, the strongest feline girl was only a late-stage golden core cultivator. After being caught by the Starry Sky Hunters, they became slaves that could be sold. The entire feline girl planet had also become a breeding base for slave traders. If Earth is also discovered by the Starry Sky Hunters, Jiang Xi felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He was afraid that the fate of Earth would not be much better than that of the feline girl planet. In Taoist Ji's inherited memories, there was also detailed information about the level of life planets. The level classification standard was defined according to the strength of the life forms on a life planet. If the number of spirit-nurturing cultivators on a planet did not exceed 10, it was a level 1 life planet. If there were more than 10 spirit-nurturing cultivators under natural conditions, it was a level 2 life planet. By analogy, if there were more than 10 golden core cultivators, it was a level 3 life planet. According to this standard, Earth's current level was a level 3 life planet. However, Jiang Xi was very clear that Earth was not that simple. Jade Lake's secret realm, Fendu secret realm, E-Mountain secret realm, and so on. Those mythical places hid countless secrets. In terms of value, perhaps Earth could be ranked at the top of the entire Blue Star region. Therefore, Earth must not be discovered by other planets. After leaving the slave trading market, Shun Wanxi suggested again, Jianggu, why don't you go and see the scenery again? Jiang Xi smiled naturally and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. I need to go to another planet first. Shun Wanxi was stunned for a moment and sighed. That's a pity. I still want to take Jianggu to see the most beautiful scenery of Blue Star. Next time you come, you must contact me. He did not dare to ask, nor did he dare to guess whether Jiang Xi was all right or not. In any case, he did not want to continue shopping. That's not a problem. Jiang Xi nodded. They had already exchanged communication marks, so they could contact each other through the communication bead next time. Then, Shun Wanxi personally sent Jiang Xi to the teleportation hall of Linhai City. As soon as the two of them entered, a cold young man wearing a black spiritual armor walked towards them. Behind the young man was the guard captain, Gong Shi, who bowed 90 degrees. Sir, please take care. Gong Shi smiled from ear to ear. The young man did not have any expression. When he passed by Jiang Xi, he took a few more glances. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through Jiang Xi. At this time, Shun Wanxi was also very respectful, even if the young man did not look at him at all. Jiang Xi understood why the two of them were so humble. Nascent soul stage. Chapter 235. This was the second time Jiang Xi had seen a nascent soul cultivator since the Fengdu mystic realm. Very strong. Jiang Xi watched the other party leave. Although his expression was calm, his heart was filled with fear. With his current strength, he was not confident of winning against a nascent soul cultivator. Cultivators who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage had basically comprehended one or more Tao intents. Those with high comprehension could even comprehend a deeper level of Tao domain. Their combat strength was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than a golden core cultivator. Jiang Xi looked at the experience panel. Cultivation, golden core, Late stage 9400-039-7500, Tao technique. Gale intent 500-000/500-000. Sword intent 1-000-000/1-000-000. Amplitude 20 deduction 10,000 experience points per time cultivation technique. Purple firmament sword manual peacock visualization experience points 20. 8 million. Both Tao intents were already perfected. Only his cultivation was still far from the perfected late-stage golden core stage. If I meet an early-stage nascent soul cultivator who has comprehended one Tao intent, I can still fight. Anymore, and I won't be able to do it. Jiang Ci looked at the back of the cold youth again. This person's cultivation exceeded early-stage nascent soul, so he must have comprehended more than one Tao intent. I'm no match for him. If this person is a little stronger and has comprehended a Tao domain, then he'll be even more powerful. The universe is vast, and there are countless geniuses. Master didn't lie to me. On Earth, he had already reached the peak, but in the universe, he was still very weak. His name is Feng Si, one of the best nascent soul disciples in the Sanyan sect. It's said that he has only cultivated for 300 years and has already comprehended a Tao domain. He's very powerful. Shen Wansi waited until the cold youth was far away before he dared to speak and told Jiang Ci about the youth's identity. Jiang Ci nodded lightly, feeling surprised and helpless. Surprised that this person had indeed comprehended a Tao domain. The next level after true Tao intent was Tao domain. What made him helpless was that in this half a year, he had spent tens of millions of experience points and deduced thousands of times, but he still couldn't deduce the next level of Gale intent and sword intent. Jiang Ci decided that when he returned this time, he had to work harder and concentrate on cultivating so that he could succeed in his deduction. Not far away, Gongshi had already seen Jiang Ci. When he walked over, he happened to hear Shen Wansi's words. He first bowed respectfully to Jiang Ci, then smiled and said, Lord Feng Si is a genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years in our Sanyan sect. According to our sect master, Lord Feng Si will definitely be able to cultivate the primordial spirit within 1,000 years. His tone was filled with pride, as if he could cultivate the primordial spirit himself. Cough cough, old gong, young master Jiang Ci isn't bad either. Shen Wansi quickly interrupted. He was worried that Gongshi's words would make Jiang Ci unhappy. Heroes attract, but geniuses repel. Especially since Jiang Ci was born with a noble background, he might not like cultivators who were more talented than him. Haha, yes, Lord Jiang Ci is also a genius that is hard to come by. Gongshi reacted and quickly laughed. Jiang Ci, the cultural difference was obvious. It could be seen that Shen Wansi and Gongshi had known each other for a long time, and their relationship should be good. However, the way they addressed each other was very offensive. I have something to do, so I have to leave Kanglan Planet first, Jiang Ci said to Gongshi. Sir, please follow me. Gongshi brought Jiang Ci and Shen Wansi to the interstellar teleportation array in the depths of the teleportation hall. Jianggu, since we've known each other for a long time, I'll pay the teleportation fee for you this time. Shen Wansi smiled. Thank you, but I'll do it myself. The next time I come to Kanglan Planet, you can just treat me to the scenery. Jiang Ci politely refused. He didn't like to take advantage of others. The interstellar teleportation fee was 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Shen Wansi's entire wealth was only 200,000. Lord Jiang Ci, let me help you activate the teleportation array. Gongshi was also very enthusiastic. Jiang Ci shook his head and smiled. I've studied teleportation arrays before, so I can operate it myself. The coordinates of the interstellar teleportation array on the first moon could not be exposed, so he could only operate it himself. Then, under the watchful eyes of Shen Wansi and Gongshi, he set the teleportation coordinates on the interstellar teleportation array and activated it with a hand seal. The complicated teleportation pattern appeared again, and Jiang Xi waved at the two of them in a dazzling light before disappearing into the interstellar teleportation array. Shen Wanxi and Gong Shi both let out a long breath and looked at each other. Then, Gong Shi directly went into the interstellar teleportation array and checked it. It's a teleportation mark that has been encrypted by an expert in teleportation arrays. I can't find the coordinates of the other end of the teleportation array. Gong Shi shook his head. What a mysterious person. Shen Wanxi sighed. Gong Shi asked curiously, Shao Si, did you find out where Lord Jiang Xi came from? No, I only know that he has a great background and is very rich. He took out a fist-sized rock like it's a toy, and he even has a butterfly girl at home. Shen Wanxi told him what had happened at the planet San Yun and the slave market. Gong Shi was shocked. In the solar system, the interstellar teleportation array on the dark side of the first moon appeared. After the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock array was unlocked, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi on the first moon gradually recovered. The surrounding Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi gathered and provided sufficient energy for the operation of the interstellar teleportation array. Jiang Xi's figure appeared in the interstellar teleportation array again. Interstellar Half-Day Tour. Looking at the desolate environment on the moon, Jiang Xi let out a long breath. He was finally home. Then he swept up the wind and sand and buried the interstellar teleportation array again. Fortunately, Master added a personal mark to this interstellar teleportation array. Cultivators from other planets cannot be teleported here. In this way, the possibility of Earth being discovered by the outside world is very small. This time, Jiang Xi not only saw the prosperous side of the starry sky, but also saw the cruel side. The tragic experience of the cat female planet raised his sense of urgency and vigilance to the highest. He could not relax just because he had reached the peak of Earth. He had to work hard to improve his cultivation. Then, Jiang Xi flew to the dilapidated Guanghan Palace and returned to Earth through the teleportation array there. Paksun Province, Villa 92 in Tongtian District. Jiang Xi had just returned when he saw Jiang Daodu standing guard beside the teleportation formation. A smile appeared on his face. The heavy mood he had brought back from planet Songlan instantly dissipated. As an adult, he had to be able to control his emotions and not bring a bad mood home. Brother, where's the gift? Jiang Daodu stretched out her hand and asked with a smile. The little girl's heart was completely at ease. Here, a specialty of planet Songlan. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out an exquisite storage ring. Unexpectedly, Jiang Daodu's little face turned red. She said angrily, Brother, I'm not an adult yet. Jiang Xi, I know you're 4 months and 3 days away from 18. Chapter 236. Cough. This is your storage ring. When you reach the spirit gathering stage, you can refine it. Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Daodu snatched the ring. Looking at her happy face, it was obvious that the misunderstanding just now did not affect her at all. Work hard in your cultivation and strive to break through to the spirit gathering stage as soon as possible. Jiang Xi rubbed Jiang Daodu's head. Don't worry, my visualization is only 10% away from completion. Jiang Daodu was full of confidence. Jiang Xi nodded. He was completely assured about Jiang Daodu's talent. After the 4th recovery of spiritual aura, he passed on the skills of peacock visualization and self-visualization to Jiang Daodu. In less than a year, the little girl was almost done. Her visualization speed was only 2 months slower than him. Jiang Daodu not only had outstanding talent in cultivation, but also her comprehension was first class. After that, he did not do anything. After all, a normal person's life was still necessary. In the evening, taking advantage of the night, Jiang Xi accompanied the little girl to practice the art of assassination for half a day. The next day, Jiang Xi sent a message to Xiantian and Li Baibai respectively, making an appointment to meet in Xiantian City. After eating breakfast and taking a stroll, he flew to Xiantian City. At this time, Xiantian and Li Baibai were already waiting there. Both of them were a little strange. Why did Jiang Xi want to see them at this time? Especially Xiantian. He just met Jiang Xi yesterday. Jiang Xi took 3 wonderful stones from him. In the past 6 months, this kid has been a little mysterious, and he likes to kill monsters very much. He doesn't even let go of the F-class monsters. The monsters in the wilderness around Pak Sun Province are all afraid of him. Xiantian laughed. Not only Pak Sun Province, he also visited the wilderness of Luo City Prefecture many times and killed nearly 1 million monsters. If he continues to kill like this, we will soon be able to completely solve the monster crisis. Li Baibai said, "Big brother, sister Baibai, the monster crisis is not so easy to solve. The monsters on land are easy to kill, but the monsters in the sea are not." Jiang Xi's voice came from outside, and then he appeared in front of the two. His words made Xiantian and Li Baibai stunned. Indeed, their strength is very strong on land, but in the sea, it's hard to say. Moreover, there were more monsters in the sea than on land. There were at least 100 times more of them. With such a large base, who knows how many golden core monsters there are? The 3 of them did not dwell on the monster problem, because they knew that it was not realistic to solve the monster crisis on Earth at this stage. They could consider solving the problem on land, but this was not the purpose of Jiang Xi today. "Tell us, why are you looking for us today? Why are you being so mysterious?" Xiantian laughed. Li Baibai also looked at Jiang Xi curiously. Jiang Xi's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "I left Earth yesterday and went to another planet with life." "What?" Xiantian and Li Baibai were so shocked that they stood up and looked at each other. However, the 2 of them were originally the first and second strongest on Earth, so they had strong mental fortitude. They quickly calmed down and asked, "Went to another planet with life? How did he go to other planets with life? What do the aliens look like? Are they powerful?" The last question was obviously asked by Xiantian. Jiang Xi said, "You should remember that I once trained at Jade Lake's Heaven Tower for more than a year. There, I learned about the teleportation portal and found out that the first moon has an interstellar teleportation portal to other planets." He had concealed this point and lied that he had obtained it from the Heavenly Tower. He did not reveal any information about Taoist Ge. Anyway, other than him, no one else could see an Aishang, so they did not know whether it was true or not. Xiantian nodded and said, "Actually, bye-bye, and I found some clues in some arcane realms. Earth might have been related to aliens in the past, but we did not find any concrete evidence. I didn't expect you to find it first. Tell us, where did you go? What's the situation on other planets?" Li Baibai urged. After that, Jiang Xi told them what he saw on planet Songlan. At the end of his narration, he said solemnly, "Big brother, sister Baibai, we are the 3 strongest people on Earth now. We have to become stronger. If the starry sky wanderers discover Earth, our situation may be worse than the feline lady planet." Xiantian and Li Baibai were silent. After a long time, the 2 of them let out a long sigh. Planet Songlan is just a guard team, but it's comparable to the top forces on Earth. Planet Songlan, which is similar to Earth in terms of strength, has become a breeding base for slave traders. Hearing the 2 of them sighing, Jiang Xi's heart was also very heavy. He had thought long and hard before telling Xiantian and Li Baibai about this matter. It was still too weak to rely on his own strength to protect the Earth. If he did not count his existence, Xiantian and Li Baibai were actually the real geniuses of the Spirit Qi revival era. Their talent and comprehension were top geniuses even in the universe. It was the best choice to work with the 2 of them to protect Earth. However, Jiang Xi understood that his words should be a big blow to Xiantian and Li Baibai. They suddenly realized that the world was so big, and there were countless existences stronger than them. This contrast would make anyone uncomfortable, right? However, the next moment, Jiang Xi was stunned. Such a starry sky is really exciting. Li Baibai, who had always been calm, could not suppress the excitement in her heart at this time. "Jiang Xi, you sneaked to an alien planet by yourself. You didn't even bring us along for such an exciting event. Tian was even more furious as he glared at him. Big brother, sister bye-bye, you guys. Jiang was really dumbfounded. The reactions of these two people were not what he had imagined. Ha! Do you think our worldview will be shocked, and we will be so scared that we will doubt life? Tian laughed. Actually, big brother and I have been bored to death. Before the fourth Spirit Chi revival, those old guys on Earth were hiding, and we couldn't find any opponents at all. Li Bai explained with a smile. Yeah, this situation has been going on for 30 or 40 years. It wasn't until some time ago in the holy city of the West that I finally had a good fight and satisfied my craving. Tian said again. He finally understood that these two were fighting maniacs. Even Li Bai, who was calm on the surface, had a fighting passion. Aren't you worried at all? If Earth is discovered by the Star Hunters? Jiang asked. Jiang, let's not give up eating for fear of choking. Instead of worrying about these uncertain things, it's better to think about how to improve your strength. Thinking about it will only increase your worries and affect your usual cultivation. Li Bai shook her head and chuckled. Chapter 237. Don't give up eating for fear of choking. Jiang suddenly realized that what he said made sense. Tian also laughed. What are you afraid of? Earth is not the feline girl planet. There are many secrets on our planet. Think about it. How long did it take for the three of us to cultivate from ordinary people to the golden core stage? I spent 60 years and 50 years in vain, and you? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Jiang smiled. He understood what Tian meant. Not to mention his existence as a cheat, Tian and Li Bai's cultivation speed was definitely at the level of geniuses. In the universe, cultivators who reached the golden core stage within 100 years could be called geniuses. Because under normal circumstances, it would take 200 or 300 years to cultivate to the golden core stage. Moreover, Earth's secrets were not limited to that. After several revivals of Spirit Chi, the cultivators and monsters on Earth had improved as a whole. This was not seen on other planets. Earth was not simple. So, just cultivate well. Maybe in the future, when the starry sky wanderers really find Earth, we will already be in the nascent soul stage, or even the nascent soul stage. We can kill them with a slap. Tian patted Jiang's shoulder earnestly. Jiang, at this point, his heart was completely at ease. Indeed, as Tian and Li Bai said, Earth was not the feline girl planet. There were so many secrets that were the foundation and backing of their growth. Moreover, he had the experience value panel. Sooner or later, he would be promoted to a higher realm. As long as he was strong enough, what was there to be afraid of? Tian waited for a long time. Seeing that Jiang did not respond, he took the initiative to urge, "Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you brought us gifts?" Li Bai also chuckled. Jiang smiled and gave the two of them the storage rings he had prepared. The storage ring he had brought back from planet Grey Cloud was naturally not as big as the storage ring Daoist Gu had left for him. However, in the eyes of Tian and Li Bai, no matter how small it was still a rare item. They had been thinking for a long time about the storage Dharma treasure that cultivators needed, as expected of our good little brother. The two of them did not hesitate to decline. They were both adults, and with their relationship, there was no need for such a hypocritical gesture. Just like when Jiang came to Tian yesterday to ask for something, Tian directly gave him 3 stones the size of a stone pier. With so many magical stones, it was enough to buy 100 level 1 life planets therefore. Jiang felt apologetic and said, "Big brother, big sister bye-bye, I also obtained other inheritances in the Jade Lake's heaven-reaching tower. I can share them with you. You won't be affected if you share it with us, right?" Although the two of them were tempted, they still considered Jiang first. Jiang chuckled. It doesn't matter. He decided to choose 2 complete inheritances from Daoist Ji's inheritance memories and passed them to Xiantian and Li Bai. Of course, these two inheritances were not as precious as the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra, but they were still powerful inheritances that Taoist Gu had collected in his long cultivation career. After all, anything that could be left in the inheritance memories of a Tao integration stage powerhouse would definitely not be bad. Xiantian and Li Bai were overjoyed. With these inheritances, their cultivation would have a basic direction. They would no longer need to fumble around and would improve faster in the future. After returning from Xiantian City, Jiang Xi entered seclusion again. Of course, his seclusion was still different from others. With the experience points panel, everything became very simple. Gain experience points, improve cultivation, deduce Tao techniques. The process was just these three. The only thing that limited his improvement speed was spirit chi energy. Now, this limitation was also gone. The spiritual fruits he brought back from planet Songlan were enough for him to use for a long time. Thus, Jiang Xi ate 4,000-year-old spiritual fruits first. With the help of the huge amount of spirit chi energy, he maxed out the experience points of the late-stage Golden Core stage and touched the final bottleneck of the Golden Core stage. The next step is to find a way to break through to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi had already memorized the nascent soul stage method in the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. The nascent soul stage required the cultivator to have a preliminary understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth and comprehend the true meaning of Tao then. The power of Tao would be used to nurture the golden core and finally the nascent soul. Therefore, from this point of view, cultivators who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage had at least comprehended one true meaning of Tao. It's easy to say, but difficult to do. More than 90% of the cultivators in the universe are stuck at the late-stage Golden Core stage and can't break through to the nascent soul stage because their comprehension is too poor and they can't comprehend the true meaning of Tao. For example, Shen Wanxi, Gong Shi, and Manager Zhua, whom he met on planet Songlan, were all at the late-stage Golden Core stage. They had been cultivating for more than 200 years, but they were stuck at this stage. Jiang Xi had secretly observed the three of them before. They didn't have any Taoist rhyme on them. Obviously, they hadn't comprehended the true meaning of Tao. I have already comprehended two complete true meanings of Tao. Nurturing the golden core is a piece of cake for me. Jiang Xi was full of confidence. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage was a piece of cake for him. Then, he started to use the yin-yang nurturing method recorded in the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra to manipulate the two true meanings of Tao and nurture the golden core. The true meaning of gale and the true meaning of sword. One is soft and the other is hard. It fits perfectly with the yin-yang nurturing method recorded in the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. After trying for half a month, Jiang Xi successfully condensed a gale and a sword shadow in his lower dantian and circled around the golden core. The gale and the sword shadow gave off an inexplicable Taoist rhyme, causing the golden core to start to change. It was as if a new life was being nurtured. At this rate, it'll take about 10 years for it to be completed. Riverward furrowed his brows slightly before relaxing them. It was already very fast to be able to form the nascent soul in just 10 years. In the universe, cultivators who had the ability to form the golden core into the nascent soul would take more than 100 years just to complete the nurturing stage. Some people who did not have enough lifespan would not even be able to complete the nurturing process until they died. It was very tragic. Only the top geniuses had the ability to complete the nurturing process within 100 years. I'll just nurture myself like this. I'll focus on deriving Tao techniques for the rest of the time. Jiang Xi had a clear plan in mind. Using the experience points panel to derive Tao techniques required 10,000 experience points each time. He looked at his experience points balance, frowny face experience points. 28 million. These experience points were enough for him to derive 2,000 times. However, he could not just sit around and do nothing. Therefore, he was prepared to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters and harvest experience points every once in a while. He had to ensure that his experience points balance was sufficient. After all, other planets might not have an environment like Earth with so many monsters. Other than deriving Tao techniques, Zhang Xi did not forget to continue to organize and comprehend Taoist Ji's inherited memories. As his cultivation base improved, he could already practice some of the miscellaneous skills and secret arts. For example, the soul-searching technique, the spiritual sense restriction, and so on. Just like that, although the strength data on the panel had temporarily stagnated with the bottleneck of the Golden Core stage. However, the increase in his strength did not stop. Just like that, another month passed. Chapter 238. Solar System, Mars. A flying ship shuttled through space and silently appeared in the starry sky outside Mars. Then it began to land on the surface of the planet. On the deck of the flying ship, Huyin, Chu Zhe, and Xiao Hong were carefully observing the environment of Mars. Captain, the cosmic energy and gravity of this planet are close to the standard of a life planet. Xiao Hong's voice was filled with excitement. Her temperament was slightly feminine, and she was extremely beautiful. It's just a little dead, like an abandoned life planet, Chu Zhe said. Let's go down and take a look first. Huyin frowned. They had already been exploring this desolate galaxy for 2 months, but they had yet to discover a true life-bearing planet. The flying ship quickly landed on Mars. The three of them took out the astrolabe and quickly scanned it, collecting all kinds of data on this planet. Soon, they returned to the flying ship in disappointment. This planet is indeed abandoned. There are only some ancient ruins that we can't even tell how old they are. Chu Zhe and Xiao Hong's faces were filled with pity. The spiritual energy has dissipated, and it's no longer suitable for life. Huyin shook his head. Even if life had existed here a long time ago, its current state could no longer be defined as a life planet. Therefore, this planet had no value to them. But this is also considered good news. Since this planet once had a civilization, it means that there might be other life planets in this desolate galaxy, Huyin said with a smile. Chu Zhe and Xiao Hong were also aware of this point. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The flying ship set sail again and shuttled toward the next planet. Each time it shuttled, it could cross 100,000 kilometers. With the distance between Mars and Earth, they could reach the starry sky near Earth in less than an hour. Because there was no imprint of the Tao Alliance's Eye of Heaven, the astrolabe could not be used for navigation. When the three of them shuttled, they were very careful, worried that they would barge into some dangerous place. After another round of shuttling, the flying ship did not continue shuttling. Instead, it stopped in the void, because they saw a blue planet. Even from thousands of miles away, they could vaguely feel the spiritual energy emitted by that planet. They were overjoyed and excited. Captain, this is definitely a life planet, and it's not just a grade 1. It might be a grade 2 life planet. A grade 2 life planet is worth at least 10 million low-grade spirit crystals. Captain, we've really struck gold. Chu Zhe and Xiao Hong's excitement was expressed on their faces. They couldn't wait to rush into that azure blue planet and announce themselves as the planet's overlords. Huyin was a cautious person in his bones. Every time he reached a critical moment, he would be able to regain his composure. This was also the reason why they could break through the chaotic star belt of the pale blue star region. He took a deep breath and glanced at the Earth and the 2 moons that were orbiting it at the same time. 2 moons. This is a blessed land. The value of this planet might exceed 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million. Chu Zhe and Xiao Hong looked at each other excitedly. Captain, let's go in quickly. With the strength of the 3 of us, as long as it's not a life planet of level 3 or above, we can sweep through everything. Huyin smiled and controlled the flying ship to fly towards Earth. The closer they got to Earth, the more they felt that this planet was not simple, and the excitement in their hearts grew. Because the planet of life was right in front of them, The three of them ignored the exploration of the moon and headed straight for Earth. Soon, the flying ship arrived at the outer space of Earth. The strange thing was that the satellites of the 5 major powers in space were like decorations. They did not notice the arrival of the airship at all. Such low-level technology. It seems that this is really a barren planet. Xiaohong sneered. The flying ship they were driving had a formation enchantment engraved inside, which could easily block the detection of these satellites. Hu Yan and Chu Zhe also laughed. Generally, a powerful life planet of level 3 or above would have a large defensive formation enchantment. It was impossible for a flying ship like theirs to approach quietly. They had to pass through the enchantment channel to truly enter. Since there's a satellite network, it's much more convenient to investigate. Aze, it's up to you. Hu Yan said with a smile. With satellite technology, it proved that the communication of information was not blocked. They could easily obtain a lot of information about this planet through the satellite. Chu Zhe grinned, took out his astrolabe, and continuously made hand seals to operate it. The astrolabe immediately projected a starry sky phantom, and in an instant, it was forcefully connected to a nearby satellite. As long as it was information that had appeared on the Earth's network, it would all appear in this starry sky phantom. This was the crushing of civilization. The network firewalls of the various countries on Earth were simply vulnerable. Aze, let's take a look at the situation of the cultivators on this planet, Hu Yan said. Chu Zhe nodded and began to search. This planet is called Earth. The history of civilization recorded in writing is less than 6,000 years old. What trash! After another 2 to 3 breaths, he suddenly said in surprise, there are no nascent soul cultivators on this planet. The highest cultivation is only at the late stage of golden core. As for the number of golden core cultivators, he did not continue to search. As long as there were no nascent soul cultivators. Because Hu Yan's combat strength was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, he could sweep away any existence below the nascent soul stage. This is a level 3 life planet. It's worth at least 100 million. Xiaohong was very excited. Captain, this is a desolate planet. Let me take action directly. I guarantee that I will capture all the cultivators above the golden core stage in an hour. Chu Zhe volunteered. He was also at the late stage of golden core stage, but as a space hunter who walked on the edge of life and death, he had rich combat experience. Moreover, he had just comprehended a true meaning of Tao. As long as he did not encounter a nascent soul cultivator, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent. Ian shook his head. We still have to be cautious. The first rule of us hunters is to be cautious. Any planet could have fatal dangers. Let's see if there is any other important information on this planet. Although Chu Zhe was impulsive, he also understood that Hu Yan's words made sense. He continued to search for other information. Strange. In the past 100 years, there have been 4 spirit chi recoveries here. This has never been seen on other life planets. There are a lot of wild animals called monsters on this planet. Their numbers are actually more than the human race. This is a disgrace to the human race. Captain, look at what this is. There are actually demons on this planet. Chu Zhe suddenly exclaimed. From the astrolabe phantom, he waved his hand and called up a virtual video that was being played. It was the live broadcast video of Dragon Python and Black Tortoise testifying for Jiang Ci and the other 2. Dragon Python, Black Tortoise. This is the top bloodline of the demon race. I didn't expect that this desolate planet still has it. Hu Yan could not maintain his composure at this moment. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 239. There were countless races in the universe. The human race, the demon race, and the ghost race were the top races. Naturally, they were hostile to each other and fought against each other. The human race had occupied the 9 major galaxies with their powerful strength and had killed all the demon and ghost races there. Therefore, there were no demon races in the 9 major galaxies of the Taoist Alliance. Only in some powerful immortal Tao sects or ancient families could they occasionally be seen. These ancient inheritances liked to use demons as servants, such as pulling carriages or guarding doors. The dragon python is rumored to have the bloodline of the winged dragon. Those ancient inheritances will definitely be tempted. Although this dragon python is only at the golden core stage, if it is auctioned, it will definitely be sold for a few million, if not 10 million. The black tortoise is not bad either. This bloodline is very rare even in the demon race's galaxy. Hu Yan's eyes lit up. This time they had really found a treasure. They had actually encountered two top bloodlines of the demon race on a third-grade life planet. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Was the history of the civilization on this planet really less than 6,000 years old? Continue to search and see if there is any other secret information. Hu Yan remained calm. Chu Zhe was the only one in the team who had studied technology. He used the astrolabe to search quickly. Compared to the Eye of Heaven, which was the pinnacle of the Taoist Alliance's technological civilization, Earth's technology was too primitive. The Eye of Heaven covered the entire universe. Through the astrolabe and communication beads, one could establish contact with the Eye of Heaven. Chu Zhe searched for a while more, and his frown deepened. Finally, he said with a shocked expression, "Captain, there's a Grotto Heaven secret realm on this planet." Grotto Heaven secret realm. Hu Yan and Xiu Hong's expressions changed drastically. That was a powerful technique. Normally, only those who had comprehended the space Tao of the Heaven and Earth Tao had the strength to open up a Grotto Heaven secret realm. Such a powerhouse was at least at the nascent soul stage. And there is more than one. There are more than 10 Grotto Heaven secret realms. Chu Zhe felt his throat go dry. For a nascent soul stage cultivator, opening up a Grotto Heaven secret realm with a radius of 100 miles was already the limit. If there were 10 Grotto Heaven secret realms, then there were 10 nascent soul stage cultivators. They still did not know how big these Grotto Heaven secret realms were. Or was it an existence with an even higher cultivation? No matter how calm Hu Yan was now, his face was filled with disbelief. He continued asking, do these Grotto Heaven's secret realms still have Tao orthodoxies? The specific situation of these Grotto Heavens should have been deliberately concealed by the natives of this planet. However, we can be sure that these Grotto Heavens are in an abandoned state, Chu Zhe replied. Abandoned? That's right. If the expert who opened the Grotto Heaven's secret realm was still here, we wouldn't have been able to approach this planet so quietly. Just now, when we were 10,000 miles away, they could have killed us. Hu Yan exhaled, trying to calm the shock in his heart. Then, he speculated, I think we might have encountered the ruins of a civilization. There used to be a powerful civilization on this planet, and the current civilization was built on an ancient ruin. Chu Zhe and Xiu Hong nodded in agreement. Captain, this just shows that the value of this planet is higher than we thought. The excitement of the three could no longer be described with words. They couldn't wait to rush into the planet and plunder everything inside. This was a wild planet that hid a great deal of value, and the strongest cultivator was only at the late Golden Core realm. Such a lucky chance was simply given away for free. Now, Hu Yan took a deep breath and prepared to control the flying ship to land on the surface of the planet. At this moment, he frowned and took out his communication pearl. He saw that the rune mark on the communication pearl was glowing. Someone was sending him a message. The heavenly eye of the Taoist Alliance covered the entire universe. As long as the communication pearl's grade was high enough, it could be used to send messages no matter how remote the place was. It's a message from a sect. Seeing that we have broken through the chaotic star belt, they want to come and pick the fruits of our labor. Hu Yan's face turned cold. In the past 2 months, the news of their team breaking through the chaotic star belt had spread among the wanderers in the pale blue star region. Then he asked Chu Zhe and Xiu Hong to wait on the deck of the flying ship while he walked into the flying ship's cultivation cabin. Chu Zhe and Xiu Hong looked at each other. While they were worried, their faces were a little ugly. The three of them came from the same immortal Tao sect. Qing Xian sect was one of the top 10 immortal Tao sects in the Pale Blue Star region. As the #1 genius of the sect, Huyen should have enjoyed the best cultivation environment and resources in Qingxian sect. Now, he had become a starry sky wanderer who walked the line between life and death all year round. The reason was simple. Huyen had been excluded. The Qingxian sect's disciple, whose talent was second only to Huyen, was the only son of the current sect master. At the same time, he was also the only descendant of Qingxian sect's old ancestor. The existence of this relationship made Huyen's position in the sect very awkward. This was because Huyen's dream had always been to become the next sect master of Qingxian sect. In the end, this wish was shattered, and the only son of the sect master was confirmed as the only candidate for the successor. Therefore, Huyen left Qingxian sect in anger and took Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong to explore the starry sky. Back then, the sect didn't care about brother Huyen's feelings, and now they took the initiative to send a message. How shameless, Qiu Hong said disdainfully. Be careful with your words. Chu Zhe frowned. The flying ship's internal facilities were complete, including a control cabin, a cultivation cabin, and a hibernation cabin. At this time, in the cultivation cabin, Huyen held the communication bead with a tense face. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to open the communication bead. After all, he was still a disciple of Qingxian sect. The sect master of Qingxian sect was his master. He scanned with his spiritual sense, and the communication mark was activated. A phantom that looked exactly like a real person appeared in the cultivation cabin. It was actually a young man, but the vicissitudes in his eyes showed that he had lived for at least 1,000 years. This person was the sect master of Qingxian sect, Qingyi. Greetings, master. Huyen bowed expressionlessly. Why? Do you still have resentment against me? Qingyi smiled. I wouldn't dare. If you say you wouldn't dare, then you do. You haven't sent me a message for so many years. Your hard-hearted character hasn't changed at all. No matter how hard I am, I'm not as hard as master. Huyen couldn't hold back his resentment. Haha, my disciple knows me best. Qingyi laughed. Then, he changed the topic and said seriously, You never come back. I've already asked the old ancestor. As long as you come back, the position of the next sect master will be yours. Huyen was moved. To him, Qingxian sect was his home, and he had a special relationship with it. However, after 100 years of experience as a space hunter, he quickly cast aside the softness in his heart. He became expressionless again and said calmly, You want me to hand over the harvest in the chaotic star belt to the sect? That's right. There's a big secret in the core area of the chaotic star belt that involves a lot of things. With your strength, it'll be a disaster in your hands. Disciple, master won't harm you. This is for your own good. Qingyi nodded. What big secret? Huyen asked. Chapter 240. I don't know about this either. This is what the old ancestor told me. Wait a moment, the old ancestor will come over to discuss this with you in detail. Qingyi's expression was extremely serious. Huyen was slightly stunned. Old ancestor. In the Pale Blue Star region, old ancestor Qingxian was a famous legendary cultivator. He was born ordinary, but he had made a name for himself in the Pale Blue Star region, where the strong gathered. He had even killed a cultivator in the nascent soul realm with his late-stage nascent soul realm cultivation. The Qingxian sect he founded eventually became one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Pale Blue Star region. In Huyen's heart, old ancestor Qingxian was his most admired role model. He had left the Qingxian sect in a fit of anger because he wanted to imitate old ancestor Qingxian's deeds. Now, the old ancestor was going to meet him in person. Huyen immediately became excited. The Qingxian sect had been established for 2,000 years, but the disciples who had really seen old ancestor Qingxian could be counted on one hand. In just a moment, another perfected person's phantom appeared beside Qingyi. It was a 15 or 16-year-old boy who looked younger than Qingyi and Huyen. This person had an ordinary appearance, long red hair deep eyes, wearing a blood-red spiritual weapon battle suit, and carrying a long saber on his back. Even through the communication bead, one could feel a strong, murderous aura. He was old ancestor Qing Xian, known as the Blood Disciple in the Pale Blue Star region. Disciple of the Qing Xian sect, Hu Yin greets the old ancestor. Hu Yin directly knelt on the ground. "Get up." Old ancestor Qing Xian's voice gave people a feeling of falling into the netherworld. It was very cold. "Tell me in detail the process of you breaking through the chaotic star belt." Old ancestor Qing Xian's words were not to be refuted. "It took me 3 years." Hu Yin respectfully recounted the experience of how he broke through the chaotic star belt. In the end, he said, "In fact, when I was in the most dangerous area of the chaotic star belt, I almost died. In the end, I relied on luck to pass through and entered a desolate galaxy." "Did you find anything else?" Old ancestor Qing Xian asked. "I found a planet suspected to have a powerful civilization." "Then there's no mistake. The planet in the depths of the chaotic star belt must be the one that the Tao Alliance once looked for, the place where the two Tao integration powerhouses died." Old ancestor Qing Xian's words were shocking. The information he revealed shocked Hu Yin and Qing Yi. 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures died on that planet. Why had they never heard of it before? These are things that happened 10,000 years ago. You don't need to know the secrets within. Hu Yin. Old ancestor Qing Xian didn't reveal too much. He looked at Hu Yin and said, "Tell me about the situation of this planet." Hu Yin hurriedly recounted the information he had obtained through the astrolabe. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Qing Xian was visibly moved as well. He was even more certain that this was the planet that the Tao Alliance had been searching for. He had lived for thousands of years and knew many secrets. At this moment, the shock in his heart was much more than Hu Yin and Qing Yi. Qing Xian knew very well that if the outside world knew about this planet of life called Earth, it would definitely cause an uproar. "I thought it was just the place where 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures perished. I didn't expect it to have so many secrets. Dragon Python, Black Tortoise, top demon bloodline, more than 10 grotto heavens and secret realms. If I, Qing Xian, obtain this planet, I might have a chance to attain Tao integration." Thinking of this, he asked in a deep voice, "Hu Yin, are you willing to hand over this planet to the sect?" "I am willing." Hu Yin did not hesitate. After knowing the true value of this planet, Hu Yin understood that this planet was no longer something that he could possess with his current strength. "Good. Now go and record the original data of this planet in detail with the astrolabe. I will wait for your good news." Qing Xian said. "Yes, master." Hu Yin left with a straight face. When he returned, he was full of smiles. This made Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was a good result. "Let's go and descend on this planet." Hu Yin was filled with pride. Just now, old ancestor Qing Xian had personally promised him that when he returned, he would be the successor of the Qing Xian sect leader. What he needed to do now was to use the astrolabe to collect the data and then send it back to the Qing Xian sect. This was because according to the Tao Alliance's decree, if one wanted to apply to become the overlord of a savage planet, one must provide all the original data of the planet. The Tao Alliance only recognized the most original data. Even replicated data was not allowed. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, no one could fake it. The flying ship silently passed through the Earth's atmosphere and stopped above the Pacific Ocean. Hu Yin ordered, "Go and capture those few golden core cultivators first. Those golden core cultivators will be sold to slave traders for a high price." Of course, compared to the value of this planet, the golden core cultivators were just a small amount of money. The main reason for doing this was to deal with the high-end power of this planet. After that, it would be much more convenient to collect the original data. This was the common method for discovering savage planets. Let's split up. Starting from the early golden core stage, I will deal with the dragon python and the black tortoise. Finally, we will capture the 3 strongest ones. The 3 of them split up and disappeared above the Pacific Ocean. On the other side of the ocean, Dark Shadow Nation, Grand Canyon of Kodo. The natural wonder of the old era had become a sacred place of the Dark Shadow Nation in the new era. This was because this was the place where the Dark Shadow Nation's guardian, Ramsey, lived in seclusion. Ramsey had reached the early Golden Core stage 3 months ago and did not make it to the Holy Alliance's battle of the Holy City. This made him very happy. Otherwise, he would be the same as those Golden Core cultivators who died in the Holy City. Although the Great Xia Nation is detestable, there are some ancient sayings that make sense. They once said that the path of cultivation is not about who is the most powerful, but who can live longer. I escaped the Holy City's massacre and reached the Golden Core stage. Therefore, I am the strongest cultivator of the 4 great nations aside from the Great Xia Nation. Ramsey faced the moonlight and sat cross-legged on a huge rock in the Grand Canyon of Kodo, cultivating in a very relaxed manner. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past. "Who is it?" Ramsey's expression changed greatly. He discovered that a strange youth wearing soft armor had appeared in front of him. This person looked very similar to the people of the Great Xia Nation. When did the Great Xia Nation have another Golden Core cultivator? Ramsey immediately became vigilant. The person who had come was Chu Zhe. After he saw Ramsey's cultivation, he sneered. "Your spiritual power is so heterogeneous. You could be considered a Golden Core cultivator? I'm afraid you're not even worth 10,000. Of course, he was speaking in the common language of the Taoist Alliance. Ramsey did not understand. Ramsey was a loss for a moment, but he sensed hostility. He raised his hand and punched out. "Your attacks are too crude." Chu Zhe's face was full of mockery, but his attack was like thunder. A black rope flew out from his hand like lightning and tied Ramsey up. Ramsey fell unconscious and did not have any room to resist. The goods cannot be damaged. Otherwise, the price will be lowered when we sell them. Chu Zhe shook his head. Chapter 241. A Mountain Secret Realm in the Great Xia Kingdom. The existence of the dragon python made this place one of the most dangerous places in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, half a year ago, the dragon python and the black tortoise stood up for Jiang Xi and the other 2, which won the favor of the people of the Great Xia Kingdom. So in the past 6 months, they got along quite well, and the pressure on the E-Army was reduced a lot. On this day, the E-Army found that in the E-Mountain Secret Realm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled and cold wind raged. Roar! Finally, there was a powerless roar. Fang Yu, the commander of the E-Army, felt that something was wrong and reported the situation to the higher-ups. No one noticed that only a few minutes later, many lakes on an island not far from the Jianghai prefecture suddenly froze. A black tortoise fell into a coma and was tied up with a rope and taken away. Similar scenes appeared all over the earth, over the Pacific Ocean, inside the flying ship that was enveloped by a formation barrier. In less than an hour, all the Golden Core cultivators and demons on Earth, except for Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Bai, were captured. Hu Yin and the other 2 were all at the late stage of the Golden Core realm and had rich combat experience. These Golden Core cultivators and demons on Earth were no match for them at all. Although the dragon python and the black tortoise's strength was comparable to the late stage of the Golden Core realm by virtue of their bloodline, their opponent was Hu Yin, whose combat strength was comparable to the nascent soul realm. Facing Hu Yin, the 2 demons were completely defeated after a few moves. "There are only 3 left, 1 for each of us." Hu Yin laughed. Chu Zhe and Xiu Hong also showed a relaxed and confident smile. The process of capture just now also made them really confirm that the natives of this planet were really vulnerable. Without any inheritance, their attack methods were very crude, and some even relied on brute force. Then, the 3 set off again and flew in 3 directions in the Great Xia Kingdom. 2 moons hung in the sky. Jiang Xi was passing the assassination Dao inheritance from Daoist Ji's inherited memory to Jiang Dao Du. The little girl had successfully visualized and condensed her spiritual sense. She had become a spirit accumulation cultivator and could start to officially cultivate when she really entered the sect. Even a late-stage spirit accumulation cultivator would be injured in the face of her assassination. Brother, when are you going to bring me to travel to other planets? After a day of classes, Jing Dudu excitedly asked this question, because Jiang Xi had told her that she had to reach the spirit-nurturing stage before she could perform interstellar teleportation. I'll bring you there after you've mastered the assassination inheritance. Jiang Xi took on the role of a parent and educated him in a remunerative manner. You didn't keep your word. Jiang Dudu threw a tantrum. Then I'll take you there tomorrow. Yay. Although Jiang Dudu was almost an adult, she would still act like a child in front of Jiang Xi. Only in front of outsiders would he appear more mature. After returning home, Jiang Dudu continued to watch her horror movie while Jiang Xi continued his training in the underground training room. In the past month or so, he had been concentrating on deducing his Dao technique, wanting to advance it to the next level. Between the Gale intent and the Sword intent, the latter was stronger. In terms of difficulty in deducing, the latter was naturally more difficult. Previously, he had deduced both Dao intents and deduced more than 1,000 times. After that, he wanted to focus on the easier one first. Hence, in the past month or so, he had been deducing the Gale intent. I've deduced the Gale intent almost 1,000 times. If I don't break through, Jiang Xi shook his head. He really wanted to scold someone. Next, he deduced again according to the standard of 10 times a day. The result was still a failure. Do I really have to deduce 1,000 times before I can succeed? Then I'll put in a lot of effort today and do 1,000 times. He carefully recalled and calculated. The total number of deductions for the Gale intent had already reached 910 times. Use the Gale intent to deduce once. Deduction failed. Use the Gale intent to deduce once. Deduction failed. He repeated this 89 times until the 90th time. Deduction failed. Jiang Xi's face was a little dark, but he understood that although the success rate of deduction was related to the completeness of the Dao technique, it also depended on luck. It didn't mean that if the Dao technique was complete, it could be deduced in one go. Let's take it slow. It was just like winning a lottery. This was also the reason why he had been deducing 10 times a day. After he was done with the Dao technique, Jiang Xi continued to comprehend Taoist Ji's inherited memories. His comprehension was not bad, and he had already grasped the basics of a few mystic techniques. This was also the only improvement he had made in the past month. With these mystic techniques, he had many more tricks up his sleeves and improved his strength. Buzz, his tactical communications watch vibrated. He took a look and saw that it was a call from Huang Kuan. It's so late. Although Jiang Xi was puzzled, he still hurriedly answered. It must be something urgent. Huang Kuan's heavy voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Xi, the higher-ups just received news from the Zhenyi army and several reclusive families. The dragon python seems to be in an abnormal situation. Several golden core cultivators of the reclusive families were also attacked and kidnapped. You be careful. Jiang Xi's expression changed. These were all golden core cultivators. Now on Earth, Jiang Xi was confident that no one except him and the Xiantian could directly capture these people. Then who could it be? Was there an unknown powerhouse awakening? Suddenly, his heart throbbed. His sharp spirit sense told him that there was danger approaching. He immediately spread out his spirit sense. The next moment, Jiang Xi discovered that a young man wearing a spirit artifact battle suit appeared in the sky above Tongtian district. Late-stage golden core, starry sky hunter. Jiang Xi instantly recognized this person's identity because there were no spirit chi battle suits on Earth. Moreover, he felt a strong threat from this person. At the same time, he also realized that the situation Huang Kuan mentioned just now was done by this person. Daodu, come to the practice room. His first reaction was to ask Daodu to come down. Jiang Dudu's cultivation was already at the spirit nurturing stage. In just a second, she arrived. The little girl's face was full of doubts. The first plan. Jiang Xiai didn't talk nonsense. After returning from the blue planet, out of caution, he had imagined all kinds of dangerous situations. Then, he and Jing Dudu agreed on an escape plan. Jing Dudu's expression changed. She remembered what Jiang Xiai said last time. The first plan was to escape using the teleportation array. The second plan was to escape using the teleportation array. But the second plan was to directly teleport to the first moon and then through the interstellar teleportation array to other planets with life. She knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately stepped into the teleportation array in the practice room. Jiang Xiai made a gesture to activate the teleportation array. "Brother, you should hurry up too." Before Jing Dudu disappeared, her eyes stared at Jiang Xiai. Jiang Xiai nodded solemnly. When Jing Dudu's figure disappeared, he understood that he couldn't escape. The starry sky hunter above was about to make a move. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.